you believe ain't complete. They're the thieves. Why you got a knife? What's the issue? How you take a life with the life that's within you? And you claim you right and got Christ deep within you. What's the cost of a soul? Check the price that's within you. They're the thieves. Is there a right way to kill a beast? Justified imagery of blood on the streets. Only truth heals, I spill love on these beats. I'm balanced. I could probably run on the beach, that's talent. Back to the educated topic. Tell me how religious doctrine ever made a profit. Souls of the innocent creation get adopted. Slit the throats of the lamb. See, the nations gotta stop it. Pharisees renting out the temple. Slaughtering sheep while making it eventful. Flip the tables. No intentions of being gentle. That's crazy. I'm getting mental on instrumental. Just maybe. Y'all don't know what y'all be getting into. Sorta like when Esau sold his birthright for lentil. Unalive what? For the cost to make credentials? Thou shalt not kill is the law. Let's make it simple. They're the thieves. What's the right way to kill a beast? Sharing bloodshed just to eat. The truth you believe ain't complete. They're the thieves. Why you got a knife? What's the issue? How you take a life with the life that's within you? And you claim you right and got Christ deep within you. What's the cost of a soul? Check the price that's within you. Whose side is true knowledge? Who you follow? When new doctrine is two options, what you follow? Who's imposter? Who's guiding the truth? I know. Which gospel is then nonsense? Do you follow? We representing the largest. We have to carry our crosses. It's getting deep like massages. They try to trick us regardless. Don't underestimate artists. Poetically, this is arson. Controversy, I spark it. This conversation is awkward. Calculated and cautious. We bring it right to the wrongness. Bring it light to the darkness. We neutralizing the targets. Who killing hearts of the martyrs? Who killing truth for the falsers? Who killing prophets with prophets? Who killing animals often? Then the thieves, right? You know what I really mean, right? They act like they never seen light, but we about to make this thing right. Then the thieves. Why you got a knife? What's the issue? How you take a life with the life that's within you? And you claim you right and got Christ deep within you. Thou shalt not kill is the law. Let's make it simple. They're the thieves. What's the right way to kill a beast? Sharing bloodshed just to eat. The truth you believe ain't complete. They're the thieves. Why you got a knife? What's the issue? How you take a life with the life that's within you? And you claim you right and got Christ deep within you. What's the cost of a soul? Check the price that's within you. They're the thieves. They're the thieves. They're the thieves.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? NPC the game. Back at it again on a special night. We got a good friend, not only to our broadcast, NPC the game, but also to me personally. This man is very passionate about exposing and the hidden traps that are out there. That a lot of the 85% are falling for. At the same time, he's also sharing a lot of love and reminding us that positivity will always get you to where you need to go. So let me bring him up here. My good friend Raggamuffin, Vision. How's it going, brother?
Blessings. It is going all right. It's going all right. It's good to see everybody tonight. Thank you all for popping in, and NPC, thank you for being willing to host such an interesting subject matter for this evening for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I was intrigued when you told me about this Christspiracy documentary movement, even, right? One could say.
Yeah,
and
yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And I figured let me give it a watch it what they call a cold watching with the audience, with our family here on NPC Live.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And shout out to Wheels in the building, healing up. Wheels, good to see you. Makes me feel good to see you out there. You were the first, man. Woman, modern man, lost again. Andrew, good to have you, brother. You're officially a member of the panelists. Go on 3 panels. Maybe you got one more to go. Good to have you. Markella, #1 mod. Good to see you, sister. Appreciate you. Like Markella says, if you like to donate, you can always do so by super chat, super sticker, memberships, where you can get that buy me a coffee. We can get a membership. I can give you a reading, or we can just chop it up. It's all there. Appreciate it. And OTW legend in the building. OTW, man, live. I really, really need to talk to you on a one-on-one about the council and the lands. I love what you're doing over there. OTW live, most in 2024 most innovative live streamer in the NPC Awards. Good to have you, brother. Wiccan, my sister, good to see you. What's up, Cynthia? Damn. I had a lot of fun over there at Ortho Guy with you today. You're spitting that knowledge, and Cynthia's just a fucking asks the best questions and is in amazing insights. Superstar Virgo over there, and I got a question: how do you get a 1-year-old to chill the fuck out? How do you do that? Maybe listen to one of our NPC live streams, put them to sleep. I'll take that though. Let us know in the chat. Now, chat. This is interesting. This movie, I don't know too much about it. I know a little bit, but Raggamuffin, why don't you give us the quick 1-2 about what we're about to watch, if you don't mind?
Yeah, here goes the forward, ladies and gents. This documentary has caught a lot of heat and controversy because of the nature of what this is and these gentlemen that produced this. This took them 7 years to make. They originally had a deal with Netflix. After they released the edit, Netflix said, "No way, Jose." Tried to pull back some content. They said, "We're not going to do that." They had to crowdfund to buy the rights back. And to what one of the guys had said, they're one of the only filmmakers pretty much to make an independent documentary on Netflix and then buy the rights back. That's not normally a thing that happens. They have had the Vatican, the USDA, and several other larger entities come after them for this. On the film, in the film, you can actually see their stuff is ransacked at one point. They had drones outside their hotel room. They've had their lives threatened putting this out. So they've literally put this out on their own website. This is free to watch. You just have to put your email address in, and they allow you a 48-hour watch window. So we're rocking the boat tonight, ladies and gentlemen, with YouTube. And hopefully we're hopeful that their algorithms aren't going to shut this down because this is interesting content that has been kept from people that goes back from biblical times and even before of the animal farming that goes on. And so it is very interesting content of what you get to see in this. And it's eye-opening, and I think looking into this film kind of helps you realize that religion has lied to a lot of us about a lot of things. And so it's up to us to do our own due diligence and find out what's what for ourselves. So, yeah.
Let's go. I'm excited. Well done. I'm ready for this. Chat's ready. Let's do this. And here's the website right here where you can watch it on your own time too. Review it. And yeah, there we go. So let's do this, man. You ready?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. Can you see it?
I can see it. Everybody see it?
You see it? Put a 1 in the chat if you can see this.
Is there any threat or danger making a film like this?
Yeah, you just wait and see. You just wait and see.
All right, we got ones in the chat.
The far-reaching power of the church. They will stop at nothing to keep this truth from getting out.
My name's Kip. I'm a filmmaker from Now LA, and I thought I had it figured out. My previous films exposed the meat, dairy, and fishing industries' collusion with government, big pharma, and nonprofit health and environmental organizations. And let's just say they were a bit controversial.
This controversial documentary, what the hell, have you seen it?
It's filled with a lot of propaganda.
Documentary, Cowspiracy, shielded by leading environmental organizations.
The Diabetes Association, they are funded by these meat and dairy organizations and these pharmaceutical companies.
Just lump everything together.
That is not scientific lie.
I have an obligation to set the record straight so that people don't die.
Though I wanted to be finished with the subject of eating animals, I was constantly reminded there was one more piece of the puzzle I was missing: the ethics of eating animals. And though I consider myself a quasi-spiritual Buddhist yogi because I love crystals, sacred geometry, did yoga a few times a week, and carried a picture of the Dalai Lama in my wallet, I didn't know much about the ethics of eating animals or where to begin. So I put the project on hold until at a screening and Q&A for one of my films, I heard a question I'd never heard before.
Is there a spiritual way to kill an animal? I'll put it this way. How would Jesus kill an animal?
Wow, it's a little much. I'm not religious, so I don't think I'm going to go there. So I don't know what to answer about that. But
little did I know at the time, but this bold question would soon launch he and I on a journey into uncovering one of the biggest cover-ups in the last 2,000 years. But at the time, I didn't know what to think about it. Then, after the Q&A, he came up to me with his business card saying he was an aspiring filmmaker trying to find a Christian way to eat animals and needed help. I was highly skeptical, but something in my gut said I had to meet up with him the next day where he was living out of his van.
Can you start, just name who you are?
My name is Cam, and I grew up in the heart of the Bible Belt in the Deep South to a 16-year-old mom and a 17-year-old dad. My entire life was church. I was raised in the church.
I baptized you, my brother.
I even had a career in the church as a Christian musician. Recently, I had to take a step back and question a big part of my faith, which is the question around eating animals. And it all started when I did the Daniel fast.
The Daniel fast.
Yes.
What is the Daniel fast?
It's inspired by the diet eaten by the Old Testament prophet Daniel,
who only ate fruits and vegetables and grains and didn't have any animal products. And
parts of the diet's goal is to bring fasters closer to their religious roots.
Daniel was a prophet in the Bible who proved to the king to be 10 times wiser, healthier, and stronger than all the other men in the kingdom. And his secret was that he refused meat and only ate vegetables. So I looked up this trendy vegetarian diet on the leading Daniel Plan website.
And I want to welcome you to the Daniel Plan.
Yet I was shocked to find a bunch of meat-based recipes like guiltless chicken breast tenders, grilled lamb chops, and even meatloaf cupcakes. And then when I tried calling them.
So I've tried to ask this question multiple times, but I keep getting sent to a voicemail. If Daniel ate only vegetables, then why is there meat on the meal plan?
I can't answer that. No. Hold on. Hold on just a moment, okay?
And then things got even more interesting when I was on tour in the South and stopped by to document Noah's Ark Museum, where I found out that Noah, like Daniel, was also vegetarian, which was a surprise to me.
If you go all the way back to the original creation, God made everything perfect. There was no death, no bloodshed, which means nothing was eating meat. And we see that in Scripture. In Genesis 1:29, man was vegetarian. So if you go back, Noah and his family were still being obedient to that. After the flood, of course, is a different story. Noah was permitted to eat any meat.
Wait, so now that I think about it, it seems kind of weird. If he was vegetarian his whole life and he loved animals so much.
And he rescued them, yeah.
Yeah, he essentially pulls off the world's largest animal rescue and then he eats them after?
Yeah, in one major sense, yeah. So it's not that it's a sin to eat meat. See, I grew up on a farm, and I know in our modern culture, there are situations where people are not doing the practices properly, and I like to see that done a little bit better. And I think most Christians would echo that as well.
He did make a good point about the farming practices, so I went to the Noah's Ark buffet to see what their practices were like.
Yes, so do you guys have your own farm where you raise and kill your own animals?
No.
Can you tell me where you get your meat from?
No comment.
Oh, why?
No comment. So, yeah.
She didn't really want to talk about it, so I looked it up myself, and it was Sysco Foods, the leading distributor of factory farm meat brands like Smithfield and Tyson. And as it turns out, 99% of all animals for food are factory farmed. So I started to think, what would Jesus do when it comes to eating animals? And even more specifically, what would he do when it comes to killing an animal?
Why does it matter if Jesus killed or ate meat? What does that have to do with anything?
To me, it matters if Jesus killed or ate animals because my entire life has been based on following Jesus. There's even a phrase in Christianity called "What would Jesus do?" that we ask ourselves when we're faced with a moral or ethical dilemma.
Does everybody have their WJD bracelets on? Do you know what that is, everyone? They're just a reminder, be a better person, live a better life.
The fact of the matter is, whether you're a Christian or not, or even if you don't believe in Jesus, your entire life, everyone in the Western world's entire life is affected by the church. Christianity is the largest religion in the world. There's 2.3 billion Christians worldwide. 65% of the country is Christian. 88% of members of Congress are Christian. And every single president in the history of the United States was a Christian or believed in God.
In America, we don't worship government. We worship God.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order.
God bless the United States of America.
What does Christian values have to do with eating animals?
All Christians kill and eat animals based off of the fact that we believe or have been taught that God commanded us to eat animals. So I wonder what would be the Christian or Christ-like way to kill an animal.
My name is Cameron Waters, and I want to be baptized to express my love and commitment as a born-again Christian.
We have a wonderful situation here. Brother Alan Smith, an ordained minister, and his grandson came to be baptized.
Do you feel Jesus ate animals?
Did Jesus eat animals? Certainly ate fish. I know that's not an animal, but
he certainly would, if he were offered in this day and time a hamburger, he'd eat it.
And when it comes to, say, killing an animal, what would Jesus do?
That I have no idea.
Interesting question. The possibility of him, of him saying, I can kill this animal, or let's do that again. That's not good.
I don't think that my denying myself a filet mignon every once in a while is going to enhance the coming back of the kingdom of God.
But you have to ask yourself, do animals have rights spiritually? And I think the bottom line is this: when Jesus came to die on the cross, he didn't come to die for cows and horses and pigs. He came to die for humans.
All my pastors started pushing back, community leaders started pushing back on those questions, telling me that I shouldn't be going down that road. And eventually it caused me to have to really step back from my community, from my church, from my band, which was how I supported myself. So I left the church. Now I just live in my van, and I'm trying to figure out this question, which is the reason why I asked it to you.
Is there a Christian or spiritual way to ethically eat animals? I had no idea. Supposedly, one of the most spiritual leaders today was my hero, the Dalai Lama, who observes the first precept of Buddhism to not kill any sentient being. So, to get some perspective on the flip side of Cam's question, I decided to look at why the Dalai Lama chooses not to eat meat.
What? The Dalai Lama eats meat?
I was quite shocked to learn this and immediately reached out to him to see how it's possible to compassionately kill and eat animals. But he didn't respond. Maybe there was a spiritual way to eat animals. And since religions are essentially the nonprofits of ethics, then perhaps this was the missing link to my previous films. So I reached out to Cam and told him I would help him find if there was a Christian way to kill and eat animals, if he would help me find if there were any other spiritual ways. Though when it came to Christianity, I had to admit, I wasn't even sure Jesus was even a real person, especially since he was always depicted as a white guy, even though he was from Nazareth in the Middle East. But Cam showed me a book by the leading historian of the time, Josephus, that does record Jesus' birth and crucifixion. And with that, we teamed up to find out first, what would Jesus do by going straight to the top, the Vatican.
Where we are here at the Gregorian University is the oldest university associated with the Vatican. And this is my 4th year as dean.
Did Jesus eat meat?
Yes, of course. I mean, I don't think there is any doubt that Jesus had meals including meat, because it was part of the Passover meal, for instance, as we know, that a lamb was sacrificed.
How would Jesus kill an animal?
But I suppose Jesus would kill an animal in the less painful way possible.
And how is that exactly?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you have at your disposal.
If he had a lamb and he had anything at his disposal, how would he do it?
I suppose imagining Jesus with a knife in his hand, slitting the throat of a lamb, isn't this particularly cruel, isn't it? Because a lamb is something that aspires for life, as all living things do. So it seems very inconsistent to consider Jesus as engaged in terminating a life in that way.
So maybe he didn't kill or even eat
I think we need to wrap things up.
We realized our best chance to find out what would Jesus do was to find an expert on religion and animals, and found Oxford theologian Dr. Andrew Lindsay, who has written over 35 books on the subject. He was reluctant to do an interview, but finally accepted.
Am I a lamb to the slaughter? Excellent. Do come through.
Why have you spent 50 years on religion and animals?
Come and answer now. Yeah, what's impelled me to stay with the animal issue is that I believe religious people, and Christian people especially, have just lost the plot. Disrespecting the creature is disrespecting the creator.
And what would Jesus do when...
I'm sorry, wait a minute. I thought I was sitting down. Sometimes people say, well, what did Jesus do for animals? Well, in fact, you only have to look at the incident of the cleansing of the temple. I mean, the temple was a place of enormous animal sacrifice. He goes in and he cleanses it of all those who buy and sell.
It is written, my house shall be a house of prayer, and you have turned it into a den of thieves.
And of course, it had momentous consequences. It was that act that precipitated, especially, if not exclusively, his trial and his execution.
Wow. But what did that have to do with animals?
Well, what were they buying and selling? Well, it's not chocolate. They're buying and selling animals for sacrifice.
I had no idea there was a specific historical event that led directly to Jesus' crucifixion 4 days earlier, known as
Den of thieves.
A den of thieves.
But sermons today only mention Jesus being mad about the money.
No more exchanging money. He poured out the coins of the money changers, and he overturned their tables.
But looking into the past, there were hidden clues.
Because The buying and selling of sacrificial animals was what sustained the temple. The truth is that the temple at the time of Jesus was a mass slaughterhouse.
It was hard to believe one of the world's most sacred temples for all Western religions was a slaughterhouse. Yet historical records do show millions of animals being sacrificed and priests wading up to their knees in blood. It was time to visit the Holy Land.
Welcome to Jerusalem, the place where the history of the Abrahamic faiths all began. From here, we can see the southern wall of the Temple Mount. And that was the place that thousands of Israelites would come to bring their own particular offerings.
During the temple tour, I stayed back while Cam snuck away to find any signs that the temple was a slaughterhouse. If it were true, there would have had to have been some sort of drainage system connected to the temple to flush out all the blood from killing animals. Cam could not find anything until he came across an informational sign and realized he had been walking through it.
I'm in this massive drainage channel where scriptures say all the blood streamed out from the millions of animals being sacrificed in the temple above.
We're talking rivers of blood. The entrails, the smell, the flies, it's a huge operation with thousands and thousands of animals.
And next to the temple, archaeologists recently found thousands of animal bones that came from hundreds of miles away.
Jerusalem has no natural resources, and therefore certainly animal flesh was the major driver of the economy that was functioning at that time, no question.
All of the sacrificed animals were barbecued on the altars and sold by priests for meat.
Millions of animals were sacrificed in those walls, and it is something so trippy to be here on the Feast of Sacrifice with rivers of blood in the streets where so many animals are being slaughtered, just like they were then. It's still happening today. And soon the Temple Institute is planning to sacrifice a prophetic, perfect red cow to bring back the millions of Jewish animal sacrifices inside the temple. And this massive wall is just separating the Muslims from the Jewish people. You've got more walls separating the Christians in the back. What a trippy time to be alive.
We wondered, how did this link between religion and killing animals even begin? We had to go back, way back to where this all began.
Prehistoric societies saw animals as ancestors of the tribe. They were the totems. They were sacred. That changed anywhere from 6,000 to 8,000 BC, when the first humans in the Middle East learned to domesticate animals. We controlled their breeding, their sex lives. We castrated the males. We separated the females. There's kind of a transition there where you had to be kind of careful because animals, they were still sacred. You couldn't just kill them outright. They had to say some guilt-reducing things to the animal that was about to be killed. I'm sorry to have to kill you, but the gods want me to do this. This is where animal sacrifice becomes a way to provide meat to the cities in a religious context and turn it from this being that might have been sacred, might have had power, turn it into food. And eventually it evolved into a religious system where our God says, yes, you have a license to do this. You have dominion over the earth.
Dominion is the principle which guides all Western religions' views towards animals, which led to the widely known spiritual ways of killing animals for the marketplace, known as kosher and halal.
Animals were the first form of money. We took animals out of the wild and made them property, tradable objects. In fact, the word capital comes from head count of the herd. A herd measured their wealth in terms of heads of animals. One of the words for money is pecuniary. That's from an old Latin word from livestock. Live stock.
The livestock industry has been under regulatory attack. Those are harsh words. I intend them to be.
Government and religion have been intertwined by killing animals for profit for thousands of years. During the time of Jesus, the temple was making tons of money and taxes from killing animals for meat that funded the Roman Empire. Was this kind of money still being made today? It turns out where it costs $500 to $1,000 to be organic certified, it costs anywhere from $1,000 to $40,000 to be kosher certified, and its market size may reach over $25 billion in 2 years, only to be rivaled by halal, the Muslim equivalent to kosher, which expects to reach $1.1 trillion this year. This all made us think, when Jesus called the temple a den of thieves, was Dr. Lindsay inferring that Jesus was not only speaking out against the money changers, but also killing animals that led to his crucifixion? So while we were in Israel, we wanted to go visit Nazareth to see if we could find any historical clues of who Jesus really was. But when we looked up from Josephus where in Nazareth he lived, everything took another turn.
Josephus records all 204 villages and cities in Galilee, and Nazareth, there's no Nazareth.
What? No Nazareth? The only thing I thought I knew about Jesus is that he's from Nazareth. But we then looked into the Encyclopedia Biblica, and it states it's very doubtful Nazareth was the dwelling place of Jesus. It's not in the Old Testament or the Talmud, and it doesn't even appear in any historical map or records until 200 years after his death. So why do we all know him as Jesus of Nazareth if there may not have been a Nazareth? What was this title referring to? After we got back, we received an email from Dr. Lindsay
saying the situation in general with the university was difficult.
And around the same time, the subject of Christianity and eating animals was becoming a hot topic with pastors.
That the reason God put animals on this planet is for humans to consume, kill, and eat.
You can eat meat. It's not a sin.
We basically just need to make sure that we're nice to people if they want to order a vegetarian option or whatever. Just humor them. It's a substitute for biblical morality. It becomes save the animals.
Right.
Okay, great. But if you're going to say it's because God wants us to, that's a doctrine of devils.
That's right.
But when we reached out to the bigger megachurches, everyone refused an interview. So it's January 19th, and this drone has been outside the window for about 6 of the last 10 nights, just hovering. What's going on? Ever since we began investigating this topic, I started seeing drones outside my window. February 24th. And feeling I was being watched and followed. It's been about 15 of the last 20 days now. Is it drone again? I don't know what's going on. As all this was happening, we wondered if Christianity had any ties with animal agriculture. It turns out several fast food chains like Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out Burger are openly Christian and even have secret Bible verses hidden in their packaging. And the president of Cam's church, the SBC, which is the largest Christian organization behind the Vatican, had ties to the founder of Chick-fil-A and Tyson Foods.
We're about a $40 billion company. Beef is about 40% of our sales. Chicken's about 30%.
Can we just lay our hands towards these two brothers? Let's just pray for them.
And the SBC recently posted a video on respecting animals.
And I think non-human animals merit our serious attention. They're also vulnerable. They're also voiceless.
But then immediately deleted it with an apology saying it didn't align with their mission. Then when the same producer made a video on what would Jesus eat, the world's biggest factory farm lobby group, the Animal Agriculture Alliance, retaliated with a book called What Would Jesus Really Eat on their homepage.
So did you pull down the video on animal ethics because you received funding from Tyson Foods, or you have close ties to the industry or dining?
There's no connection. There's no corporate connection. I mean, there's no pressure to do it. It's just, this is, we're following our mission, you know? So.
And the mission is?
The mission is to help equip Christians to live, to apply the gospel to moral and ethical issues. I think I have to take this. So.
It's very clear throughout the scripture that humans have a higher place in God's hierarchy than animals. Furthermore, God has given human beings a mandate to rule.
People often say, but Andrew, human beings are made in the image of God and they're given dominion.
And God said, let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the heavens and over the livestock.
Dominion is power to control or dispose of at your discretion.
Because God has given us dominion over the earth and over all the beasts of the earth. They're ours to do it as we see fit.
Yet, researching Dominion's original translation, we were surprised to learn that Dominion actually means to serve in stewardship for others, as God does over us or as parents do with their children.
So the word that's been used is stewardship, being the leader, the guide, the superintendent in a responsible way.
Dominion simply means that we have a responsibility to look after the created order. In other words, we are the servant species, not the master species.
The true translation of Dominion reminded me of compassion for others in Buddhism, reflected in the first precept to not kill any sentient being, which is why it was difficult to understand how the Dalai Lama could eat meat. So we found some Buddhist monks to talk to, including a professor of animal law.
There is no Buddhist way to kill an animal and eat an animal. Buddhists wouldn't do that. The Buddha at the time was very critical of animal sacrifice in India. The Buddha therefore urged compassion towards all sentient beings.
Part of the vows is to not kill. To not kill, period. If we've had previous lives, all the living beings that we see today at some point have taken care of us. You're killing your mother. If I'm out in the woods, I'm in the Death Valley or something, and there's a rabbit that shows up and I haven't eaten for 3 days, 7 days, 2 weeks, I will not be able to actually throw a stick, a pebble at the rabbit to kill it in order for me to sustain my life. I can't. I will die. That's what the Buddha teaches.
So the vow to not kill means a Buddhist can never eat animals?
No, I cannot say never. Buying and killing is not the same thing.
No?
No, there isn't killing.
There's not killing?
There isn't. As far as Buddhism is concerned, it's not.
In the 21st century, we know that all animals that are served up and bought at supermarkets are killed for the specific purpose of eating, for being consumed. Therefore, the question becomes, does the person incur the karma of some participation in that industrial killing machine by consuming the food? The answer is probably some degree of yes, but because karma is intention, and this person has not had the intention to kill, but the intention to consume an animal that has already been killed, the karmic weight of the eating of the meat is very different. It's lighter. For example, if someone invites me to a meal and they serve chicken or some meat, then I will eat it.
Well, as an example, I'm staying with some friends of mine in San Francisco, and they had 2 sausages that they were going to put in pasta. And he asked me to cut the skin off the sausage. So anyway, I cut the skin off the sausages and had dinner with them.
Couldn't this pig have been one of your parents from a past life?
It couldn't have been. It was.
And you still ate it?
I ate this. It was really good, too.
Okay, we're 30 minutes in, and yeah, interesting stuff. Raggamuffin, you're on mute. You still there?
Yeah, very interesting indeed.
Yeah.
And I find it really fascinating that the people that they're asking these questions to that should be so based and versed in their logic, reason, and what they hold near and dear should easily be able to answer these questions without feeling the need to distance themselves. And you know what I mean? It's wild.
Yeah, it sounds like they never really thought about it.
Yeah.
Never even thought about it. Yeah, so interesting. We got about 2 more segments after this 30-minute segment. So is there anything else you want to share? I think this is good stuff, because I mean I eat meat per se, but then again it's like I was raised Christian too, and I don't remember anything really about what Jesus ate. You know?
Yeah, no, it's not.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
And I think I think what really piqued my interest with this film was not so much the conceptual idea of not eating meat, but more of the animal sacrifice thing, because I started really being bothered by that for a while.
Right.
You know, and that's kind of, yeah.
It's interesting like that. And also very horrifying. The blood irrigation tunnels, troughs in the Great Temple in Israel. That's pretty wild. Like
It really is, and I think people just start practicing certain things, and they don't, and I think they're influenced, and then it's tradition, and I think then, you know, but it's like, what, it's illogical to me. You know, these people would show up at these temples, and if you can't afford a larger animal, well, they'll give you a bird. You know, did you think a bad thought for the day? Well, here, kill this thing. You know, and it's like, where's the idea of all the symbiotic relationship with all of nature? I mean, all of this expansiveness within nature with animal life, and yet we're thinking that the creator wants us to kill something when we make a mistake. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Chambers of Logic says, as a vegetarian, it's cool to see this being shared. Yeah, an alternative, right? And then cool. That's awesome. Let's see what Cynthia says. She said she thought about it. My family unalive cooked and served my pet bull to me, Sam. Wow, who I raised when his mom passed away at birth. Dang. Wow, that must have been like had a mixed emotions and stuff with that. I would think. So she said she thought about it in terms of Jesus, what he ate. I could see Cynthia doing that. She's someone that's very devout in Christ's life. Definitely. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Also too, welcome everyone that's here, and hit the like and sub and all that, subscribe, and also donations are always welcomed, my friends.
I mean, when it comes to business and anything that's successful, a friend of mine the other day told me, he said, I don't know what it was, but someone was around and said, yeah, because money can't buy happiness. And he turned around and he said, no, money does buy happiness. You just got to give it away. That made all the sense in the world to me, because it's the truth.
Yeah, man, it's always nice to give. So you ready for the second segment?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Do this.
The host and the comfort of the host has precedence over the fact that this animal's been killed some time before.
Well, what if a Buddhist is at a buffet and they can serve themselves?
The way you do that at a buffet is very different to the way you do it at a private dinner party.
So like the buffet here,
I like
the
that.
Buddhist would never choose any animal products?
Yeah, that's right.
So if a Buddhist chooses to eat meat, who's the animal killed for?
It's killed for the individuals who actually had the intention of killing the animal.
Well, why did they kill it?
For the money.
And whose money did they take?
The consumers.
And who's that?
Not just me.
It seemed in today's times, the subtleties and interpretations of the first precepts were difficult to navigate. So we wanted to go back to the root of Buddhism and speak to one of the highest ranking Buddhist monks, the Karmapa. How does a Buddhist compassionately kill or eat animals?
There is no Buddhist way to kill compassionately, because we view all sentient beings as being like our father and mother. We have to consider it like eating our parents. And that is really quite difficult to do.
We learned another reason it was difficult for Buddhists to eat meat is because during Buddha's time, Hindu Brahmins were sacrificing animals like priests were during Jesus' time. And according to some traditions, to save the animals, Buddha offered his own life instead. It was surprising to learn Hindu Brahmins were ever killing animals, because Hinduism is known as a vegetarian religion whose god Krishna reveres cows as sacred and holy. So on our quest to find a spiritual way to kill an animal, we never thought to look into Hinduism for the answer. Until...
Now, this is a big breaking news that is coming in. The government has decided to ban the slaughter of cattle across the country.
Modi government's decision to ban the slaughter has sparked a widespread outrage.
It's all begun with activists protesting to shut down the Paul's Gandamai Festival, the world's largest animal sacrifice.
We couldn't understand. How are they banning slaughtering cows in India if we thought they didn't kill their holy cows? We found a local animal activist to explain what was going on.
There are more cows killed here than anywhere else in the world, and no one knows it. It's our country's biggest conspiracy. It's very dangerous, but you have to help us make this in national news.
The cow, which is revered in India, is now smuggled across the border, trafficked from India
by the alleged illegal beef mafia. These illegal beef smugglers terrorize our society, our people. We will track the story very closely. Many thanks for joining us.
Disturbing news, the cow mafia has struck again, targeting animal rights activists. The mafia has targeted the cow protectors in Bengaluru.
When we arrived, Altop had tracked a cow smuggling truck seemingly headed for the Gadamai animal sacrifice.
A cow mafia truck has been identified, headed for the border. Estimated cargo 70 cows. Waiting for the confirmation returning to the police.
There are cows in the truck.
They're pulling over.
Careful, they may be armed.
Don't get out.
This is super illegal.
Let them pass and we can click it.
Got it past to the border. Not send it now.
Get down, get down.
It is. Go,
Left.
We reported the smuggling of the 70 stuffed cows to the police, but surprisingly, they turned us away.
India border is famous for smuggling arms, explosives, drugs, and most of all, cattle. All of it is done with the complicity of the police and border security forces.
In the meantime, we had to figure out where all these smuggled cows were coming from. Altop sent us undercover to find the surprising answer.
So they don't want human to see this because there can be problems.
We use only the security camera, the spy camera. We have to blur out this guy's face or help him shoot here. Otherwise, they're going to kill him.
Even though this was actually better than most dairy farms in the West, there were still many similarities. Like how each cow is artificially inseminated to become pregnant. Then, after birth, her newborn is placed next to the mother until she starts milking, then taken away. If her newborn is male, he's useless. So in India, he's tied outside in the sun and starved to death since Hindus aren't allowed to kill cows, whereas every other dairy farm around the world kills them for veal. Then the mother is injected with oxytocin, which tricks the cows to contracting as if she's having another baby, thus causing her to release milk more rapidly. Females repeat this cycle 3 to 4 more pregnancies.
And what happens after that?
They die. They said they die naturally after that.
How do they die naturally?
They are reject हो जाती हैं. Reject होने के बाद कट जाती हैं. Once they stop giving milk, then they are sent to slaughter.
So all these holy dairy cows are sent to slaughter?
Yes.
Yes.
It's true. We are the biggest exporters of beef, shamefully. It's very difficult to make people who drink milk understand that the meat industry and leather is fed into by the dairy industry.
All the dairy cows and dairy buffaloes are end up as leather? Yes, of course. Mammary glands.
Shit! Leather is made killing lots of people. The poorest of the poor work in them because they're paid almost nothing. They stand in chemicals the whole day, curing the leather. And most of them have not only skin diseases, but cancer of every kind. And all the leather chemicals are thrown into the rivers.
And where does all the chemicals go?
It's going to the Ganges.
The Ganges? The sacred Ganges River? Isn't that bad?
No. Ganges are very big. The amount.
And what is the spiritual community doing about this?
Just increasing the export. All across the world, this industry operates on the basis of guns, political support, media support, both of them manipulated with money and backed by religious feelings.
But don't Hindu scriptures encourage consuming dairy?
All rubbish.
Many scriptures have been really tampered with. Verses have been inserted
parts have been deleted because man wanted to use the scripture for his own convenience.
And it wasn't just Hindu scripts whose texts were being brought into question. Altab told us
Islam wants you to protect the environment. God says in the Quran that I have made human the guardian of the planet.
Altab told us that Islamic scripture states that the Prophet Muhammad was appalled with the ills of Meccan society at the time, including the sacrifice of animals made to idols. This drove him out of the city where he entered the cave of Hira, which is where he received the first revelation of the Quran from the angel Gabriel. Later that night, activists tracked down another cow smuggling truck. This time, the cows were rescued and sent to a sanctuary.
My grandfather started the first dairy farm in India. There was no organized dairy before then.
Do you drink dairy yourself?
No. Because it's unnecessary. It doesn't do anything for us and it's cruel. The meat industry is just a conspiracy of silence. Nobody talks about it. Nobody shows it.
Do you consider yourself a spiritual person?
No.
No.
I believe that doing is better than praying.
Before leaving India, we gave one final attempt to interview the Dalai Lama. Just after, though, he made an official statement that said, "It's all right to have meat of dead animals that's not slaughtered for meat." We couldn't figure out how that was possible. But on the way home, Cam realized he had a Christian friend who was famous for eating animals who weren't slaughtered for meat.
Hey, welcome to Food for Louis. We're going to continue with the roadkill series, and we've stumbled across a fox. Oh yeah, look at that meat. I started YouTube back in 2012 with a channel, Food for Louis, where I just kind of pushed the limits of, I guess, what it meant to be a carnivore in its rawest form, eating roadkill squirrels, pigeons, and rabbits. But there was one thing I did which really just got me in a lot of trouble. I'm going to be eating my goldfish. That caused uproar. All the national papers were printing massive articles on it. 7 of my videos got taken down. I was the #1 wanted person from the RSPCA. Friends from church were really worried and they said, "We'd love to pray for you. We think you need help. People are going to know you as psychopath." I was like, can't you see this is just completely hypocritical that you're offering to pray for me and that you're worried about me? And yet everybody in my church was happily eating hamburgers and chicken and fish and everything. And they just had no issue with that and didn't make the connection.
Realizing how his church was morally all right with him eating certain animals, but not others, was a bit confusing and made us feel like we were in some sort of matrix.
So in the movie The Matrix, the characters believed that they were living their lives freely, but really they weren't. All that they saw was an illusion that was created by this matrix. And we can see a similar mentality when it comes to eating animals. I refer to this as the carnistic matrix. Carnism is the invisible dominant belief system woven through the very structure of society that conditions us to distort our perceptions of our behaviors and creates a gap in our consciousness. So we don't really realize what we're doing. Without awareness, there's no free choice. Carnism is why we are able to love dogs and certain animals and eat others and not recognize the contradictions, how they're not in alignment with our values. We don't make the connection between the meat, eggs, or dairy on our plate and the living individuals those foods once were.
Would you like if someone ate you?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, then why should I eat this poor harmless animal?
But do you understand what I'm saying? We didn't kill this animal. It's good for your body. Jesus created animals for us to eat.
God has given those animals unto us. And this is, of course, where you'll have the sick people of the world that are just twisted in their head because they don't have God and they don't know the Bible and they don't know the truth, who will elevate the status of an animal or of a beast to be that of a human being.
Let me just put this thing to bed once and for all. It was impossible to be a vegetarian in the Old Testament and be right with God. Could not do it. Impossible. Yes to meat, all meat. You know, dog, cat, whatever.
What if a host served Buddhist dog to eat?
Why?
Would it be different?
Why would it be different?
Oh, so a Buddhist would eat a dog?
Well, I wouldn't eat it.
But wouldn't that offend the host?
What if they were serving a unicorn? I've never even heard of that situation occurring.
Today, on the summer solstice, began a week-long festival featuring dogs served up as food.
People from all over Asia come to this city to eat dogs, and we've rescued thousands and thousands of dogs. I started going undercover into these slaughterhouses. It was so shocking and so devastating, and it's that pushed me towards making the connection that there's no difference between a cow or a pig or a sheep or a dog. And a lot of people don't know, but I don't just do dogs. I go into pig slaughterhouses and cow farms. But every time I rescue one, I saw myself dying there. Anyways, sorry, stricken, messed up. My belief in a religion died while I was there. And there's no God on a kill floor. In that moment when an animal's being pushed to their death, there's no hope. There's no chance of a better life. There's no tomorrow. No divine intervention. I don't know what I am now, but definitely not religious. I think we're living through like the modern day Holocaust. I think that's atrocity of the 21st century, eating animals. So
the oppression has these qualities of both being very subtle and being universal. Well, the beginning of discrimination and oppression is first given to the child when she asks, "What am I eating?"
Don't eat turkeys and chicken and pigs and cows.
The pigs are nice, and chickens are nice, and cows are nice.
And then it continues that similar living beings, one should be cared for and the other must die. And that's basically what happened to my family. After the war, eventually I went to work for an environmental consulting firm at the slaughterhouse. And I was walking around taking notes, and I suddenly came across piles of heads, hearts, hooves, and animal bodies. My first reaction was remembering the body parts that I saw in Auschwitz, the Jewish victims, the members of my own family that perished in those camps. The use of cattle cars to transport my people to the death camps. The housing in tight wooden crates and identifying the victims by a number, the deception, so that people outside the walls didn't really know what was going on. The famous Nobel laureate Isaac Bashevis Singer said that for the animals, all men are Nazis, and for the animals, life is an eternal Treblinka.
It felt uncomfortable to compare the Holocaust to killing animals. But Alex told us that the word Holocaust originally referred to a Jewish animal sacrifice barbecued on the altar, a common practice from the temple that Jesus called the Den of Thieves, which developed into the system of spiritually raising and killing animals for food known as kosher. We realized we had to visit a kosher farm to see if perhaps this was the spiritual way to raise and kill animals. But interestingly, every farm turned us down for a visit. So we linked up with an Israeli undercover activist who got us into what she called one of the best kosher farms around. It wasn't what we expected.
Something is wrong with them. It's a lot of suffering with tumors, with pus from their eyes. The rabbi will explain you that he's kosher, that we can all eat him because it doesn't affect nothing.
They just waiting to the slaughter. In age 1 year old, they still baby. So this is all their life. They just sitting on the shit. A lot of disease, sick. See what they're doing.
We are eating energy of misery and suffering and a lot of pain, and it's getting inside of us. Their suffering is so big, really. And they're kind, and they're beautiful, and they don't deserve it.
Kosher farming didn't seem any different, but Tal took us to a rabbi who has killed over 1 million animals to see if the kosher killing is what made it spiritual.
אז הסכין הזאת היא בעצם סכין שאפשר וניתן להשתמש בה לשחוט בעלי חיים כשרים. הוא מנגב את הסכין עם סכין כל כך חדה וחלקה ללא פגם, הוא לא מרגיש בכל התהליך הזה. I can show you a video.
For kosher, you first take the cow into the machine, strap up the neck and rotate the body 180 degrees. Then the throat is slit. The cow is hung upside down to drain the blood. This is not to be confused with halal, the Islamic interpretation, which requires only rotating the cow 90 degrees, facing Mecca, saying Allah Akbar, praise God, before slitting the throat and hanging upside down. These methods are intended to reduce suffering.
Like this, 1, 2, that's all. Okay? This is good for animal.
You see in the movies, everything is so clean, and how they have this slaughter box and with this music. It's not like this at all. They can see everything, they can hear everything, they smell the blood. It's just, it's like a massacre. And with a lot of violence, this is it. It's a violent thing to do.
When I just got a flashback, I saw the suffering in their eyes. That was the first time I saw an animal cry. Then I said to myself, this is really terrible. There's no kosher in Israel. What do you mean by kosher? There is none.
Not feeling kosher was any more spiritual. We wanted to see if humane slaughter was the answer. And we found a certified grade A humane slaughterhouse in Cam's hometown.
Hey, no, y'all can't be here. Y'all need to back up now. Y'all need to back up.
They really didn't want anyone to see what's going on in there, especially how slaughterhouses use ex-prisoners on parole to kill the animals.
They kill at least about 2,000-3,000 cows a day. That's a lot of killing, a lot of blood going on. 80 hours a week, might even work more. It's really mentally disturbing. Sometimes you can have nightmares, just dreaming about slaughtering and all that, and there's always possibilities that you might just snap. 85% of them been in prison. It's just really a bad idea for a person that's been locked up for a long time. You carry knives and blood everywhere, killing cows or being around it.
And these workers have the highest rates of worker injuries and among the highest rates of suicide and drug addiction and alcoholism and spousal abuse. And so they go back after work and take out on others or on themselves the frustrations and misery that they're inflicting on other living beings.
What if all the killing is too much and you just can't do it?
To give you a job, you have no choice but to work it. You have to do what they tell you to do, and if you don't, they send you back.
Back where?
Get sent back to prison.
We found out that many slaughterhouse workers are either prisoners on parole or immigrants that are forced to work under these conditions for as low as 93 cents per day. which makes this essentially slave labor with PTSD.
The model for slavery actually begins with, again, animal domesticators in the ancient Middle East. And the next form of it becomes human slavery when females and children were traded among the early herdspeople.
You look at slavery, you look at indentured servants as children, you look at a lot of things that used to be normal. Certain things that we used to do that now we would look at and say, oh no, that's terrible. As we evolve, they fall away. You know, we can eat them, we can do whatever we want to do with them because they're just animals. Now, that was the same rationalization that people used for slavery. These people aren't human, they have dark skins. This is a woman. She's not totally human, she's a woman. We can do whatever we want to do with her.
Anybody who says we've got to deal with the human issues first doesn't understand how animal oppression is informing human oppression. The oppression of animals is intensifying the oppression of women. In objectification, we no longer are in possession of our own bodies. And we see that in meat eating. We say chicken wings, not a chicken's wing. It's like leg of lamb. No, it's a lamb's leg. Reinforcing the idea that someone's only, you know, are you a breast man? Are you a leg man? An assemblage of body parts, because body parts can't talk. So when we construct humans as better than non-human animals and then create oppressive systems, we are speciesists. Speciesism is an oppression interlocking with racism, sexism. They're all working together as oppressive systems.
Seeing how animal oppression is interconnected with human oppression in this industrial system, we wondered, maybe the spiritual way to raise and kill animals lied outside the system in local free-range regenerative farms that were getting so popular with morally conscious meat eaters. The most popular in the country is Polyface Farms, led by Christian farmer Joel Salatin, who says he kills animals on his farm in a way he hopes Jesus would.
Well, you know, when the New York Times calls me a rebel and an evangelist, yeah, I'm certainly an evangelist because I'm preaching that this is actual, you know, food and farming truth. We believe in providing a habitat that allows the animal to fully express its emotional distinctiveness.
Oh, in this cage?
Just so you know, it's a shelter. It's a shelter. Cage sounds restrictive. Hi, ladies. The pigs now, they're not just bacon and pork chops. They actually become co-laborers and fellow team players in this great healing ministry, you know.
And their lifespan is how long?
A pig would live, I don't know how long a pig would live. They'd live a long, long time. But you know, we harvest them before they get old and tough.
When is old and tough?
6 months. How are you, pig? Oh, it's just a good life, isn't it? Yeah, it's just a good life.
How do you think Jesus would kill an animal?
Yeah, well, I certainly would hope that he would kill an animal the way we do. We call this the Wheel of Fortune. We put them in head first here, you know, hug, if you will, you know, makes them quiet. And then we slit their throat here. And then this is the automatic feather picker. We pull the heads off and the feet off, and then they go into these chill vats. So from kill to chill, it goes right along.
Are the pigs slaughtered here as well?
Pigs, cows, goats, sheep all have to go to a slaughterhouse.
So the chickens are only one process here.
And rabbits.
And rabbits.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
So what? So tell me what you're doing.
I'm going to stun it first.
Now, what does this mean if you stun?
Stun it, then it's not feeling anything. It's unconscious. So it's way more humane.
We now have a lot of people who kill animals every single day, and it's just not good for your psyche.
This didn't feel like what Jesus would do. And we found out there were further impacts from these free-range grass-fed farms beyond just killing farm animals.
Every time you eat a free-range or grass-fed animal, you're contributing to the killing of other animals, because farmers have to kill other animals that compete for the cow's land. Wolves, bears, hawks, and eagles.
The hawks and eagles need to be reduced. Yeah.
This is devastating to wildlife. It's devastating to the Amazon forest, the Chaco forest. They're on fire right now. Why? To clear for pastures, to grow grass-fed meat. Every second, an acre of rainforest is cleared, partly for grass-fed beef, but mostly to grow soy to feed livestock around the world. And this is wiping out the forests. It's wiping out the precious medicinal plants they contain, the amazing diversity of animal life. It's forcing indigenous tribes to live homeless on city streets. And their wisdom also is now at risk of extinction.
Me dedico a este camino de la ayahuasca, a compartir una experiencia de vida con los demás, en la búsqueda de la conciencia. Con lo que sea espiritual, lo que sea ceremonias espirituales no son compatibles con la carne, nada, para nada. Porque la carne es un elemento como tal denso energéticamente, más etérico, algo más etérico, si no te amarra a la parte terrenal, no te deja fluir, liberar.
What if you pray or give thanks for the animal before you eat them?
No. No. O sea, esas son justificaciones que dicen, no, es que yo le pedí permiso a la naturaleza para matar el animalito. Pero usted no escucha qué dijo el animal.
With all this bykill and environmental destruction even regenerative animal farming causes, maybe hunting wild and free animals is the ethical way to kill an animal. And Cam said he actually belonged to a Christian youth hunting club that did just that.
Lord, in the name of your son Jesus, send us some deer where you'd stir them up, get them moving, help us to be successful shots. Honor you, be humane hunters. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
My heart was beating fast. It was like there's a deer. When I grabbed the gun, I was just like, oh, it's here.
Wait till he gets broadside, and then I want you to put a bullet right behind his shoulder.
When I saw the deer dead, I felt like, I don't know how to explain it, just kind of bad, but he got the blood from where I shot the deer and put a mark on each side.
And you cannot wipe it off until tomorrow morning.
That's kind of weird. And then he told me that.
And this is the initiation. Logan, there's a tradition.
And it was just a tradition, so.
In our ministry.
Yeah. I just went along with it.
Lord, I just come to you this morning. I want to thank you for the deer that you've allowed us to harvest. Thank you for allowing Logan to give that deer a clean shot. And we just want to thank you this morning for a good hunt.
At the time, I was just really excited and my adrenaline was rushing. I was just like, yay, I killed it. And then after, I was like, dang. Like, I really just killed an animal. I don't know how to explain it. When I saw the calf, like, it was kind of cute. It reminded me of the deer, really. Because it wasn't really that much of a size difference. And they're both beautiful animals. So that's basically how I felt.
Is that your first one, or?
Act like you're happy about it.
Growing up, I was always trying to be macho, I was trying to be tough. That's probably when I was most desperate in my life, to be heard, to be someone, to have some sort of authority. And I chose to try and do that by exploiting something. The alpha males want to be more alpha, so they look for things that we can grab onto and say, fuck, I'm bigger, I'm stronger, beat the chest type thing. So I was basically being a bully, man. I wasn't even being a bully to something that could fight back. I was being a bully to something that I was standing 50 or 100 meters away from, shooting with a rifle. Yeah. And I suppose that's one of the reasons I joined the military, because it wasn't sport running around out there hunting something that couldn't fight back.
In primitive societies, because we hunted other animals, it fostered the use of tools and technology and the development of weapons. So there was a lot of fighting going on among people that kept herds.
Herding animals was a direct cause of the first wars and the ancient word for war. From Sanskrit, gavya, that comes from the ancient word go, which means cow. So war was the desire for more cows. It was a way to increase wealth. So we had the arising of war and slavery. We had the arising of a wealthy elite class. And we had the arising of religions that enabled the fundamental foundation of the society that we live in, which is owning animals as property for food and routinely and relentlessly killing them and eating them.
Meat is so identified with patriarchal ethics, the ends justifying the means, and violence as a way of having pleasure. We see it in ads that tell men to eat meat.
Oh yes, I'm a guy. I will eat this meat. He's like a man.
This desperate masculinity, trying not to be vulnerable, so exploiting something that is vulnerable. After Iraq, I never hunted again, and whatever was in my system was out, because you know what it's like to be hunted. And once you're put in the other position, hey, the tables turn.
And the tables were turning on our quest as well. Learning of all this war, disparity, and oppression seemingly rooted from temples becoming slaughterhouses brought us back to what did Jesus do in the temple he called the den of thieves that led to his crucifixion. And we had a strong inclination that finding out the truth to this Nazareth mystery may somehow be connected to Jesus's motive for cleansing the temple. But we didn't know where to look until...
Four Dead Sea Scrolls rises back to life again with new findings leading to possible scroll connections. Archaeologists and antiquities excavators are returning to the original site of the finding of the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Qumran cave area of the West Bank.
These scrolls were hidden by the church for decades until archaeologist Robert Eisenman daringly released them to the public. And it just so happened he lived only miles down the road from us. So we packed our cameras to see if he knew what Nazareth really meant. Why can we find no solid historical record of Nazareth?
Nazareth is not a town that we can chronicle in Palestine from the known sources. The term Jesus of Nazareth was originally based in the Hebrew to describe not where he came from, but what he was. Jesus the Nazarene, which is a movement that opposed the temple which had been put in place by the Romans.
So you're saying it's not about where he's from?
It's not where he's from. It's who he is.
Apparently, this Nazarene movement against the temple was well documented in historical records even before Jesus, and we wondered,
Did these Nazarenes ever kill or eat animals?
I don't think killing was part of any of these righteous ones' lives. So I'm not a vegetarian, but I don't do the killing myself, so I can avoid any responsibility in my own mind, but it's hypocrisy, obviously. Still, I don't think people like James or Jesus or those kind of righteous ones killed any animals if they could avoid it. And I don't think they would have.
Not even for food?
Well, of course they didn't eat it. If they weren't killing animals, they weren't eating animals. That's obvious.
This wasn't obvious to us, but Dr. Eisenman showed us that this Nazarene movement that Jesus seemed to be a part of would not sacrifice animals or eat meat, because they differed from other movements at the time by following the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," to include animals.
7/8 of the people who deal with this material and teach others who know nothing about it are just repeating things that they've been taught by other people. Nothing that I learned was I taught by anyone else, period. I was taught by the literature itself.
So this guy keeps following me. This is like the fourth time I've seen this guy walking back. What's up? This is super sketchy. As things were ramping up, I hired a private investigator to see if the industry or government was following me. In the meantime, we felt we had to find experts in the historical Jesus and Nazarene movement.
What facts do we know about Jesus that all scholars, Christians and non-Christians, will all agree actually happened. One is his baptism by John the Baptist. The second is an incident in the temple. And the third is his crucifixion. John the Baptist is the leader of the Jesus movement before Jesus. The Gospel of the Ebionites and Josephus both agree that John the Baptist eats nothing but plant foods. So John the Baptist certainly did not eat meat. And Jesus and John the Baptist are cousins. Jesus is simply carrying on the family tradition. And all the people in this family seem to be vegetarian.
Matthew is recorded as being a vegetarian. Peter is recorded as being a vegetarian. Epiphanius records that the whole Nazarene movement in the 4th century were vegetarian. And when Epiphanius talked to one of the Nazarenes personally, the Nazarene said to the question from Epiphanius, "Why are you a vegetarian?" the Nazarene responded, "Because Jesus taught us to be vegetarians."
Did Jesus eat animals? Certainly ate fish.
Do you want to get really specific? Peter and Jesus ate fish.
Oh, the fish stories, yes. Well, the problem with the fish stories about Jesus feeding the 5,000 and the 4,000, the earliest references describe the miracle of the loaves and the fishes as the miracle of the loaves without referencing the fishes at all. And in fact, even Jesus' own retelling, he says, "Don't you remember when I miraculously multiplied all the loaves?" He doesn't mention the fish at all.
In these stories, the words used for fish are actually a mistranslation, like the Greek ichthys, which is also a secret symbol for Jesus, and phosphagen, actually meaning a relish or anything eaten on bread. In another story in the Gospel of John, Jesus helps his disciples miraculously catch 153 fish, but then tells them to follow him and become fishers of men instead. Nearly the exact same story is told 500 years earlier by Pythagoras, where he wages a bet with some fishermen that if he's able to guess the number of fish in their nets, they must release them. They agree to the terms and are shocked when Pythagoras guesses the exact number of fish, and the exact number in the Jesus story, 153, is the ratio height of the Vesica Pisces. This symbol originated by Pythagoras, who was a lifelong vegetarian and fiercely against animal sacrifice.
If we want to understand where Jesus came from, we have to go back to the teachings of Pythagoras. That is vegetarianism, pacifism, and communalism, which became incorporated in the Essene doctrine and the Nazarene doctrine that Jesus grew up in.
And it turned out Pythagoras was a contemporary of the Buddha, and seeing Buddha was also against animal sacrifice and trained in yoga, we had to have a look.
What yoga is that union to the self. There is a part of the life of all of us that are in this room, including these two chihuahuas here on my lap, which is the self that's within us all. These girls are just driving chihuahua bodies. I just happen to be driving a human body. No big difference.
The path is pretty clear to happiness. Do everything you can to enhance happiness in the lives of others. The yamas are specific to how you should relate to others. Basically, this is what the Buddha is teaching. This is what Jesus is teaching, that we are all connected.
We had a revelation. If you put yoga and Buddhism's precepts and Christianity's, Islam's, and Judaism's commandments side by side, they're essentially the same thing. And all of them begin with not harming or killing others. Yet, all these religions seem to contradict themselves when it came to sacrificing animals. Even Jesus calling the temple priests a den of thieves rather than murderers or killers seemed maybe he was more concerned with the money than the killing. So was animal sacrifice the answer of how to spiritually kill animals? If only we could travel back in time. Maybe Jesus was all right with ceremonial animal sacrifice. Just then, Altab sent us an email saying that the world's largest animal sacrifice at the God of My Temple was back on. Despite the Supreme Court banning it, trucks were continuing to smuggle thousands of cows to be sacrificed by priests at the temple. But there were activists trying to shut the sacrifice down, led by activist Manoj Gautam.
It looks like the God of My sacrifices are back on.
the temple has gone back in the works. We only have 48 hours to lock the doors of Supreme Court back again, and these 48 hours are going to be very crucial. If you guys are thinking of coming, this is the time to come now.
There you go. We just got a message. It says there are already 900 buffalo calves already collected. The time is running. The animal number is increasing, and it will increase as the time comes closer to the commencement of the sacrifice. But we barely have any time.
Manoj signed documents to take the temple committee and government to Supreme Court to end the animal sacrifice.
Yeah, so I've been working on this for the past 11 years, and I'd just like to see it done.
But his court request to stop the temple sacrifice was denied.
It looks like the government working in collusion with the temple committee. Again, our hope lies in bringing it up to the attention of the media, with which we hope we can still deter the sacrifice. The question that media people like yourself from Guardian should ask these government officials: what kind of society do you want to create? What kind of religion? What kind of religious practices do you want to create? A practice of violence, practice of activists being killed? I was recently attacked. All they seek is my blood at this moment. What more do they want? For me to die? For me to be killed? Do they want us to be crucified now? I would like to repeat this. Do they want us activists to be crucified? In one of the Vedas that are the founding scriptures of Hinduism, one says that if by killing animals, if by consuming animals' tears and blood, and by chopping off trees and destroying life forms, one goes to heaven, then what is the staircase to go to hell?
Manoj was worried that he may be killed if he went to Gadamai, so he asked if we could risk going as undercover press to document if they sacrificed the animals or not. We arrived amongst a sea of 4 million Hindu devotees toting animals for sacrifice, and Manoj connected us to an undercover activist named Deepjay, who was trying to shut down the sacrifice at ground zero.
There are some people from the Gadamai Temple Committee who would like us to be not to be here. Do you think it's risky out there? Oh yeah, oh hell yeah. The Temple Committee put the bounties on Manoj and our heads if we come here to kill us. Maybe now we should put the camera away from our face. This is the pit they have dug to bury all the heads when they hack the animals.
We used fake press outfits to get us into the private priest area, where at 5 a.m., if the priest decides to kill these first 5 animals, a cow, goat, pig, chicken, and a rat, only then would the sacrifice of the thousands of cows in the temple grounds will begin.
So we heard the sacrifice might not happen. They have not asked us to totally stop it because it's related to our traditional, and Hindu custom.
What do you say to someone who's in America if they're saying this is wrong?
Comparing the Christian who follow the Thanksgiving, there are billions of turkey that was slaughtered like just a few months ago. So it's their tradition. It's ours. It's Hindus.
All right, so it's past 6. An hour ago, they were supposed to kill the first 5 animals, and they haven't done it yet.
Soon after, the military showed up to shut the sacrifice down. Or so we thought. And that's when it hit us. This felt like a glimpse into what was happening in the Temple of Jerusalem 2,000 years ago. There were the temple guards, the military, and the government in collusion with the priests, killing animals in exchange for money. Once the cow sacrifice began inside the barricaded temple, they demanded we stop filming.
Because of the Supreme Court order, I don't think all of them will be sacrificed.
The worst we believe could happen is they might slaughter about 20%.
Wow. Wow.
It was becoming clear that we may never find a spiritual way to kill an animal. I felt horrible, and it felt wrong to just stand there and do nothing for the animals. But it felt wrong to intrude and disrespect someone else's religion.
Comparing Christian who follow Thanksgiving, millions of turkey that was slaughtered like just a few months ago.
All this paled in comparison to the 46 million turkeys we kill each year for Thanksgiving and the near 16 million pigs we eat for Christmas to ironically celebrate the birth of someone who may have never killed or eaten any animal. Seeing this made us feel compelled more than ever to find out what did Jesus really do at the temple that led to his crucifixion.
This is what I come home to. My place has been completely ransacked. Everything has gone through, yet nothing is taken. They even purposely put things like expensive equipment, phone, saying that, hey, we're not here to steal anything. We're here to try to scare you. My camera bag, $10,000 worth of equipment was found 2 blocks away.
I just came to my van here to find it's been broken into, but nothing of value was taken. The only thing they took were my memory cards.
I immediately followed up with the private investigator we hired, and he said to meet up with him right away.
Well, you definitely have industry scared. We've got 80 pages of documents that we've obtained through our Freedom of Information Act request showing the USDA's beef board identified your films as a potential crisis that must be protected and defended against. Lobbyists for big animal ag and their allies in government are really doing whatever they can to surveil your films, closely monitor your social media, track your screenings, and at times even shut your screenings down. We're talking about some of the most powerful, profitable industries on the planet that kill over 70 billion animals a year. If your films affect people's beliefs about animals and our treatment of animals, that will make you a threat in their eyes, and industry will move to neutralize the threat.
We wondered if all this risk was worth making the film. But after some deep soul searching, despite all the threats, we knew the biggest risk would be to be scared into silence and not tell the story.
Check this out. Remember that red cow sacrifice prophecy? It looks like it may be the cause of the recent conflict in the Holy Land, and no one's talking about it. Weeks before the attack, the Jewish Temple Institute announced that after 2,000 years, an unblemished red cow was born and paid $250,000 to fly the cows over to Jerusalem from a Texas cattle rancher. And right after, the Middle East Monitor said Israel's red cow will blow up the region. Hamas stated the trigger of the attack was from the concern that this prophetic cow sacrifice would lead to demolishing the Islamic Dome of the Rock to clear way for the new Jewish temple to be built. And the Temple Institute's website actually verifies this, along with a plan to restart animal sacrifices inside the temple, just like in Jesus' time. We got to talk to this Texas cattle rancher who shipped over the red cow.
The temple is the fulcrum of the conflict, that's for sure, and the red heifers are the start of that.
So you're saying the red heifer sacrifice could start something bigger?
Well, I'll say this. Today, we're closer to a World War III type event than we were yesterday. And tomorrow will be even closer. And it is coming. Period.
When going against mainstream beliefs, especially religious beliefs, you can expect to be threatened. The humanitarian church is constantly under attack, whether it's verbal attacks, online attacks, or people breaking in without stealing anything and just ripping out the electric so that the Sunday service could not be produced. I get stalked out there all the time. They know my schedule. They know when I'm leaving, when I'm coming back. They will stop at nothing to keep this truth from getting out. The church will tell you that the story about the den of thieves was about Jesus Christ knocking over the money changer's table. That's not the case. The truth of the story is Jesus Christ was striking at the root of all there is that is evil, of oppression of people, of the construct of war, in one fell swoop. He was crucified for disrupting the culture of the time, which was killing animals for profit and eating them for food.
If that's true, though, then why did Jesus call them thieves?
And he turned over their tables.
He cried out, "You've made my father's house a den of thieves."
Well, in that case, he shouldn't have driven out all the animals.
He drove them out of the temple, cattle, sheep, and all.
Jesus would not allow anyone carrying these animals in and out. He shuts the temple down for the whole day, and everybody's listening. What is this guy going to do next?
What's wrong, Jesus? Why are you so upset? What does he say, and what's wrong?
If it were really about killing animals, it seems like you wouldn't call them thieves, you'd call them violent or killers.
Jesus Christ did not really call the temple a den of thieves. Find out the true translation of the word thieves, and you'll know what Jesus was calling them.
To finally see once and for all what Jesus' true intentions were when he stormed the temple that led to his crucifixion, we found a leading scholar on biblical Hebrew translation.
Right. He's in Jerusalem for the final few days of his earthly life, but it's quite unusual for him to go off at the deep end, so to speak, like this. And it's like he's going, okay, now I can really show you who I am and let rip, and creates havoc and says, this is my Father's house. It should be a house of prayer for all nations, but you have turned it into a den of robbers.
So we've heard he called them thieves, and now you're saying robbers. So what is the real Hebrew translation for what Jesus called the priests in the temple?
Right, let me have a look and see where it comes and what exactly it says. Paritz. Yeah, so that's interesting. Yes, I never realized that. That's a kind of aha moment. Yes.
And what does the word
Paritz mean?
Define
Another book. Paritz. Well, we'll have to look up Paritz in the Hebrew dictionary as well. Paritz, yes. A violent one.
And that's what he called the priests doing the sacrifice?
Yeah.
So it's the killing then.
Yes. Ferocious, apparently.
So not only did he sacrifice his life for humans, but to stop the killing of animals as well.
Yeah, it is interesting. It certainly raises a number of questions.
On the eve before Jesus' crucifixion, he held his final protest, the Last Supper, which should have been centered around a Passover lamb
In the Ebionite gospel, Jesus specifically rejected eating meat at the Passover. Jesus says, I've come to destroy the sacrifices, and if you do not cease from sacrificing, wrath will not cease from you.
He says, this is my meat, this bread, and this wine is my blood, so to speak, meaning this is all we need. We don't need the lamb. Let's do the things that belong to the kingdom of God. What would make the planet go back to an Eden state?
You know, if we look close enough, we can see the hints in paintings and scripture. It's just that it's easier to cover up the truth than to talk about it.
How has this truth about Jesus been covered up for 2,000 years?
Because, of course, the meat eaters won. You know, as it's often been said, history is the province of the winners. And now we're living with the consequences.
What do we know about the winners?
What we do know is that Paul was fiercely anti-vegetarian, and his influence has undoubtedly influenced the direction of Christianity, and especially during the first century.
St. Paul is a Roman leader who spread Christianity to the masses, encouraged converts to eat meat, condemning the movement that didn't. Funny, many people don't know that Jesus had a brother James. And why is that?
We have all of these additional sources. The main thing is his lifestyle. He doesn't eat meat, and he lived off what grew of itself.
James, the brother of Jesus, was clearly a vegetarian, and he was head of the Jerusalem church.
He's called the pillar of the church, the so-called pillars, Paul says, because Paul didn't necessarily always agree with James. Later, James was brutally murdered in the temple by the same gang of priests that killed his brother Jesus. And then he's largely written out of the New Testament.
The church amplified Paul's pro-meat writings while burning the books that didn't align with their new doctrine.
We know that the gospel of the Ebionites that portrays Jesus as a vegetarian was actively suppressed by the church.
These texts of the followers of James, the brother of Jesus, were lost to history. They were overshadowed by what Paul wrote, and his writings effectively replaced the original message of Jesus and James, for which they lived and died.
The remaining Nazarene movement was weeded out. Eventually, they were all killed off over the argument of the consumption of animals, only years after their leader, Jesus, was crucified as a terrorist.
Well, that's why I say he's the lamb who liberates the lambs. You see, the good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. A reversal of the traditional practice of shepherding who looks after the animals and then slaughters them. It is the good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. What a radical line, isn't it?
If Jesus was walking the earth now, the way he did, and for what he did, today, what do you think he'd be doing?
Is there a right way to kill a beast? Justify imagery of blood on the streets.
If Jesus were to do the same equivalent kind of thing today as going into the temple, he'd be considered a terrorist, a threat to public order.
Religious doctrine never made a profit. Souls of the innocent creation get adopted, slit the throats of the lamb. See, the nation's gotta stop it. Pharisees renting out the temple, slaughtering sheep while making it eventful. Flip the tables. No intentions of being gentle. That's crazy. I'm getting mental on
What Jesus did was actually an act of animal liberation.
Unalive what? For the cause to make credentials? Thou shalt not kill is the law. Let's make it simple. They're thieves. What's the right way to kill a beast?
In 2004, the FBI designated animal rights movements the #1 domestic terror threats in the country, despite the fact that neither of these movements has ever once physically injured a single person in this country ever.
Why you got a knife? What's the issue? How you take a life with the life that's within you? Then you claim you right and got Christ deep within you. What's the cost of a soul? Check the price that's within you. They're the thieves.
After all that we had learned, it felt now the only choice was to stand up and take action. It felt daunting and dangerous to be considered a terrorist or face jail time, but we pushed forward and joined marches for the animals, rallied against slaughterhouses, and sought out activists to learn from, including one terrorist awaiting trial.
Oh, Kip?
Is this what a terrorist looks like?
Yeah, apparently so. That's what I'm told. I was on a particular open rescue where we became aware of a company in Utah called Norbest. Their website shows an open field, beautiful bucolic setting, and we went to investigate and see what actually condition the turkeys were in. They were packed together, very distressed, many of them laying on the floor already dead. Some were clearly dying, gasping for air. So it's humane washing. They want people to feel that these turkeys are living beautiful, happy lives, and nothing could be further from the truth. We saved 3 baby turkeys, and I helped carry them to safety.
And what are you being charged with now?
Felony burglary and felony theft, and each one carries a maximum sentence of 5 years, so that would be a total of 10 years.
So are you a threat to society?
Gee, I don't think so. I hope not.
It seemed to Diane her charges were worth it if just one life could be saved, which reminded us of Deep J and how despite the threats and loss of Gautamai, he said it would all be worthwhile if he could save just one life.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's...
Who says this?
What's up? Yeah. Nice. Mission successful. Cam say, yay! 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 Yay!
Feel it's possible to be spiritual and eat animals?
No, it is not at all possible. It is just not possible. Because to be spiritual is to simply know that killing this, destroying that is about moving from completion to incompletion. How can a spiritual man do that? Spirituality is about moving from incompletion to completion.
You know, I think a more appropriate question is, what does it mean to be human and eat meat? That's maybe a more important question.
Sometimes people think we're called human beings for a reason, but the only reason is we've named ourselves. We're called human beings, which shares the same root as the word humane beings, the kind ones. In a way, we've named ourselves aspirationally. Do we want to make the most of our most human ability, which is our ability for empathy?
There have been studies that show for vegans, for example, the parts of the brain that are involved in their emotional lives really fire. As a biologist, what that shows is that there's a really deep connection there, felt connection.
Neuroscientists studying 12 years to find the happiest human on earth found that when Buddhist monk Mathieu Ricard, who's vegan, meditates on compassion for all beings, capacity for happiness increases and his brain fires the highest levels of gamma waves ever reported in history, linked to consciousness, learning, and memory.
That's why the great thinkers throughout history ultimately were vegetarian. Just Google who are the famous vegetarian and you find Einstein, Tesla, Leonardo da Vinci, on and on and on. Leonardo da Vinci, when he started making money, would go into the market and buy up all the chickens in the marketplace and then take them out into the woods and then let them all go.
It all came full circle. The Holy Land now has one of the highest vegans per capita in the world. With the first fully vegan hospital, and even Chief Rabbi Zarki put down his knife and became vegan.
אמרתי, אני לא אתן את ידי למעל הזה, ואני אפרוש מהמקצוע הזה.
And there's even an entire vegan village of African Hebrew Israelites.
The word vegan in Hebrew is tivoni. It comes from the root word of teva, which means nature. That means connect to the earth. The trees, the flowers, all the animals, and everybody. Praise God in their own way. That's really a vision of the new Garden of Eden.
All around the world now, we're seeing an amazing transformation as land that was used for animal farming is being rewilded. And I feel we're there. We have it in our hands. We just have to remember who we are.
Even Texas cattle ranchers like Renee King Sonnen are turning their ranches into sanctuaries.
You know, Cam, you and I have a very similar background. I grew up Christian, writing gospel music, and I am so grateful that I've learned the meaning of stewardship, the meaning of true dominion, because there ain't nothing in my brain that tells me that there's a spiritual way to kill an animal. You know, there is just no right way to do the wrong thing.
To access the deepest part of yourself, which has been suppressed through a variety of lessons about not caring. When we remove all those sort of boulders, when we roll away the boulder, what's within? Well, that's the gift.
From the environment to spiritual health, more and more, I feel the most important question I can ask is how to spiritually honor and protect animals as equals and treat them with the same level of respect as we treat each other.
I think not eating animals is a first step in the quest towards humanity.
I think on the journey of being where I am now as plant-based, it's a long way from where I was for the first time. Everything kind of makes sense in terms of my mission and my purpose. My spirit feels elevated.
El veganismo no es una filosofía, no es una doctrina, es un estado de tu conciencia. Tu cuerpo, tu fluido, tu mente se va elevando espiritualmente, energéticamente, ¿sí? Con la existencia, la vida, el universo, con todo.
When you look into someone's eyes, you're looking at their personhood, you're looking at their soul.
And if you are really awake, you will only see your own deep innocence, which might be hidden from you.
I see a being that desires to live as much as I do and has the right to do so.
My life is that of an advocate for the most vulnerable living beings on earth.
The basis of all religion, it is simply this: always be kind.
Along this journey, I felt at times as if I was moving away from my faith. But what I now realize is that all the while I was actually moving closer to what it really means to be a Christ follower. And the one thing that unites all religions and spiritual traditions at the root is compassion for all beings.
See, animals are not just beings. They have an anima, a life. They do something fundamentally spiritually important for us, and that is to take us out of ourselves, to give us a sense of wonder and awe of the universe, to see beyond the natural world to the spirit moving within it, with which one can connect, with which one can have a relationship, which can indeed mediate the grace of God. Is that what you mean by spirituality?
We're actually speaking about a moment in which everyone sees that same spark of divinity is in all beings, whether they're winged or four-legged, or whether they're swimming in the sea.
And one by one, we become those understanding, compassionate creatures. And we create a gigantic game of tag around the world. I'm talking about 10, 20 million prophets, masters on this earth, all being as Christ-like as Jesus, as the Buddha, as Prophet Muhammad, as any of the great masters that have ever lived. This is not the age of one great leader. This is the age of great leadership. And what I basically have to say to anybody watching this is tag, you're it.
Thank you for watching Christspiracy and bearing witness. You may be feeling some conflicting emotions right now, perhaps some confusion, sadness, anger, a sense of betrayal, or injustice. Or maybe you're feeling energized and inspired to do something, to make a difference, just as all of these people whose names here on the screen have boldly done.
While you watch this film, 5 million animals were slaughtered, each one of them an individual with a soul who wanted to live. The scale of their killing is unimaginable, just as the length of time this historical cover-up has been perpetrated is unimaginable. But the truth has been set free, and now it's your turn to raise your voice for those whose voices we can't hear, and get this truth out into the world.
You may be asking yourself, what can I do?
And the absolute number one priority is to get this film seen. It's vital that people learn the realities of animal agriculture and how this spiritual and ethical call to treat animals compassionately has been covered up for so long.
Our first goal is that Christspiracy gets 3 million views, one for every animal killed for food every single hour. They are the reason we made Christspiracy, and they are the reason we need your help to get this film seen. That's why we built this Pay It Forward platform.
Because of you, Christspiracy is accessible to everyone, no matter where they live or what their financial status is. And the power of this film resides into those who are able to keep the chain of compassion going by paying it forward for someone else.
And when you do for others what someone has already done for you and pay it forward, you'll also unlock some fantastic perks. The full HD version of the film, extended interviews, deleted scenes, behind-the-scenes stories, access to our online community, a 30-day spiritual meal planner, a 7-day challenge, and so much more.
It's really worth paying it forward for so many reasons if you can. But even if you can't, you can still play an essential part in this compassionate movement by recommending Christspiracy to everyone you know. You may already have someone in mind that you know just has to see this film. So send it to friends, send it to family, tell your neighbors, and even strangers that you may meet on the street. Awareness is everything.
Compassion and the golden rule is at the root of all religions and spiritual traditions. This empathetic, humane teaching unites all traditions. It allows us to build bridges between us. It allows each of us to connect to each other and together become all that we are truly meant to be.
Christspiracy just scratches the surface of what certain scholars, theologians, archaeologists, and others are coming to understand about the true roots of religion and our cultural traditions. Their work and this film will, because of your action, start a domino effect of discussion, debate, and compassion for all beings.
And when you pay it forward, 100% of all proceeds go to animal charities, activism, and reforestation projects. The very real and beautiful transformation of our world is already underway thanks to people like you who have seen Christspiracy and ensured others get to see it too.
Having spent 7 years making this film, we are now handing the baton to you. Christspiracy is more than a movie, it is a movement. So go ahead.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, shout out to Kip and Cameron who made that film. Wow, man, that was a roller coaster, bro. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
It
it's
was,
definitely a wild ride.
it hits hard. Hits hard, man.
Yeah, and regardless of people's stance on whether it's a good idea to eat meat or not, or whether you think the sacrifices were something instituted by the creator or not, very interesting facts were mentioned in this film, such as convicts working at slaughterhouses and just the disturbing nature of that type of work and the way that whole exchange was working. I mean, I thought that was wild. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's
Yes, because you would think it's not even woo woo, but you would think the person that's constantly ending these creatures' life, their energy transfers in there.
Yeah.
You know, this is why so many religions have like halal and kosher, for example. To make they try to make that a top priority, but look at most of us are eating that this energy transfer is ridiculous. It's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, definitely. Yep. And so then a friend of mine that did a little bit of the presentation over on TMLs for any of you guys that caught that when we had my
Shout out
friend.
to TML.
Yeah, shout out to TML. We had my
TML.
friend JR come up and read part of the Megala, which was a very rare book, very hard to get hold of. And according to this book that predates the Bible and a lot of other knowledge or biblical texts, right? Well, we just said the Bible. Sorry, a lot of other religious texts, thousands of years, very cryptic on how people got a hold of it and changed hands. According to this, everything from the beginnings of humanity started with bringing density to humanity from killing and consuming animals, which started the entire food chain issue from animals even eating each other. And that, according to this writing, this is what it states. It states that prior to that, everything lived in harmony. And so it's very interesting stuff. So and who's to say, right? I don't know. I wasn't there, but it's interesting literature nonetheless.
For real. Yeah, man. And people are getting at it in the chat. Yeah, Arctic Wolf, he says ton of neurosubliminal music and linguistic programming as well as false narrative in the video. There definitely was. It's a theatrical presentation. It's a movie, and I think most movies have that in documentaries, the music and whatnot. And in terms of a false narrative, I mean, that was real footage that they were showing. Now, you could say the way they edited it, definitely promotes their agenda, which is saving animals and not killing animals, especially for eating and whatnot. So yeah,
but there's a lot
none new.
No, and as far as what did he say? What was the other part of that phrasing? Subliminal. Okay. Yeah, programming as well as raise narratives, right? Okay, so here's the thing, though. There is documentation to prove. I've been looking into this for a while prior to even watching this film, and there is some information to state historically that these early church people, these Ebionites, Ebionine, were vegetarian and didn't practice certain things. They were away from that, and that information was suppressed. And actually, some of these individuals were killed, as well as the Gnostics and the Essenes, and these groups were actually suppressed and killed because, and actually when the temples got sacked, this is interesting, but Rome came and dealt with them first before they went in and dealt with your Sadducees, Pharisees, and regular old folks.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's interesting stuff. Why was that? Why do they feel the need to have that information suppressed if there's nothing to see here? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's interesting.
Good point. I'm glad you did extra research. Oh, you did research before.
That's I did.
Good.
Yeah. I've been actually watching Aaron Abke's channel for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been really reading up on some of this stuff and found it fascinating because you don't hear a lot of this in Christianity.
Nah, you don't.
Nah.
You don't.
Yeah.
A lot of times you don't even hear Christians that do eat meat hold to the laws of Deuteronomy, Leviticus, which is what not to eat. Because that's something that, I mean, if you got to talk about, you eat meat, cool, but then you call yourself a Christian, yet you're eating like rabbit and shellfish and shrimp, which specifically in the Genesis it says not to eat in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. Right. Yeah. So it's a lot of eye opening, and that's the thing about it. Whether you eat meat or not or whatever, I think it's great because something like this is a paradigm shifter. Will kind of snap you out of your whatever you're in, your mind state, just have you think. And then the clue says their agenda is telling you what to eat. Yes, I think definitely they are, but as a human with free will, it's your choice to do what you will with it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Do what you will.
Another thing I want to note, or noteworthy, is it's said in these Nag Hammadi texts that were found in the Qumran Desert that they have additional teachings supposedly of Christ that talk about the overconsumption of animals putrefies in the gut. And what I find interesting is there's a spiritual takeaway that plays out in our physical world that we actually see. And it talks about that by eating too much flesh, it hardens the heart, which is interesting because in the medical world, we do see this, like the physical heart of a person can be hardened and arteries hardened by consuming a lot of red meat. So, I mean, there does seem to be a correlation between these spiritual isms. You know what I'm saying?
That happened. That happened to my my mother-in-law. God rest her soul. She her arteries were clogged and hardened, and so much so that she had to get stents, which are these little devices that kind of open your arteries larger, but that's not sustainable. And she ended up passing because of those issues. So it's wild, bro. Like, if anything. My thing is people say you don't want Christian, you don't want the devil in you and all that, but the first way the devil gets in you is in your body, and in order to get him out of you, you gotta detox and probably think about at least having a healthy diet. Now that's up to you to research. We can only point you at certain things, and it's great that there's alternatives, but it's interesting how one could have set in their paradigm, the perspective, how they see things. Yet the whole time they can watch something like this and just pick it apart, pick it apart, pick it apart, and they don't see they don't share any value to little nuggets. Like I said, I don't necessarily agree with everything in that movie, but there was a lot of things, man, that not only hit your heart, touch your heart, but also your intellect too. That makes you think. And I thank you for so much for bringing this to our attention here, Raggamuffin. And do you mind if we open up the panel?
No, I don't mind at all. I want to touch on it. What Clue just said. These same people that want to save the animals are pro-abortion. Those two dudes are not pro-abortion. So if you're referring to maybe some other people, I think that's a wide thing to say. First of all, So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And sub up to Raggauff's channel. You never know. You can assume and all that, but you never know till you.
Yeah, you never know until you actually ask the individual.
Ask them. Yeah, and also, this Raggauff's channel. Please sub up. He's a great human being and very knowledgeable. I learn a lot. I'm learning a lot from him. There's Pixel T, mi hermana, and I have to say, yeah, if you want to watch it again, thank you, Markella. Please. Here's the link, and like Raggamuffin said, you have 48 hours to watch it once you watch it, and I think it's good. I think I might have to show my family that.
Oh yeah,
it's really good. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and somebody put a comment in there about all like vegans are known to be sick or whatever. Listen, folks, you guys got to really consider where you get your information at, because there's going to be mixed information worldwide. And I can tell you, you want to talk about a healthy culture that doesn't consume meat. The Rastafarians, not all of them, but there is a sect of them that don't, and that they're very healthy. They have what they call the ITAL diet, ITAL, and it's everything of the earth unprocessed, and they swear by it, and they have proof and results. And actually, we have a gentleman that's going to be coming up that I am pretty sure last time I checked with him. I haven't definitively discussed this matter with him, but I'm pretty sure that he feels this way. A good friend of mine that lives in Jamaica from the UK, Ayafaya. And we're at some point soon, we're going to have him up on either actually on your channel or on TML's. Me and TML talked about doing it, but he's interested. And I don't know which would be a better channel, but we'll get the homies together and we'll discuss it. But we were going to have him come on. He's a spiritual teacher. He has a couple businesses, castor oil company, where he produces castor oil in Jamaica. And he's a spiritual teacher on YouTube. And he's got an extensive background and knowledge within the Rastafarian culture, the music industry, and so should be interesting to kind of pick his brain on some of this stuff as well.
Yeah, I gotta talk to Machine, and we can all have a powwow, because you're more than welcome to host him here.
Cool,
because that's not something that we're into too.
Yeah, very cool.
And I saw you, Machine, in there. Please come up if you like. Chambers of Logic was putting down knowledge. Clue was putting down some knowledge. Everyone was. Arctic was. Let's talk about it. Modern Men Lost. Dandry, I see you right there. Yeah. What does he say right here? He says, it's a sad state of affairs, but you don't have to look far to find a healthy vegan. The meat in many countries is poison. So if you're dead, yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, I've seen some very frail looking sickly vegans too, and then a lot of it goes to, like they say, mineral deficiency and whatnot, but then I've seen some healthy ones as well. So we're human bodies, and your body, we're a human being. We are humans with bodies, and you could use your body as a laboratory. And yeah, it's all about choices, right? Fruitarian, I've heard that one too. What do you think about that? Raggamuffin fruitarians.
What does it say again?
I said, oh, I got you. It says Chamber of Logic says, I actually have fruitarian groups where people are very healthy.
Yeah, I just think anything natural of the earth has a lot of benefits to us, and I think that we do run into some issues with. And I mean, I grew up my whole life eating meat, so I'm on the precipice of changing up my dietary, and I still have some, but I don't really eat much beef anymore at all. No pork, no beef really. A little bit of chicken and turkey. Once in we did bison for a while. Me and the fam were doing that, and bison's leaner than beef, but I've been working on a lot more veggies and fruit, and I just feel a lot better when I have that. To be honest with you, so I see that it's got a lot of value with less animal consumption for me, at least. So yeah, I think the fruitarian, whatever, that sounds interesting. I think we would need more than obviously fruit, but
You think so? Yeah.
yeah. You
Just to
got
keep
some
it
people that
even,
are
right?
really interesting. You got these breatharians. You ever hear about that? The
Oh yeah, I've
breatharians.
heard of that. I heard that. That's
They
very
don't
wild.
they don't consume
It's
very
wild
much
stuff.
food for long
Yep,
periods of time.
I heard that. Let me and I think I heard of sun gazers too.
Oh yeah.
All
You got to be
kinds of
careful with that
interesting.
though, because if you
Your
stare at it at
eyes,
the
yeah.
wrong time, yeah.
Let me get this right here. Let me see. I already did that one. Hold on. Bring up this. Yeah, we got a couple people built in the back right now. I'm gonna bring you up in 1 second. Some good guys. I remember the NWO. We were putting that, bringing up the bad guys. I mean, everyone's good. It's all good and bad. We're having fun here. So here's the good crew right here. Let me bring them up. Two legends. One legend that solidifies himself in the panelverse for many years and educates thousands of people, and another one that in his own sector, a new friend that educates as well. Let me bring him up.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled program for this special report.
What's going on, Machine Lies? How's it going, brother? Yeah. What's going on, Dandry? Good to have you.
Yo.
What's going on, man? What's going on? Well, you got the Grace Thorpe avatar right there. I see that. And then Dandry, you got some of your tarot art on your avatars. Looking good. Looking good. All right.
Dude, so I was trying to do one of you with the art that is on your logo, and I mean, I don't really know what you look like, so it's hard to really get it right because it could be completely
I mean, I
wrong.
can send you a picture. If you look at my videos, there's actually a lot of
Do you
videos
show
of
your face?
vlogs of me. Yeah,
Okay.
my vlogs and stuff. That's me right there. That's from a couple years ago.
Yeah,
I
okay,
think.
good. I'm
Yeah,
glad I
right
didn't
there.
do it because I definitely did not have that in mind.
Yeah,
Much
that's
lighter
a
skin
very
than I was thinking.
yeah. That's me.
That's a
I'm
crazy
all-
picture, dude. It looks like it's like the
yeah,
end of the world right there, like some apocalypse.
you got it. You got it. That's my thing. It's one of my mantras: surfing the apocalypse. That's what we're doing here right now.
Nice.
Yeah, good to have you, bro. I love that your tarot art. It's amazing. Any thoughts? Any thoughts about the documentary?
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
it's interesting because I had some really crazy digestive issues that came up 2 years ago. I mean, it was like world ending for me because it just
Wow.
it really shut me down.
Mhm.
It lasted about a year, and I went through the ringer with the doctors. Nobody could really tell me what was going on. And the doctors, the thing about them is that they never asked me about my diet, which is crazy to think. That they're
That
all
is strange.
yeah. I spent probably $5,000 on different doctors trying to get help, and they just try to give you antidepressants because this is when they don't find anything like serious. So they couldn't find anything serious as far as they were concerned. So I was left to my own devices. So I went down every single diet you could imagine. I tried the carnivore diet, which I think is a scam. I think that is like repopularizing the meat industry. It's super hip and trendy right now. Oh, carnivore, this and that. But
Yeah.
I had horrible experience with that. I've not tried all fruit and all vegetable just because I don't know. I guess it's difficult, but I mean, people say that when you have digestive issues, you want to avoid all the high fiber stuff. So meat is really like one of the only main things you got. But right now, I mean, my diet is pretty much a lot of fermented foods, which they were ragging on you for that the other day.
I know that was wild, bro.
But
That was wild, man.
that's
It's good for you, man.
most real food you can really eat is living food, and it's living in a way that's not like an animal. It's alive. It's bacteria that are good. So it's just unfortunate, man, because the food is toxic in America. Almost all of it, even the organic stuff, is toxic here. So
Yeah.
it's really just
Yeah.
really difficult to navigate.
We're lucky, we're blessed to have our human biocomputer bodies because they take so much. That's why even though like you said, you eat an organic peach or whatever, most likely it's GMO from Monsanto's or the soil or something's from there, right? And however, the more you can get to clean food, clean eating, the better for sure, right? Yeah. What's up, Machine? How's it going, brother? What's your thoughts, big dog?
So, well, I mean, it's pretty interesting. Um, Obviously, the effects of animal consumption is pretty interesting because if you look at the greater aspect of it, you have the industrial food system, right? So I mean, if you want to have concentrated feeding operations, right, you need tons of antibiotics, right, and you also need you need tons of industrial food equipment, right? And you need to use up tons of land, right? To accomplish it, it takes tons of water, right? And you, but the main thing is the corn and the soy, right? That you have to feed the animals, right? Because it's sort of because you have to breed animals that can eat the corn and soy. So you have to like sort of mutate the animals, so that's the main thing is that the most of the meat that people eat, like from the grocery store is highly processed.
I
I
think that was the hardest part. One of the hardest part. There's a lot of hard parts of that movie to deal with, but like those turkeys, for example, with the growths and the cows with the pus coming out of their eyes.
Yeah,
and
that's
nose,
right. That's
and
right.
That's what you're talking about, right? They consider that as feasible to bring to the supermarket.
Yeah, that's because the intestinal bacteria, right? Like is not made to eat that type of stuff, right? Like a cow's supposed to eat grass or whatever, right? And chickens and stuff, they're not supposed to eat corn.
Yeah.
So
I don't mean to interrupt. I have to say, I meant to mention this real quick. Behind you are my 3 dogs. My pack currently is Trinity on the left. She's 9, and then Junior in the middle. He's 4, and then Dream on the end. She's 2, and all these dogs are rescues. And Junior in particular in the middle. He was from a puppy mill, and my wife had seen him at the pet shop, and what happened was the puppy mill gave him up because his skin was like a lobster. He was losing fur. He was all smelly because his skin was oily and gross. And we got him, and we feed our animals raw meat and vegetables and fruit. And look at him now; he's like a show dog. His coat is velvet. But that's dogs, and that's the thing too. I wanted to ask you, okay, Machine and the whole panel in the chat. Like, it's one thing that they say humans aren't supposed to eat, according to the video, meat. What about animals? Like, it's okay for animals to, as the Buddhists would say, harm a sentient being?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. But it's wrong to enslave that animal and then force it to eat what humans eat. I mean, right? That's what's the problem. I mean, right? The animal's supposed to be out in wild nature, right? See, we're supposed to be a higher standard than the animals.
Right. We have a higher standard. I like that.
Well said. Well
When
said.
did we decide that? I mean, that for most of us, our lives, right? They didn't. I guess there's always big thinkers who say this kind of stuff, but there's also most of history where we just, I mean, we evolved to it, or not evolved, but we learned that this is the way to get them, because it's all about which animal is stronger than the other animal. And now we just have these ways of, it's kind of like we're not stronger than them, but we can still trap them. You know what I mean?
Right.
If it wasn't us doing it, some other animal would be killing
Somebody else, a higher, on the totem pole. Now, I encourage people to come up, even if you have you disagree with I'm trying to still figure it out. But if you disagree with, the non-meat, or you're for meat, or you're still thinking about it, please come up. You want to hear your views.
Yeah,
I see OTW. I see Excuse me. I see OTW in the chat. Would love to hear what you have to say. Himza, Oracle. Who else? Oh, the Powder Dusty for sure. Yeah, and then we got a new friend. I've talked to this man before on Dusty's panel, so let me bring him up.
Well,
what's going on, the Steel Man? Hold on, let me
All
introduce our new friend. How's it going, man? Welcome to NPC Live. My name's Gabriel.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Good
Okay.
to good to.
Yeah,
right on.
shout
You
out
can
to
hear me
Steve.
okay and everything, Gabe?
Yeah.
It's coming in loud and clear.
You're
man.
good.
Yeah.
You're good, John. Yeah. Go
Shout
ahead,
out
Reg.
to Steel Man. I've seen you around, brother. Good to see you again. And it was really liked what you had to say, Modern Man. Lost again. I really like what you said about the fermented stuff and what you just shared. Thank you for sharing that and for coming up.
Right. And Yolanda, you're welcome to come up too. Everyone's welcome to come up. Yeah. Rag,
Yeah, thanks.
And Steel Man.
Well,
and Steel Man. Go ahead, Steel Man. Sorry, Rags, if I took your spot.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Well, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't get too far off base where it's just about factory farming now and how it was kind of becoming this idea that, oh, well, if you kill them in their natural environment or something like that, that's justified or something. And I think that that's not an agreed upon stance either. I mean, I think
we saw that in the movie. Yeah.
Right. The kid with the deer, he shoots the majestic deer in its natural habitat. And he could sense that there was something not right about that.
Right. That was very evident in that. Yeah. And then the pastors seemed to revel in it, huh?
Well, and the Machine Eyes, I think, was just talking about this a minute ago, kind of saying, I wanted to get his take on it because it sounded like he was more or less saying it was justified as long as they're in their natural habitat. Is that what you were trying to get at?
The animals killing each other? You think animals shouldn't be allowed to kill each other?
Well, no, not animals killing each other. So right, but
that's what I was talking about.
Okay,
because not humans. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about humans. Yeah.
Okay, we got you. Yeah.
Okay, because I thought it was like this domestication thing because they were domesticated. That was, and I'm not saying that's right, but I'm saying that I don't think that killing them in their natural habitat is any more, in that sense, wrong or right. I guess.
No, I think NPC was asking about animals killing each other.
That's what I was asking.
All right, I guess we're in agreement on that then.
So I think you got it confused there a little bit.
Yeah, but that was that one point where that guy was so proud because he's all, this isn't a cage. This is a, what do you say? What do you call it? He's like, this is a structure for them.
Right.
he still wrings their neck. And so it's like, what are you doing, dude? Trying to cope. Right.
Right. But then what Modern Man was saying was that, I guess you were saying, I was saying that we should be held to a higher standard than animals. And he was saying, well, history demonstrates that, we think that we're stronger than animals. So we just do whatever we want to them. Right. So he wasn't saying that that's justified either. He was just saying that that certain people might use that to justify the stance. Right. I think he was trying to say.
Right. And I'm kind of slow and like a chamber of logic and Steel Man. Okay, I put two and two together because you were no pun intended. Pun intended, you were killing it in the chat. Like that was interesting. So have you been like a meatless diet for a while or something like that? Or
yeah,
are you even?
Yeah. So for a couple decades now, about 2 decades, and it was happened because so for anyone who's probably seen me before, maybe know that I'm actually an advocate for what through my studies and that the body of Christ is actually the sacred psilocybin mushroom, and that's a whole nother topic. But the point, so how I became awakened to this whole meat thing was I had taken some sacred mushrooms about 2 decades ago, and I hadn't thought about any of this before, like most people don't. And I went to go eat a salad with some bacon bits on it, and I was tripping, right? So I looked down at this salad, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it looks like there's a bunch of little pieces of meat on it. Yeah. I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, it looked like the chef had cut his finger a bunch of times, like accidentally into the meat, like while he was making the food. And I was like, oh my God, like that's not a chef's finger, which could be really gross. That's actually like a pig's ass cheek, which is like even grosser than a chef's finger. And I was like, holy shit, dude, like that's actually like a pig's ass, like on my fucking food. I wouldn't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole, let alone touch it to my mouth. That's fucking
Yeah.
disgusting, dude. And I had never seen that before. And it
Yeah.
all just, yeah. And then
It came
after,
to
yeah.
yeah.
And then ever since then, it's just been layers upon layers of reasonings why, like you guys have mentioned here, it's the number one cause of deforestation in the Amazon jungle. It actually is the number one cause of, the global pollution. They say it's the number one cause of water consumption. It's just a big problem. And then not only that, though, like I said, that's all side notes. It's the fact that who's, like you mentioned, are you going to look that animal in the eye and kill it, and what for? And it's not a necessity. It's a pleasure.
Well, we used to do it though, and that's what's happened to our society is that we're separated from death in almost every way here, at least in America. I know not everyone's in America, but in America, whenever somebody in our family dies, we send them to a hospital, and then they're gone. We pay somebody to put them in the in the ground for us. It's the same, I think, kind of spiritual equivalent where we don't have that connection like we used to, because you used to do it humanely because you would see it. But when you're
Right.
not seeing it, you don't. It's not on your priority list.
Well, see, and I would argue that there is no humane way of doing it. Again, that's
Yeah.
like a red herring or a misnomer.
It's sort of impossible to do it in humanely in an industrial
Okay, so would you rather be
way.
like slowly cut into like pieces, like and tortured, or would you rather be shot in the head? I mean,
Oh yeah,
it's
so you're
just-
saying,
it's
well, you should vote
lesser
Democrat or
to use.
Republican or whatever. Exactly, and that's just a bad argument, is what I'm saying. You don't have to participate in that system.
Okay, so fair. So, but the trouble is like I said, you get into the issue of almost everything that you can find here in America, even the organic stuff, is toxic in some way, shape, or form. So I would like to know more about your diet and just kind of the foods that you eat, just because I'm curious.
Oh, yeah, well, I appreciate that, genuine, question. Well, I wanted to touch on that, which is that these are two different topics about whether it's toxic or not, and whether it's morally right or not. And you could say, well,
Right.
things morally, yeah. So that's what I'm saying, is that even if it was totally healthy to eat meat, let's just say, it still doesn't make it right. It's not psychologically healthy, and it's not healthy for the planet and the environment and like for the soul, right? Even if it was physically healthy for your body. And when they talked about the meat industry,
Right.
yeah, and I've done studies, in reports on the meat industry and how the workers are psychologically affected. They're actually more likely to commit violent crimes and are desensitized to life. It actually spills over into society just by having these factory farms. Again, it's not about the factory farms either. I'm just saying that it's not healthy in more than one way.
I mean, I'd agree
Maybe
with
I
that
lost my
for
point.
sure. I'd agree that it's definitely not good for the soul, and I would definitely imagine it would torture the souls of the people who work in those places, because they don't. I mean, when you're doing it on a mass scale like that, that's not the way that I'm talking about. I'm talking about in history. Like when we lived amongst animals, and we're with them, and we're hunter gatherers and that sort of thing. But in the modern day, there's no such thing as humane killing. I'd agree with you.
Right.
And by the way, real quick,
That's what I just said.
those dogs you see back there, I gotta go pee them real quick. So, Rags, you take over. No, not pee on them. Pee them. Take them to the park. I don't have a yard. My house doesn't have a yard, so I gotta go to the park.
Public service announcement: do not pee on the dogs.
Yeah, and do not break TOS while I'm gone, please, gentlemen. I'll be right back. All right.
Yes, sir.
Talk
yes,
amongst
sir.
yourselves. Thanks, dog. Yeah.
Well, and feel free to interrupt me, because I know I tend to probably, yap a lot, but I think like in nature, like I've never looked at a cow and be like, wow, I just want to eat that cow or eat that animal, right? Now some people might say, oh yeah, well, rabbits look tasty to me or cows look tasty to me. I don't know where they get it. But if you look at a fruit, see, and it's a seed-bearing plant, so it's not just about being vegetarian, right? Genesis tells us specifically, and I'm not like trying to appeal to the Bible, but I think it makes sense, morally speaking. I give you all seed-bearing plants as food. This is why roots, potatoes, and all that stuff have to be washed and soaked and all that stuff, is because they're full of starches and they're unhealthy. Vegetables aren't well, like when I say vegetables, I mean not fruits. So seed-bearing plants are totally healthy. In fact, if you have a fruitarian diet, you don't even need to drink water, because they contain, the proper ratio of water and everything. My point being, though, is that people say, well, isn't it like killing the plant? You'll hear people make that argument too. Just like, you can't kill a plant. Well, if you have a fruitarian, Yeah, a fruitarian diet, like Genesis told us, I give you all seed-bearing plants, which is a fruit, like peppers, tomatoes, all seed-bearing plants that are fruits. Well, by picking that, you're not killing the plant, you're spreading the seed, you're doing exactly what nature is intended. This is all symbiosis, right? This is the circle of life and the natural system of the ecosystem, cycle of the ecosystem. I mean, this is the intention of everything. And when we step out of that, that's when we get an imbalance of everything, I think.
Yeah, I think it makes logical sense, and I think it's just really tough sometimes, especially like on a low budget, to to eat better without having to be so reliant upon these products that are pushed out on the masses. I'm finding that hard for myself right now because of my current circumstances. But
Well, that's
yeah.
the thing is like what allows there to be the same products, from California to, to New York at the gas station, right? It's the corn and the soy, right? Because they could feed it to the animals, right? And then, produce the concentrated feeding operations, right? So the reason why, you have like 1/5 of the world's land, right, to like make hamburgers for people, right? Is basically because you could feed them cheaply with, corn and soy.
I wanted to touch on that point actually, is that I did a little research into this, and the meat industry is actually heavily subsidized to the point where, I find it funny where, it's kind of a Republican talking point, like welfare and stuff like that, but also eating meat. They're like anti sort of like food stamps, but sort of like pro eating meat. And what's interesting I found out is that a person who receives food stamps and doesn't eat meat actually gets less government funding than a person who eats meat and doesn't receive food stamps, because there's so much government subsidies that go into holding up the meat industry. Without those government subsidies, the meat prices would skyrocket, because it's so expensive to run that, because it causes so much problems.
Yeah, they make money at the end from the health system because we all end up there. So I don't know. I'd argue that this is all what you're saying is true. I don't know if I could like I said, it's been really difficult with my personal history with digestion and kind of just really struggling to eat anything. So where I landed was, yeah, I do eat some meat, but I definitely don't make it the main source of my nutrition. But it's also, yeah, it is a matter of price. It's a matter of cost, because if you want to go completely, like if I were to eat the way that I thought, I truly should, it would cost me a ton of money. And I don't have a ton of money.
Well, I'll tell you what I did originally back then. I just took meat out of everything that I was eating. That when I was first started it, so I would just go order everything I was going to order, but like minus the meat. But and that way your budget's basically the same, where you're saving money. But eventually you learn to just eat other stuff. But I mean, I'm not like a super healthy person, and I'm not a vegan, and I'm not a fruitarian, but I do think that it's philosophically and logically sort of the only way in the end.
Yeah, and I think
And in
morally
the
it's definitely better. I would definitely say you got the moral high ground. It's just it's one of those things that it's so tricky. But as far as the Republican and the Democrat stuff, that's all just silly to me. I mean, there's I don't know. I don't usually play that card. I'm not sure if
Yeah, I didn't
you
mean to
do,
like.
but yeah,
No, I didn't mean to get into like.
just breaking it down to that is in my opinion silly and unnecessary, because I mean, yeah, that I agree with you. There's really uh, just ignorance on both sides. But I do want to know, so you
Definitely.
don't eat super healthy, but what are some things that you do include in your diet?
Well, I mean, I do drink milk and stuff, and like eat cheese, and like, again, like, I wish, like I said, do as I say, not as I do. You know what I mean? I don't eat red meat or anything, and I don't eat meat really at all.
So
But
can I ask a serious question in terms of the movie that was on, to get like too much off topic and stuff, but yeah, in terms of like what does it have to do with Jesus, right? Because it's called Christspiracy, right? And the part I came in, they were talking about eating animals, right, pretty much the whole time. So I think I missed the context. I heard a little bit of what they said in terms of the Bible, where they were talking about the Apostle Paul. But I wanted to contextualize Christspiracy. You know what it, you know.
Well, they primarily named it that because of the religious cover up with what happened in the temple with the flipping of the tables. Because
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
Right.
most people in Christianity are told he flipped the tables because they were exchanging money, pretty much like a tithe or offering, like temple tax. But it goes further than that because it was the buying and selling of animals, and that original phrasing contextually, he called them violent ones, and they break that down in the film. So that's actually what he's addressing them as, is calling them violent ones. And also, if you look into this, they don't talk about this in the film, but it's related. At that time, prior to that temple situation with him and his disciples, which supposedly was an entire day with a lack of commerce, this was going on in these other temples, like the temples of Diana and things like that. People were like leaving those and even just coming out of some of this former way of life, and it was costing business. It was like business wasn't happening in some of these other places because people were like walking away from that. They were hearing about John the Baptist and Christ, and they were like, oh, this guy's baptizing people with water, and they're not doing that. So it was that's kind of what they're getting at with the whole Christspiracy, is that they were trying to, they believe that Christ it was a cover-up about who he was, what he was about, what happened at the temple. And it's just interesting. So yeah.
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 You also see why they drew the distinction between James and the Apostle Paul, right? Because in the historian Hegesippus, in this description of James, he says that he drank no wine and ate no flesh. So it's pretty interesting, comparison. And then when Paul's talking about the super apostles, right, he's also talking about meat sacrificed to idols, right? And why it's okay to eat meat sacrificed to idols. And then he's also they brought up the verse about the people who eat vegetables are like weak or whatever. So it's interesting.
Yeah, very much so. And actually, when you look at Paul's writings, they say the opposite of Christ's writings. That's what's wild. Paul's like, just believe on Christ. Christ is like, keep the commandments. Paul's like, well, the disciples, they were with him in the flesh, but I was with them in the spirit. And then he's like, and if anybody else tells you a new gospel where you eat differently, don't listen to him. And it's like, that's you, bro. You're the one doing that. You're the one like literally telling people just do whatever, like when these other individuals weren't doing that. So it's kind of like flip-flopped. It's like wild.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting historical take. Some of it's in the pseudo Clementines and all that type of stuff. So it's fascinating. I could definitely share resources on that later. Yeah.
Well, and they were kind of bringing up in the movie, and this is kind of one of the things that opened my eyes, is they were saying, can you see, would Jesus take the blade and slit the throat of the animal, and every time they were asked, the rabbis or whatever would be asked that question, it's just kind of a, so it seemed in that movie they were kind of dodging it. Now, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of rabbis who would answer that question, but I think it was a good question. I think it's one that everyone should ask themselves in a way,
What about the people who just eat fish? What do you think about that? Is that more moral?
So I honestly think, yeah, if you're willing to do it yourself, that's the place to start. Like if you're not willing to do it yourself, then you shouldn't do it. Like, but if you're willing to do it yourself, if you say like I'd be willing to kill a fish myself, then maybe it's okay for you. But if you'd say, well, I wouldn't be willing to slit this throat of this cow just in order for me to enjoy this hamburger, when I can make an alternative, I think that that's at least a baseline that is self-evident to each individual,
Sure.
So yeah, I don't think that Jesus would have killed it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and preach what Jesus would do, but I do try to say what Jesus would do, and not like, but I'm saying I think that to that answer, yeah, I don't think that Jesus would have slit the throat of the lamb for the Passover. And in fact, you could argue that's what he came to stop doing. And part of maybe what that movie was saying was that. And there were people who were saying in the chat, well, he did eat lamb at the Passover. And I looked that up during the movie. And there's this whole thing about how he didn't eat the lamb during the Passover. He was actually sacrificed on the Passover. And it was that they ate dinner before the Passover, but it wasn't the Passover meal. He was sacrificed on the Passover particularly. I don't know. You can look into it, but I would argue that the Bible does not say that he ate lamb.
Absolutely. Well said. Thank you for bringing that. Yeah. Definitely. 100. I'm glad you looked that up. I was going to say something earlier, but you actually have the reference points to go over that. So that's important to be. And also when he's talking to the Pharisees, he says, I tell you a mystery, go and learn what this means. I desire mercy and not sacrifice, but the original translation in Hebrew was never. So, that's interesting phrasing too, because then that just takes away. People say, well, he came to fulfill the law. I think he came to interpret the law, and the law was actually just the 10 Commandments, which literally says thou shalt not kill. People just assume it just means other human beings, but I think it's across the spectrum.
Yeah, and even people want to say, well, it translates to, the M word, not the K word or whatever, then even then it's still, as long as you're eating the meat for non-survival purposes, then I think you're stepping out of the realm of people will say, well, you eat it to survive and all that stuff. But nowadays we have access to all the, foods from all the corners of the world. We don't, so that's not a necessity for us. Now, I will say that there's other people who argue that, you need to eat meat for their, protein or whatever, the vitamin B12 or like brain development. They have these different, I would call them talking points, they might call them something else, but I don't want to neglect the fact. Yeah.
I would just say real quick, it would depend on what you want. Like if you're a bodybuilder or a high performance athlete, yeah, you may need to eat meat, to get some of those things you wouldn't if you didn't, but for the average Joe, maybe not. Maybe you don't need to eat it. Yeah.
Well, there are vegan bodybuilders. There are definitely very built vegan bodybuilders. And in fact, I point to the fact that the largest animals in the animal kingdom are all vegans,
Right. Before you go there,
Who are the vegan bodybuilders?
Hold on real quick. Like before you go there, like I've seen those once. Maybe we can bring them up or whatever, like a picture of them. But I'm talking about like if you want to be an elite member, because there ain't no probably elite, with all due respect, elite bodybuilder that's a vegan. They're pretty yoked and whatnot. That's what I'm saying though. Like
they're almost all on steroids too, though.
Of course, yeah, that's a given too. But I'm just saying, just to say that you don't need to eat. It depends on what you're trying to do though with your life. But if you want to be probably healthy, it's better to eat more plant-based for sure. Yeah.
Well, I would say again the elephants, silverback gorillas, giraffes, the largest animals are vegan. So I feel like this idea that meat makes you bigger and stronger. A gorilla is like, I don't know, 80 times or 20 times. I'm not going to
but they're
something
born
like that.
that way. There's a species that's born large. There's bigger gorillas that are bigger than other gorillas, but I mean humans are as just humans. What we eat. I
Well,
do
yeah, I'm
see
not
the
saying
vegan
it's because.
bodybuilders though. If you can pull them up.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
I just
there's one guy.
curiosity.
He's pretty good. He's pretty ripped, but he ain't not like a mass monster or anything. But he looks good though. Let me get him for you. As you guys can keep talking.
Well, I just want to point out too, because just as from like a botany perspective here, is that like people say, oh, we need all these different types of foods for all these, you need this for your eyes and that for your toes and all that stuff. And it's like koala bears, for example, will feed off of one leaf, and a lot of animals are known to feed off of one particular food source, one particular plant, and this idea that we have to have this diverse diet to get everything we need, I think, is just a sales pitch.
Well, you don't, but with the panda though, for example, a panda only eats eucalyptus, right? And they don't have they don't have I mean bamboo, excuse me. They don't have a diverse like palate or diet. However, and that actually hurts them in a way. It's one of the reasons why they're extinct. But I mean, what I'm saying is like, I think all this stuff, there's different ways to becoming very healthy, but the way the meat is, it's probably best. I'll keep saying it's probably best to go as plant-based as you can, you know. And I think also too, I'm not saying anybody here is doing it, but there seems to be a type of shaming too for people who do eat meat. Sometimes, like almost like a snobbery from some people who don't, and vice versa. And there's people who eat the meat that look at vegans or vegetarians. Oh, these people are just weak, which is not what you said. It's not true. So yeah, that's why I want to put that out.
And I apologize if I come across the way. And I know there are people who can come.
No, you're not snobby. You're definitely not snobby. Not you. Go ahead.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, not at all. But shout out to Clue. We ain't taking your burger away, bud, so you can chill. Clue Studios, man. We're going
no,
ham
but I
in
do.
the chat.
But I would say that it is something that it's kind of like, and they mentioned in the movie. It's sort of like when during time of slavery, when there was a class of people who recognized that this was wrong and a class of people who didn't. And it's the same way. It will be outlawed one day, and you will see it just like you saw the illegal cows being moved in India. It'll be just like that. There'll be a black market for the meat industry because it's a wrong thing to do, you know. And
you think that's actually going to happen?
It's inevitable. You cannot have a society that slaughters animals and get away with it for this long. It's because
forever,
when people wake
for the entirety of history.
Well, I mean, the reason I say that is the more we advance, the more people wake up to the realization of the fact that this is wrong, and it's a problem because, like they're saying, it spills over into our daily lives. You can't end wars overseas when you have slaughterhouses in your backyard. If we ever want to have world peace at all, you know what I'm saying? We can't be sitting here eating meat for pleasure.
Well, I'd argue that those same people who are trying to get everyone on the bandwagon of no meat and the ones who kind of push this, unfortunately, they're the same ones who don't want any more humans. You know what I mean? They kind of go hand in hand because these people look at the world in statistics and they think, well, we got to get rid of all of the meat industry because it's taking up too much land. All these people, there's just too many of them, and I mean, it's just all like if that does happen, it won't be because we just woke up. I mean, unfortunately, there's just too many people who don't see it that way. It would probably be because we were being forced to, which would make people even more upset, and then it would be a whole thing. So it sucks because it's not really. I mean, people have never voluntarily done this as a whole society, unless they were in a small tribe, maybe. But it's just human nature.
They showed in the movie Demona Israel, which are the actual Hebrew Israelites. You know, nowadays Hebrew Israelites are seen as like a meme. Those people yelling at people, white people, black people, gay people on the street. Those aren't the original Hebrew Israelites. The original Hebrew Israelites are the ones they showed them like for like 10 seconds in the movie at the end. And those people came from Chicago and other parts of the U.S. In the 70s, and they moved to Demona, Israel, and they started a community. And one of the main tenets of their community was veganism. And they're pretty healthy. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, if you guys notice, sorry, was somebody gonna say something?
Well, I'll play this in the background. I'll keep playing some so-called vegan bodybuilders. Now we don't know for sure. They could be influencers, just trying to cap to get some views. But supposedly these are some vegan bodybuilders. But I mean, those guys aren't that big, really. But like this guy supposedly is the vegan and all this shit. Let's see what they shows them. You want to show what you look like, dog? Pause.
I think the bug symbolism or the insect symbolism in film is interesting. Like good example, and I dropped this in chat earlier while we were watching the film. But Snowpiercer, if you guys ever saw Snowpiercer, and they play up this conceptual idea of feeding these people mass-produced insect, congealed all together, right? And then you talk about, people were in the chat talking about John the Baptist eating locusts, but that's a misnomer. When you actually look that up, he ate of the locust tree, which is it's found in the Middle East, and to this day they call it St. John's bread, and it's a fruit of that tree. So he wasn't actually eating insects. And why would they translate it that way? To probably propagate up this idea of insects, because eventually they probably were going to stop and do a shift because of how many people and all the cost involved in farming the animals, right? And start feeding people insects, start putting it in things and trying to, condition people to want to do that. I mean, the programming is in the films. It's in places, like, it's interesting. I put that together. I thought, oh, holy shit, look at this. This is in like Snowpiercer. Like, they're literally eating insects. It's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, and I don't think it's on the insect thing though. Like when they asked that Buddhist, they said, "Would you eat a dog?" Though, based on his logic, he should have said yes, but he said no because he's so brainwashed. And I want to point this out to what I realized when I first started this journey was that it was part of brainwashing, because in China, and you can look up the videos of this and pictures, and they showed a little bit, but it's not uncommon for them to eat cats and dogs, as far as my understanding. Now, don't let me misrepresent them, but I have seen the dog heads on display in their meat cases and all that stuff. And it's not like we look at it here, right? So different countries have different meats that they look at as culturally acceptable, as good to eat. And it's so funny because in our country, we say, oh yeah, if it's pig, if it's cow, then it's all good. But if it's like dog or cat or bugs, then it's really gross. And it's like, okay, that is a direct result, of obvious, self-evident result that you're brainwashed by the culture that you were raised in.
So you're saying that
That's a valid
humans
point.
back in the day didn't eat meat, or they were also brainwashed? When did the brainwashing start? If we've been doing it
So it
forever?
started, well, I'm saying it started when, if you were born in China, would you eat dogs, for example, cats and dogs? You know what I'm saying?
So
Of course
they
you
don't
would.
have dogs like in their home, is what you're saying. So they don't see them the same way.
And for the record, dude, like before you answer that, that's not a normal thing in China. It does happen more than it does in Taiwan. But like that's not a normal thing.
Okay, let me use Taiwan as an example. And yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to use like a misrepresented place, but say Taiwan, whatever culture it might be, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so if you're born in that culture and they say it's okay to eat this meat, of course you're raised in that culture. Everyone eats that meat.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
So that was my point. Is as a cultural anthropologist, I realized that we are so culturally conditioned to accept this, and it's actually just cultural brainwashing. And once you realize that, you break free from that cultural conditioning and you look at it and say, "Wait a second, what's the reality of all of this?"
Yeah,
I think
I see.
most of society is brainwashing. To be honest, it's
Yeah.
most of our daily lives. I mean, it's brainwashing. Everything on the screen in front of me is, a form of brainwashing in a sense.
Yes, but the reason it's important is that, like, it goes back to that whole slavery issue. Is when you have an entire class of living creatures that are being systematically there's, I don't know what the word would be, but daily holocaust going on because of it. It's a big problem. It's a big issue, and it should be talked about more, and it should be resolved sooner than later.
So, what do y'all stand on the whole? There's a lot of cultures who think, believe in reincarnation and how it's just a cycle, and then, depending on your karma and all that. That's a big belief that people have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Buddhist for sure. For
Yeah, and I think
example.
that's
Yeah.
something that I've always been interested in the aspect of, if you ever think about just the way that what we see in our day-to-day lives, just as every single culture, it's so different than so many other things that we don't see. You know what I mean? And there are people out there who don't really live in a civilized society. We don't see them because they're not connected to the internet, but they're doing crazy things that we don't understand necessarily. And a lot of them are, eating meat, and I'm sure maybe there's some who don't, but I don't know if
Yeah.
it's brainwashing is the right word. I just feel like maybe it's culturally
Conditioning,
It's
cultural
yeah, just
conditioning.
it's just culture. Like
I
it's
think,
culture.
I think it's both. Like I'll say programming, brainwash. It's all relatively in the same ballpark. But when we say brainwashing, it definitely has a negative connotation, right? And I get to thinking about that movie when that cow was just trying to get some affection. You look at it, looks like a dog, man. Like I just went to go to the park with my dogs right now. It looks like a dog, And I've known people on farms, and they had, like Cynthia in the chat. She said she had a pet, bull or whatever, Sam, that she ended up killing. They ended up killing, So, but the point is, you're right. It is interesting, Steelman, how certain things are considered part of the family, while certain things are considered clothes, material for clothes, like leather or food. When what what connotates that? It's true. Yeah.
Good point about leather. I didn't even think about that. All the stuff they use
Yeah.
meat for that's not food.
Right. Because if you're a vegan, right, you shouldn't even really probably use leather products too. When you think,
So And then like
Yeah.
when it gets down to it, you got to think about every single aspect of your life and what you wear and what you don't wear, which is a huge ask of most of society, especially when we weren't so civilized, or not civilized, but developed where we are now. Like back in the day, to really ask somebody to not do this would be virtually impossible, to be fair. Whenever this
Right.
was the only way, when leather was such a high commodity and you'd buy it from,
Mhm.
the leather man,
Well,
and they made sure every single aspect of the cow was accounted for and used some way. And
Mhm.
you
well,
used it because you didn't have any other option.
Right.
You needed to
well,
choose.
now there's 2 points on. Okay, let's stay on this leather point real quick because there's a story about it. But first, I don't think Jesus was wearing leather, and the Bible says to always wear white. Okay, that's like a Leviticus law to always be wearing, to always be adorned in like all white. So,
Mhm.
just like they do in the, like the sheiks or whatever they do, they just wear that white. There's no like leather necessary, none of that. It's just like one fiber. By the way, we weren't supposed to mix fibers either. It would have just been like one white fibered sheet or whatever. But where I want to go, the leather thing, not to get too far from it, would be. So I had this very experience with that. So another time after I was vegetarian, I had another experience where I had eaten some more mushrooms, and I was in my room tripping, and I look over and I see my computer chair, which was a black leather chair,
Mhm.
and but when you're tripping, I could see it for what it was, and it was just like this black leather throne made of the flesh of a dead animal, just black. And I was like, oh my God, that is literally the throne of Satan. It's just this throne made out of a carcass, a rotten carcass, rotten black flesh, where you just sit on it like you're king of evil. You know what I mean? And it's just wicked, And I could see it for the first time, like you're mentioning. Like sometimes we can't see it, and I believe that's what the veil is in the Bible, where we have this veil over our eyes. We can't see this wickedness, this evil, this sin. But when the veil is lifted,
That could be why mushrooms and psychedelics are such a Schedule 1 and so bad to the government, because if more people were to do it, they realize the demonic nature, for example, of how this whole beast system is for real. And I guess for those of us who don't do that, it's kind of like, I'll take the blue pill, and do the best I can. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what country this was in, Gabriel. I mean, NPC. If you want to look this up sometime, bro, this is wild. But it was one of these. It might be. I'm trying to think where it was. This dude's pull up in a car, and this gal comes out with a plate, like right up to their window, and they're like, "Oh yeah," and they're like dead tarantulas with their legs sticking up, and they're just munching down on them, and I'm all like horrified, like, "No, stop it!"
Yeah, some countries just eat bugs and stuff for sure.
But a big hairy spider, though, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh, bro.
not my culture, but
no, bro.
That's wild. I'll look for that. But you want to address this, Steelman? Is that what you
well,
want
yeah,
to say?
what's the matter, you? He.
What's up, man?
What's the matter? Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. I wanted to address him because he made this argument, and I can't believe that if he's thinking like this, and more people are, he's saying about if you're a vegan, at least they're using like crafted. There was the one comment, right? He says that many animal products are being created by others eating meat regardless.
Oh, yeah. Got you.
Yeah, so it might make sense to at least go ahead and utilize it. So now, I mean, this is total,
no waste.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that like well, I'm not saying that everything in 1940s happened was a true story, but this is totally some propagandist mindset thinking. Is what I'm saying is, oh, well, we can just take advantage of this class because other people are, so we might as well just reap the benefits too. Is that how, like I said, how much problems have been spread throughout the world by that kind of thinking, that just because one person is getting taken advantage of, now it's okay for us to take advantage of them too.
It's not just leather, dude. It's like, I mean, this is what people do. It's just like they make tools out of animals. I mean, they even what the Buddhists like back. I mean, I'm not saying the modern day ones, but there's time when they had the cow was sacred and they treated it in a different way. But now it's sacred in a way that we use it for tools. I mean, it's not. It's just. It is. I mean, it's just. We are taking advantage of our environment and we are utilizing it to make things like so in other stuff as well is like the cause of human suffering, like all the technology we use. But do you use that every day? I think it's kind of similar because it's made with things that they have to go in the ground, and many people die trying to find this stuff. So I think that humanity is just what we do in this life is we kind of ignore it, but we're living our lives in a large part because we're causing suffering to many animals, to many people, and it's one of those things where the people who do that are often the ones who are the winners. So
Yeah,
it's not a pretty thing, but
Andrew, can I ask you a question? Like,
yeah.
anecdotal evidence. Like, for instance, your pops, like his printing business. Even though you think, oh, printing, that's paper and ink and all that stuff. Could you see any animal related? Is there any? Is there any
In
animal
printing. So
relations?
no, but I'd say it's definitely the same issue as far as the land and the trees and the massive amount
I
of
see.
of wood that they have to
So
use. But yeah, so when you get in the world
Yeah.
of paper and printing, and then here in where I live, there's this place called Clampett Paper School where everyone goes, and whether you're doing graphic design, it's kind of like a way for everyone who's in the industry to gather once a year, and you get to see the same video every year. If you want, you can pull it up, but it's of what they do to make paper. I mean, it's essentially they throw a bunch of trees into a big, ginormous, I don't want to say bucket, but something like that, an industrial sized machine, and they, saw all the rough parts off, and they get that middle, that core to it, and
That's the animal's
bleach
home
it.
too.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not the animals directly in any way, but it is their land.
Okay, but see, that's why I say going back to what would, maybe not what would Jesus do, right? But what would you do? So what I mean is I would be willing to maybe milk a cow to get its milk, but I wouldn't be willing to slit a cow's throat to get its ass cheek.
This is
Right?
exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah. Well, this is Steel
sorry,
Man. I'm Jamie right here from Joe Rogan. Yeah. Go ahead, Steel Man. Sorry about that. About milking a cow.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that because you see, there's a problem with taking it too far too soon, right? Now, I could sit here and argue, yeah, we should all only live on the equator, and we should have a sustainable population, and we should get rid of all technology and live in symbiosis with nature. Yeah, that's the final point, but you're getting there too soon. You have to first stop with just eating meat, and then then we can talk. Yeah, then we can talk about how it's wrong to cut down trees and all that stuff. That is another step, but what I'm saying is until you've gotten to step one, it's hard to make it to step two. And
I mean, that could be true, but what if you're that lumberjack that you literally see the chipmunks and birds and woodpeckers getting displaced and killed, and rabbits being, turned into fertilizer, mulch or whatever. So
I want to agree with you on all of that. That it's totally wrong. It's totally wrong. I actually, of course, as someone who's done mushrooms, I've actually experienced crying for a tree that was cut down. I was in the woods. I had a great trip. I came down from the woods, got back into the city, and I saw next to the sidewalk a tree stump with a tree that was cut down. And I just realized, and it hit me that the man is so disconnected from reality, from nature, from life, from, like I said, reality, that we just cut down this tree. And it's just so sad for everybody. We have no idea the level of destruction that we do every time we cut down a single tree. I mean,
Yeah, real quick. I hear you, Doomerang. Good to have you, brother. Sub up to Doomerang. And how do you say your friend's name? What's the matter you? Oh, what's the matter you? Like Bowinkle. What's the matter you? Yeah, sub up to them. But yeah, we went over this in the video we were watching earlier. God did say after the flood, Noah, that animals were free game, right? The video did mention that, and I'm pretty sure the Bible does too.
So it's like some dream, though. God didn't say that, from my understanding. Somebody had a dream, and then they said it.
Okay, that's what it was. That's the right and exact. Okay, that is different than actually God saying it, huh? But either way, when God says something, it goes through a person too, right?
Yeah.
So we got to take their word for it.
A person. No. In the Garden of Eden, God said in the Garden of Eden, I give you all seed-bearing plants as fruit. Adam didn't say God said that. The Bible says God said that. And then later, like Paul or somebody has a dream or whoever it was and says, now that I had a dream, I say that you can eat whatever you want, because God told me that.
But God didn't write the Bible.
No, but it's
right?
called hearsay. It's basically hearsay in a courtroom, for example. That wouldn't even be admissible evidence. You can't say what somebody else said as a witness. It wouldn't even be admissible in a court. But God said Himself in Genesis, "I give you all seed-bearing plant." And the reason I say that is it's very specific because seed-bearing plant takes out roots, takes out all the unethical aspects. He literally not only gave you the healthiest food, but the most ethical, the most, like I said, symbiotic. It's all right there.
Well, Steelman, did you hear what I brought up earlier while the film was going on? Or well, actually, right when we were pausing, I was bringing up a book. We had a book reading. My friend read from this rare book called "The Holy Megala: The Necessarian Teaching of the Essene Way," and it supposedly dates all the way back to the Garden, and it basically alludes to that Adam and Eve were tricked by some beings with these metal breastplates into killing an animal, breaking off a branch of the tree, making a spear, and causing density for humanity. And that's what started the whole thing. And they actually go on to say that some of the individuals were following Father Abraham who deviated from natural law, and Enoch got it right. So there were some during this time period, according to this literature, it's saying there was a false Yahweh giving instructions to do these things, to kill things, ransack villages, the stonings, the sacrifices, the whole shebang.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So it's actually really interesting. But that it's a rare book. It's really hard to find. But if you ever get a chance to read some of that, it gets really interesting. And then go ahead.
I was gonna say that Doomerang says Genesis 9, chapter 9, verse 3. It is in a dream. That's what he said. Let's read it. Let's read it real quick. Genesis 9, chapter 9, verse 3. Okay. Let's shut up.
Well,
it says every morning, things that live shall be food for you. And as I give you the green plants, I give you everything. This verse is spoken by God to Noah after the flood. Gives humanity permission to eat meat alongside the plants that they had previously consumed. Okay.
Okay, then I apologize for that was my mistake. I was thinking of afterwards when they get into the clean and unclean. So apparently this is, like you said, words from God.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, that paper stuff is fucking insane. Watching that.
Dude, you should see this picture of me. It's I got like this really cool photo in front of like it's I don't know how every roll is a ton. So these 1,000-pound rolls of paper.
Yeah.
And I had like I don't know, like 60 of them behind me. It was like king of the paper.
King of the paper, yeah. They could have squished the king of the paper easily. Go ahead.
Well, let's take this verse for example at its face. Then there should be no argument about whether or not John ate locusts, and there should be no argument about whether or not it's okay to eat cats and dogs. It says right here, God says you can eat cats, dogs, locusts, each other. You can eat humans, every moving thing. You can eat each other for all that. You get cannibalism.
But if it says you can eat bugs and locusts and stuff like that, doesn't that go against the Leviticus, Deuteronomy? So that would cancel that, or that comes after this. No, that would come after this. That would come after this. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot of so apparently the diet's been changing, and I'm saying it's going to change now again to where they say, okay, now you can only
probably should
fruit again.
It probably should, right?
There's my argument.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying, man. For sure. Now, do you? Okay, I know because I know he's a dad. That's why I can relate to. I like Steelman for many reasons, but I'm a father like him. Now, can I ask? Is your like son or daughter doesn't eat meat, or do they eat meat too? He's probably busy doing the dad stuff.
Hey man.
Yeah, because I thought about that.
Yeah, what was that?
What do you think about like having your child as a vegetarian or whatnot? Because I thought about that too, but then I was like, my son's into like sports and all this other stuff, and I'm like, no, man. I don't know if you can get everything you need. We talked about that earlier, so that's me personally.
Well, yeah, hopefully you can hear me okay still. Am I
I hear you. You're good.
All right, one sec.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So actually, I did the home birth, delivered the children myself, and they've never, about 4 and 5 now. They've never eaten. Well, no, they've eaten, they've eaten chicken nuggets like maybe you can count them on your hands, a handful of times, but they've never really eaten meat, at all.
Okay.
And they're totally healthy, totally normal, big, healthy children, and not like fat kids or anything. But
also they're actually like they're not like smaller. They're on par or better for what they should be. Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, and in fact,
that's great.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. D'Andre, you have a very young one, right?
Yeah, I commend you on the home birth though. It's
Yeah, that's
impressive, and
awesome.
well, we really wanted to, but it was just so expensive. We couldn't afford it. Unfortunately.
Oh,
But yeah,
well,
no,
that's
she
why.
eats meat. Sorry, she's
Yeah.
big as hell too.
She's big as hell.
She is, dude. She's a big-ass baby.
Yeah. The thing about, maybe Steelman could talk about this too in the chat. Like, the thing about home birth too, it could be expensive for some people, but also too, it takes a lot of courage, I think, especially if one is like, I want to say, I could fuck it programmed in the Western medical system is the only way, so because a lot of doctors and stuff can kind of scare you out of even trying to attempt to do something like that. You know what I'm saying? So it does take courage for some of us. Some people are just born with big ass nuts or whatever, but
Well,
some of
it's
us are
also
like, I don't want to risk it. Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
that
It is
too,
so,
huh?
this guy I was working for, I was telling you about that I was editing videos for. He tried, and then
Mhm.
they ended up in the hospital anyway. So he had to pay all that money, and then he ended up in the hospital as well. And it's crazy because it's not like it just goes smooth for everyone. I mean, some people have serious problems. That's the devil you have to kind of face in that situation.
Wait.
'cause
So
we know.
it didn't go. It didn't go. So they attempted it, and he had to go.
Yeah. So they had the midwife and everything, and he got like
Uh-huh.
stuck on the way out.
Oh
Yeah. So they
no!
had to go to the hospital,
Damn!
and now that same kid is autistic. So it's like, and he's also never had
Wow!
any jabs. So it's like really crazy the kind of things
Wow!
that I mean, it's just such another thing that I was thinking about when I was having my baby is
Crapshoot.
kind of crazy, but and I know it's not on topic, but I was really worried that it was going to be a boy because I was worried about making that choice about circumcision because I feel like that's
Oh
my
yeah, yeah,
brainwash. I feel like I don't know if I really
yeah,
believe that
yeah.
that's good, but I would feel like that was tough.
Yeah. I mean, I get it why people say that, but I can support either way for a person if that's their choice.
Well, no,
And I don't think it's the end of the world, bro. Like some people.
Well, it's just like eating
some
meat,
people-
though. I feel like it's just like eating meat. It's would you slit the throat? Probably not. So don't do it. So would you circumcise your child? Probably not. So don't do
Yeah,
it.
most cases, but there's some kids that are born with what they call a buried penis, where they need some help as it is with some for their member down
Well,
there.
what I
and
mean is,
while you're down there, you might as well do the circumcision too.
what I mean though is that it's not a natural thing. So like I even did like what they call a lotus birth, which the whole lotus birth thing is actually just like they call what I did, which is just a fancy name for when the umbilical cord comes out with the placenta bag connected to it. Your instinct isn't, wow, let me get a knife and cut this umbilical
Hi,
cord.
Sherelle. Good to see you, sis.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm
So
saying
do
you
you
go with your
get a
instinct,
knife?
right?
So
Well,
that
that's
comes
what
to your.
doctors. No, that does not. Right. That
It
is
does
not the
not come
natural
to.
instinct. Just like when you see a cow, you're not like, hey, let me bite into this thing, right? And when you see when a newborn baby, you're not like, hey, let me, well, for a nice way of saying it, circumcise this baby. No, that doesn't come to your mind. That is not and if that comes to your mind, then you're a sick person, not right.
No.
I'm
I
not saying
don't
you
agree.
guys. I'm not saying you guys, but I'm saying if we weren't culturally conditioned, and then a baby came out and
There you
someone said,
go.
"Hey, I'm going to grab a knife," right?
That's
Then
better.
we would say,
Yeah.
right. Then we would say, "Wow, that person is sick." But because we've been culturally conditioned, we don't see that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. See, in Africa, when those tribes, they put those big ass rings around their neck too. They probably think we're weird because we don't do it. But
Exactly.
yeah,
And
man.
so I'm coming at it from a cultural anthropologist perspective because that's kind of what I studied for a long time is cultural anthropology, where I studied different cultures, and it's related to Jesus. And I studied the origins of religion. I wrote this book called The Origins of Religion. Jesus, I would say, the reason is he doesn't have culture. It's when if a person can shed their culture, that's when you can become Jesus. Yeah, that's the true Christ within each of us. Is when all culture is erased and we are actually becoming humans without cultural conditioning, which is the veil that covers our eyes to the reality.
That's very
Yeah,
true.
that's true. And I've lived like I've done the thing with trying to do one foot in the world that you're talking about and one foot in the other. And what I mean by that is like I know, like Terrence McKenna famously said, culture is not your friend in a lot of ways, right? It's a programming that we all we have, and a lot of times it gets us to be very closed off and not get into our full potential as a human. With that said, once you know it is not your friend, you can, if you choose to, like for example, if you live away from your family like I do, and then you go back and visit them, and some of them still go to church and you don't. I mean, you could have fun with it and maybe have a spiritual experience in that church, even though it's cultural programming. So,
Holy
yeah,
shit! Did you guys hear that?
yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
There was
so
like that went
lightning and
off
stuff, huh?
outside. That went off
Yeah,
outside just now.
that was wild.
I don't know if that was a
But
gunshot or what that was, bro.
sound like thunder. Or what. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
okay, but it just woke my mom
yeah.
and my dog up, though. I
Oh
don't.
shit.
That's crazy, bro.
But were you able to hear what I said though? Anybody have any thoughts?
About church?
Have any thoughts
well,
about what I said?
My bad. Can you repeat it, bro? That was.
Well, you're
That
talking
threw
about
the
going
whole thing
to
off my
other
bro.
cultures, and then you see both sides of it, and people have spiritual experiences in church, and I don't know. I don't even all the churches I've been to, dude, are all mega churches, and it's in a big city. It's hard to find a good church. So most of the ones I see are just. I feel like it's just people
No,
doing it
I'll
as
give you an
hobby.
example. I'll give you an example. I'm kind of like Steelman in the sense, and probably maybe you guys too. I would assume that you realize that a lot of these religions are probably talking about the same thing. And I'll take it a step further. I think shamanism probably was one of the first types of religion, and we went from there as we got bigger as tribes and city states and whatnot. But with that said, I was raised a Christian, a Catholic in particular, and there came a time when I was like, "This is stupid. What am I doing here? I don't feel like I'm talking to God in this pew." Right. And as I got older, I studied different, experienced different religions, like kind of like on Joseph Campbell chamber, like comparative religions. And then I realized, oh shit, like I can get something from all these things if I have the right mindset, So that's what I'm saying. And those are all programs like Hinduism. When I used to go to those ashrams or go to the Buddhist temple or have lunch with the Muslim cleric, like I can, or even like here in Taiwan, where my wife's family, they were Christians, and I went to their church and I had a really good experience listening to the New Testament, the readings from the gospel. You know what I mean? So, yes, religion is weird and shit like that, but I think once you realize these are all programs, you can get something out of it if you wish.
So this thing that you go ahead.
Oh no, please.
No, if it's more related to that, I was going to ask a general question about the format that you did today, where you played the documentary.
Yes.
So is this something that you do often, where you kind of do like a watch and talk?
This is the second time I've done this. Last week it was we played this musical called High School the Musical, this corny 1970s musical to kind of say like how this is kind of like the panel verse. We had fun, but this is the first time like documentary we had.
I think it's cool.
Okay,
I think it's a cool concept.
It was fun. Thank you for the feedback.
I'm gonna keep you on point real quick then.
Okay, good.
So
we're doing meta here, but thank you.
So this is a passage I like to refer to, which is John 6:66. Because
what?
And that
6:66.
yeah, because and I find it interesting that it's John 6:66 because that's the passage where many of Jesus' disciples, people that were following him at that time, left him, walked away from him because they couldn't accept this teaching. And what was the teaching? The teaching was kind of what you're talking about, is that you think that there are other ways to find all of this. Jesus says, very truly I tell you, unless you eat from my body and drink from my blood, you have no life in you. My body is food. My body is food, and my blood is drink. And why this is important is this goes back to why the cows, like you said, were originally sacred. And it was because the holy cow produced the holy shit, which was where Jesus was born. Yeah, they got the gold cap mushrooms. This was the body of Christ. That's why Catholic ceremonies, and this is how I discovered all of this through anthropology. There's Catholic ceremonies in Oaxaca, Mexico, where they're giving out the gold cap mushroom.
Maria Sabina, yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. As the body of Christ. Yes, exactly. And that's then, that's the origins of religions. That's the body of Christ. This is what he's talking about in the Last Supper. And what I'm saying is you can try to do all of these things, like go to church and try peyote, ayahuasca, all of this stuff, but there's only one true God, and that's the gold cap, the sun disk of the ancient Egyptians. The first, the one that's born of a virgin, its cell is never changing because it's asexual. It's the same genetic code that it was today, that it will always be. It is the fruit body of the Trinity, the spores that are omnipresent in this room right now, and then the mycelium that gives the life to all chlorophyll-using plants, and finally the flesh that you eat, which is communion. It's the only way. It's the truth, the way, the light, and it is the only way to salvation, I believe.
The flesh is the only way to light?
The mushroom flesh, yeah. The psychedelic mushroom.
So it's not animal flesh. Okay.
No, but dude, I'm with you. Like, probably I'll be like Crow, trying to be edgy. I'm 93% like Alistair Crow, 93% with you, dude. But like, it's that 1% when you say only. I don't know if it's my programming or innately the way, like, because like I get what you're saying, because there ain't nothing like a mushroom. It's probably I can't even talk about it. You only can point to it, right? But the saying that only way, it just gets to me. On one end, I'm like, it's good because for a lazy motherfucker, I'm not saying you're lazy by far, Steel Man. It's like, oh, this is the only way. There's no need to stray, right? But then again, I'm like, what about the many ways to the end goal? I guess that wouldn't be sufficient then, with your philosophy on life, right?
Okay, I'll agree with you that Jesus came back for, like, whoever Jesus came back for is who needs it. Now, I think Jesus even said maybe not everyone needs him. Yeah,
I like that. Yeah. But dude, I wish I guess it's I could if I really want to, but I wish my life was set up where I could experience that more, because you're onto something there, definitely, because it puts a lot of things in perspective, right? But then again, do you ever get confused though from these trips?
So honestly, I haven't even done them in a long time, but I actually, like I said, did so much studying on it. I know this is true. I would take it to the guillotine. And it goes back to the origins of civilization. It goes back to, so you were mentioning Crowley, and this other person was mentioning how there was this theory that one of the Old Testament was actually evil. This is Crowley. This is all secret societies, Freemasonry, and this is what I'm actually touching on, was that in the Garden of Eden, the serpent, which is why Moses held the serpent on the staff, and why there's the medical symbol with the serpent on the staff. That's the symbol of Jesus on the staff, or Jesus on the cross. Yes, Jesus was the serpent in the garden. Yeah, Jesus came to offer his body and blood, which was the tree of knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. And when they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which was the gold cap mushroom, that was the beginning of civilization, because that's what I don't want to push, like, evolutionary theory or early hominid stuff. But if we were to discuss it in that realm, this is where you get agriculture, why agriculture was the beginning of things, and why the cow, getting back to why that cow was so sacred in the beginning. It wasn't for the meat and all that stuff. It was originally sacred because it's literally it's what propelled man in order to think into higher levels of consciousness. Exactly. And
I think of Joe Rogan's McKenna Stone apes theory, but instead of the ape, you don't even need the ape. You can just say human in general if you want that. Yeah, like you're saying, it kind of the download the mushroom gives helped us like make these paradigm shifts as a collective. You're saying?
Well, yeah, and then the shamans, though. Well, and actually, that's where you get the origins of religion and the consolidation of power. Is you get the high priests. They were literally getting high, and they were actually in communion with higher states of consciousness. They were actually able to speak.
High priests.
Yeah, and I mean, and this is the whole foundation of the church originally, and this is what it will always has been. And you can even take it back into, so Christianity came out of Egypt, you know, clearly through the direct lineage of Noah and who was working under Pharaoh and all that stuff, right? So, well, in ancient Egyptian, what is the second most common symbol in all of ancient Egypt is the scarab beetle.
Mm-hmm.
And then what does it hold up? It holds up the sun disk. Well,
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the dung beetle. Everyone got excited.
Well, no. You see, that's the point that most people don't realize. The sacred scarab beetle of the ancient Egyptians is the dung beetle, and it is a dung dwelling, and it specifically lives and dwells in cattle dung. And and what is exactly? So you have the dung beetle
Mushroom.
holding up the gold cap mushroom, or the gold cap, exactly. So the ancient Egyptians weren't worshiping the sun disk. The only reason they said they were worshiping the sun disk is because they came out with that theory in the 1800s before the gold cap was even introduced to scholastics. It wasn't even introduced till like the 1960s. So the Egyptologists, they had no way of even knowing that it was possibly a gold cap mushroom. So they just said, it must be and they actually said that the Egyptians didn't understand what the beetle was doing. They must have had a misunderstanding, and they must have thought the beetle was, so they said that the Egyptians were worshiping the sun.
Right. And before we type, this is fascinating. Like kind of like my work over the years, similar in a way. Before I take it, ask Dandry and Rags about what they think. I have to say, those high priests, though, in my opinion, they probably. Oh shit! What is this? Uh-oh. There's a missile strike. What the fuck in Taiwan? Hold on. I gotta go. Hold on. I don't know if this is drill or what. I'll hold on. Oh, never mind. These motherfuckers just said drill. It said drill. Motherfuckers.
That's pretty crazy though that you have that happen right after
Did you hear that?
boom outside.
I'm sorry. Oh shit!
What the hell?
I was scared for a second.
This is a weird night.
That was weird. I'm like, Rags, pay attention to me, even though there's an explosion, and then I'm freaking out about this shit, dog. You heard the beep, right, from my phone? You could hear the.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
But that boom just a little bit ago at my house, like shook the house, like whatever that was outside. I don't even know what that was, but
yeah, I was ready to go make a beeline to my son's sports camp right now.
Wow. Yeah.
Holy shit. Because you know how it is in Taiwan. It's a great place and peaceful, but you never know, man. You never know with this China shit.
Yeah.
I need to calm down for a second. I was saying about the priest. I was saying about the priest, the high priest.
No, man, take your time, dude.
No, yeah, maybe this will help me kind of not think about that shit. Spurging. I'm okay. I can spurg on this, right? I'm allowed that, right?
That was crazy, dude.
That was crazy. You guys were part of it too. Oh shit! But the high priest, they didn't want. They're the middleman, right? For allegedly from God and the people, right? So they kind of maybe they didn't want to share that knowledge with the people, because if you're doing mushrooms and whatnot, you don't really need the high priest. Maybe you do for guidance, but these people can anoint themselves, right? Right.
Well, exactly. If you're doing the mushrooms, you are the high priest. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the thing is, kind of like, not everyone wants to do a lot of them, you know. And I agree. Like I said, I haven't done them in a long time. Like, I think what these secret societies originally did was said, like, let's dose this guy up on a whole lot of them, and then see what he tells us. And I think you can get a lot of sacred information that way, you know.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, my whole channel, I had this channel called Test Stream, and almost had 1,000 subs. Last week it got nuked. I have like hundreds of hours of trip reports from my friends that they gave. They nuked it, bro. YouTube nuked that shit. I was like, I woke up one morning and I was like, what the fuck last week? So I guess it's an offering to the universe or whatever. We have to make more maybe. But what do you guys think about that? Rags and the men? About that or anything else that we're touching on?
Rags.
Rags and
I'll be
Muffin.
honest with you. I've only done mushrooms like once, and I had not a great experience. So maybe I'm still not awake. I was really young,
that's what,
you know.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, if there's anything else, like,
oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, can bring you. Let's go. We're here. We're here for another 20 minutes at least. Yeah.
Wait, what?
I mean, we're in extended time.
To let you know about my spiritual experiences?
Or anything you want. Yeah, okay, let's start there. What have you had like Any like epiphanies or spiritual experiences?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Mm.
I'd say that
Hey,
a lot of the
Wolfie, good to
time
see you, brother.
it was like in my weakest moments in life, I think, is when they come.
Mm. Yeah.
Homeless. I've been homeless like twice in my life. This has been many years since then. But
Yeah.
just when you think it's all over, and you kind of get like a second chance, and then you kind of, on death's door, you think that you're there, and then you get back to,
Mm.
you stabilize, and then you kind of see the world in a different way. And this is all happening in beautiful mountain town. I think just living in the mountains, you kind of have spiritual
Mm-hmm.
experiences just being in that environment as a regular thing. Um, I worked at the hotel that they based The Shining off of. So
Oh, did you, dude? I did a show on that
on the
last
hotel,
month. No, on the Shining, the secret meeting that Kubrick might have been talking about, and we talked a lot about the hotel on that
yeah. I mean,
windy
I
road. Yeah.
worked there. It was dude, it was the craziest.
Wow.
Working there was like a dream, dude. Like things happened there that
Wow.
just didn't make sense in
That's
in the
surreal, man.
world. Yeah, that was
That's surreal.
but as far as like
Salute,
I did a
Scotty.
lot of acid. I did a
Mm.
lot of acid in my youth. Those are pretty profound
That's
times.
big time.
Yeah,
Did
but
you
I
ever
know it's
see
like
this whole old
synthetic.
see reality? Did you ever see? It's still psychedelic. Did you ever see reality like a simulation or cartoon, anything like that, or a video game that ever
Um,
went in your mind?
not necessarily. But I did definitely experience that repulsion towards meat. I'll tell you that. Going to get like a
Mm.
pizza and it's like pepperoni
Hmm.
and it's like it's just disgusting. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
what's wrong with
Yeah.
me? And then I
Yeah.
think I might have even watched some documentaries on acid and like
While you
smoked
were
pot
high,
and yeah, and then like oh my God, never
Food
again. And then
Inc. Food
yeah,
Inc.
yeah,
That's
exactly,
bad.
dude. And then the next
But
day
that's
it's
good
like
though.
we're getting fried chicken. Okay,
It's like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. Yeah.
I'm
But
I'm
like
I'm a horrible
but
man.
what you said, you're good. You're good, man. But what you said about like homeless and hitting your bottom and stuff, and you literally said like at death's door, isn't that's something that psychedelics do? They kind of, in my opinion, sometimes they can simulate a death and getting you ready, and maybe it's getting you ready for the transition.
Yeah,
You
as
know,
Scorpios, I
and
know we're both fascinated by death.
oh yeah,
I
big time.
I think it's like such an incredible concept, and it's really,
Hmm.
really, I think, just stomped on over here in the West. It's just we really kind of don't understand it at all.
Yeah,
It's
who
kind of
was it
gross the
that?
way we treat it.
Yeah, because like I think it was you who said like we're so far removed from that, like so
Yeah,
far removed that we don't even see the meat hanging up in the hunks of meat hanging up in the supermarket. They hide that even, let alone slaughtering the animal. You
yeah,
know,
and
um,
our culture too, dude. I mean, I can only speak. I've only lived here. I mean, I'm not very well versed. I did date a girl once from Taiwan, not Thailand. I know they're so easy to mix up, but yeah, she was
mhm.
Taiwanese. Her name was Fanny. That was her American name. I was like, why did you choose that name?
That
But you
sounds
know what
like
that
a
means.
Taiwanese name. Your ass. Call you
Um,
ass.
but so I don't know how it is in other countries. I know it's not just a uniquely American thing. I know it's common nowadays for everyone to get sick before they die, but I got to believe that that's not how it always was. Just for it to be standard for everyone to just get sick I'm not talking like you're sick and then you
Yeah.
die. Of course that's normal. I'm talking about you're sick for 10, 20 years and then you die. There's no way
Oh,
that's
chronic.
that's normal.
It's the quality of life is horrible. Like you go to the park here and you see all these old Taiwanese grandpas and grandmas. They're in a wheelchair in a comatose state with a feeding tube up their nose with their Filipino helper nurse, and it's like, what kind of quality of life is that, man?
Yeah, dude.
You
And
know,
I,
they're
I
old, yeah, on
believe,
paper, but
yeah, I think that honestly, so I told you about my and it's hard for me to really express the intensity to which it was happening, the digestive stuff, because it wasn't the digestion that really bothered me. It was my mental clarity. Like it wasn't just like I felt bad. It was like I had full blown dementia or something. I thought I had cancer. I felt so horrible, and
Mm,
then I really got to believe
yeah.
that that's what Alzheimer's is.
Hey, Joe.
It's a digestive issue. I think it's like a chronic digestive distress caused by many
Yeah,
of our diets. And I mean, that's
yeah,
obviously I can't prove that. That's just my like intuition. But I think that
yeah.
from what I experienced, especially when I went to the doctors and they couldn't diagnose me, I think that chronic digestive, like your microbiome is so out of whack. I think that leads to mental, um, just loss
Deficits,
of your
yeah.
mind.
Yeah, I've heard people say like the stomach is a second brain too.
Yeah.
You know, and whatnot. Now, hello to Joe Cool and Rags. I want to get you back in the conversation. And Wolfie, after Rags, you can talk about experience. You brought up experiences in the chat. I want you to maybe hit on that or anything else you want. Yeah. Rags, you still there?
Yeah, still here. Yeah.
Yeah, what you got?
As far as the mushrooms go, I've only ever done 1.5 grams, and I didn't really like the way I felt on it. I just vibrated really heavy, like weed, but because if I had to explain it to people, it's like weed but stronger. At least the dosage
Yeah,
I
for
did.
sure. That's why Steelman's here. He can do it, so we don't have to do it. We can check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a little much, and I had stomach issues with it. And then I started reading some
Mhm.
things because I considered doing it again, but I read up some stuff with some mystics that have done both that and abstained. And some of the writings that I read about is that the people that said they gained the most knowledge had nothing to do with using a substance whatsoever. They said that actually that's spiritual bypassing. And they said
Okay.
that to gain the true hidden inner knowledge is you have to do it yourself by just cultivating a clean temple and meditative practice without anything. Because they say if you're trying to do it the other way, it's basically like treating it like a fast food value menu. You're like just trying, and then that's when you get messed with by other entities at times trying to do that.
I've heard
Rago, I heard the same
Joe?
exact thing, that there are 3 ways to get there. And 2 of them are shortcuts. The way to get there is proper meditation, diet, and that type of shit. Then you're ready when you get there. But you could rush there through hallucinogenics, and also apparently at the time of orgasm, when you're having sex, that opens up some doors. But I've heard that same shit. Yeah.
I don't think. I think.
Sharing that, bro. Yeah.
I
Shout out to you,
I
bro.
think though, like you can get, bro. Yeah, probably meditating. You can go somewhere so spiritual, and whatnot, but ain't nothing getting. I can't see them getting you higher than DMT or big mushroom dose or something like that. Like
I've done them, and NPC. When I meditate anyway, after I got good at it, I went to the same place that I did with the hallucinogenics. It was the same thing. Oh my God, this
talking
is
about
bad.
that. You
Well,
gotta
so
show
there's
us.
actually and there are levels to it. You know, you can call it the levels of heaven. Now that I think about it, but there's this Kalindi I. Yeah, there's this African elder named Kalindi I, and he talks about
He
how.
rest in peace. He passed away. Yeah.
Oh no way! Yeah.
Yeah. He's great. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah,
Oh,
Clinton
no.
was a
Yeah,
friend
thanks.
to my friend's friend. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and he talked about extremely high doses of 20 dried grams or more. And he would talk about how this is what the Egyptians would do, that they would take 20 or more dried grams, and that's how they would make the hieroglyphs on their walls come alive. That's how they would actually like summon golems, as they would create these clay figures, and then they would take these high doses, and these figurines would come to life and whatnot. Yeah, so it can get extreme. We're only talking, like you said, 1 gram, 2 grams, 3 grams. Terrence was talking 5. But if that doesn't trip your trigger, talk to Kalindi I, and I bet we can get you.
Yeah, that was what got. I think that's the video that got my channel nuked. Is because my friend Mystery Ozo, who comes on this channel, he took 40 because he interviewed Kalindi before, and we had a nice trip report. I don't know if it was that or the cartoon we made about how to make DMT. Either
You know
one.
what he called it?
Either one.
A trip
I think it was
report,
that one.
he says.
That one probably. Yeah,
I never
that's
heard
what it
that
is. It's a
phrase.
trip, man. Go ahead, Wolfie. Good to see you, brother. We're talking
Good
about
to see you
experience
too,
and
bro.
whatnot.
Thanks for having me on, man. No,
Always a
what I
pleasure,
wanted to
man.
understand is, are you guys taking this to actually see, like, meet, like God, or is that what you guys are talking about, or like? No,
I think Steelman is though.
when
Yeah,
you
I didn't
take
tell him
stuff
that
like
either.
that, dude, you're opening up a whole nother realm, bro. And I don't think that's the way you're gonna meet God, bro. If that's what you're talking about, you know what I mean?
I'm actually
or whatever
saying,
you're looking for.
to be very clear, I'm saying that it is the body of Christ, and in order to have communion with Christ and with God through Christ,
You gotta get high.
you have to eat the body of Christ, as he says at the Last Supper.
Which is bread.
That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, man. I disagree, but that's fine.
Well, but
Everybody has
let's hear it.
different-
Wolfie, let's
different
hear what you.
opinions, man.
How do you think? I assume you're a Christian, right? Or
No, I don't like labels.
Oh no,
but I do believe.
okay,
I
not
do
a label,
believe in
but
a higher power.
you believe in a
I
higher
just
power,
don't
right?
think.
God.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe in
How do you think?
Yeshua. Call me a
Okay, yeah,
Christian
I
if
like
you
that.
want.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
how can we gain knowledge of God then? That's like how Muslims say that sometimes. They say getting closest to God is gaining knowledge. How would you say you can gain knowledge of God?
By
In your
experience.
opinion. I like that.
By
Okay.
experience and living your life and not getting high, and because I think doing those things open up a whole nother realm, bro. I could be wrong, though, dude. And you guys might be right. And I'm not hating. I'm not trying to be like, that's just my opinion, dude. I just
we know you're not. That's good that that's why you're cool in the sense that you're open minded. He's like, yeah, I don't see it, but more power to you guys if you
and trust me, dude, I like doing some shrooms. I ain't hating,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, I get it, bro. I just don't think that's the way.
Listen,
but that's just my opinion, you know what I mean?
You said,
I just think
Wolfie, you said,
Go ahead, Joe.
Wolfie, you said the way to gain knowledge is through living life and experiencing things. You wouldn't count getting high among them, though. It's odd.
yes, well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't smoke some weed. Absolutely. I get high, but I'm not searching for God when I get high. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing it from my own
He'll find you though
pitiful
when you get high.
things, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you guys be
Okay.
fucking around. I don't mean to be fuck it. Dude, weed is a psychedelic, especially if you
Absolutely.
certain circumstances, bro.
Meditate.
No,
I
I'm
smoke
just saying,
weed and meditate.
Yeah. There you
if
go.
I'm looking to talk to God, bro, I don't want to be on anything, man. I just want to be on some real.
That's telling. I'm so sorry. I
Well,
can't
so
keep
I
it
just
shut.
want to be on soberness.
Yeah.
I wanted to clarify again, though, that I do believe that there is, like the Bible says, one true God, one true body of Christ, and that there are multiple gods. God is a jealous God, right? And so, like some of the natives would use peyote buttons, or down, in South America, they might use ayahuasca, for example. And there's these different, there's what different gods. They, some of the natives would say the gods were in the morning glory seeds and whatnot. But however, when it comes to Christianity. So what I'm trying to make sure is it's crystal clear is that I'm not advocating for any other gods or deities like green or anything like that. I'm saying that there is one true God that is the gold, that is the sun disk of the Egyptians.
Right.
And there is no substitute. There's no substitute for that, and there's nothing like it.
But at least I can say this: at least it's natural until men mess with it. But but
Wolfie,
that's
you
the only thing I
believe?
had a problem with. I'm not gonna go to God high and be like, "What's up, man? What's up, dude?" Like.
So you believe
He'd probably be ashamed of you.
high is wrong, then, right, Wolfie? Is that what you're saying? It's wrong to be high. It's bad. It's inherent in what your statement there.
Well, no, I don't. See, I'm not saying it's wrong to get high. I'm saying
You're saying I don't want to
high.
go in front of God high. So from
Exactly.
that, I'm reading
wants to have a
between the
clear head.
lines that you think you're off your square when you're high.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just want to be straight up with them. You know what I mean? I don't want to. You know what I mean? You get what? Yeah, exactly.
I
just don't want to be on
Yeah.
But then somebody might say, like, actually, in order to be clear headed, I need to be high on mushrooms or weed or something like that too. So,
and you would be right,
Yes,
dude.
you
Some
know?
people are actually like that. But what God says is you need to be sober in these times and be on your square and be aware what's coming.
Mountain Man gets high off paper.
Hey, dude, right? Everybody has a high. Coffee.
Is he still there? I want to make sure he's still
sandwiches, whatever it is, dude. You know what I mean? Everybody
Sandwiches,
has an
yeah.
addiction. That's facts too. But
So somebody mentioned the Lucy thing, the person up there, and I just wanted to mention that that's actually what I believe is where the holy water comes from. So that's the odorless, tasteless. Yeah, and you can touch it on. You can literally splash it on somebody, and they will see the spiritual realm. It's a
Right.
Splash what? You say Lucy?
LSD, dog.
Oh, okay.
LSD. Because it has no, you can't smell it. It doesn't taste like anything
Molly.
really. But
Molly.
it'll
So
get
this
you.
is Molly.
Go ahead.
This is the little dish of water. When you walk into those Catholic churches, when they would dip their fingers in the water and they touch their forehead,
Yeah.
that's supposed to be Lucy, and that's why you'll see a lot of them have the pharmaceutical symbol right on them, or the PX symbol.
I never heard that, right?
Do you mean that like in terms of like morning glory seeds like the Aztecs? or
Well, I'm talking about
literally acid. Albert Hoffman acid.
Yeah, I'm
It
talking
wasn't
about
just
like I
water.
think. Yeah, I think I'm talking about like Albert Hoffman.
Okay.
I think
Damn.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
you know
it could
Molly
go
is
through your
LSD.
skin, right? And you can get a
LSD,
dose
dude.
yourself.
Molly.
Right? That's
What's
different.
that?
Molly's different.
Not Molly.
Yeah,
It's the new ecstasy.
Yeah, MDMA. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, they are very different, and that's the thing is that's what the problem with this is. When you mention some of these holy substances and holy sacraments, they can often get mixed in with, for example, drugs, which I would not consider some of these things, especially mushrooms, drugs. But it's hard to get other people to understand that, right?
No,
No,
it's
I don't get
natural.
high. I
Weed,
used to get high.
mushrooms,
I don't get high anymore, but I
DMT.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah, DMT. It's all natural. It's a plant. You go out in the rainforest, you find. I understand that.
But see
Absolutely.
how I'm saying it gets thrown in there with DMT and all of this stuff, and that's fine. But
But
I'm
if
not
you
trying to push.
really want to get technical, bro, every drug is natural. It's just man-made. Throw some things in it. It's fat, heroin,
Now
crack
they did a
cocaine.
study recently. It came out. I think it was a CIA study that just got revealed. Probably released the files recently. Everybody that they gave, I think it was LSD too. All of them were something like 80-90% less likely to follow orders, just obey. Everybody wanted to question why and question authority. After one dose, the rest of their lives they were changed. They would not just obey and follow, which makes me think there is something to that, and that's why it's illegal. They want you to obey and shit. They don't want you with a clear mind.
Yeah,
One
you don't want us
dose.
to obey. In one dose. They don't want us to obey. They don't want us to share any donations. Nobody's giving any donations. But that's okay. I'm glad everyone's here right now.
You'll get better at it, bro. You'll get better at the grip. We'll get flowing here. You'll get better.
I mean, Brett, I'm not even going to address that because I know I was fumbling, but I'm addressing it right now. You got to keep going, Brett. We're learning, Brett. You know what I'm saying?
No, you
It
didn't
is
stumble.
what
You
it
did
is,
great.
man.
I rode for you, Phil.
Yeah.
Where them
That's why you
donations
just gotta
at?
help me.
Come on, brothers and sisters. Come on. Come on. I still ain't get a donation yet. Come on now. $ FDMG School. $ FDMG School. $ FDMG School on the Cash App. Where them donations at, family? Where they at? Ain't nobody come through yet. Where they at? Where they at? $ FDMG School. Where y'all at?
You will never see the fumble from me. Never know. Or at least I will never admit it, even if I look corny as shit. Yeah, but Raggamuffin, you were saying something, bro?
Oh, what was I saying?
Well, first of all, thanks to Raggamuffin for putting this on. This Christspiracy. I don't know.
Well, she
Joe,
talking
I
about
saw
me
you in
putting
the
it on.
chat.
You put it on.
I mean, we co-created in this one. Knocked it out the park.
Big up yourself, son. You put it up on the panel,
Give myself some
on
flowers.
the dealio.
I'm curious with Joe because he likes to eat that meat. He likes to take that meat. What did you think of this?
I can only watch so much of it. I looked, it was like 2 hours long, man. I love you, but I didn't watch all that shit, bro.
Love you too, man.
I love you, but I don't
it was
love
good
you 2
though. It was hard to
hours.
watch at times too. Dude,
Yeah, it's a wild ride.
They treat those animals pretty bad sometimes, man.
With the people you have up here, I am very interested since you brought it back to that topic. What do you guys think about eating meat? I could see just about a few words you said, at least a couple of you at least think it's bad or it's not a good idea.
I may think it's bad kind of, but I still do it. Look at this art. Shout out to Dandry in this art right here. Good
What
shit,
does this
man.
remind me of? Get over here. That's what it reminds me of.
Sub-Zero.
Scorpion and shit.
But that's a good question by the OG.
What
Joe
about the
Cool.
rest of you?
What
I'll
do you guys
give you
think?
part of your argument. You are what you eat. You eat that shit. You taking all the chemicals that come with those animals, all the stress hormones, blah blah blah. You got a million arguments. Do everybody up here eat meat or no?
I do.
I do not take it, but eat it. I eat it.
Yeah,
I
no
eat it.
homo. I eat meat. Yeah.
Yeah,
I eat it.
I grew up with it, and I'm trying to wean
You
off
turn the
of it
camera back
more,
on.
and I feel a lot better when I do. So
I got you.
So I'm an advocate for vegetarianism, as we discussed a little bit earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
All right.
I think just Steel Man, right? That's about it. Well,
And
some of
then
us
this
are
could be a
trying to
really
get more plant, go that
Wait,
direction. Though.
I would have threw at least 4 of y'all in there. Whoever said, I feel better when I don't do the meat shit. I think, once you graduate and grow up to the person you want to be, you're going to stop eating meat. Steel Man already has. I think most of you. I might even throw myself in there. At
What?
some
Oh,
point,
cool.
I don't think
Wow.
it's not logical. I used to hunt all the time. I've killed so much shit. It's stupid, man. I don't think I should have did that.
Mm-hmm. Well, this
Yeah, but
movie is
that's the
definitely
way of life,
the
bro.
direction it goes at.
You kill veggies to eat, right? You kill plants.
I've heard that argument too, Wolfie.
It's a stupid argument.
I like it. No, it's
Is it-
not.
It's not a stupid
Why?
argument,
Wait,
bro.
first,
No.
wait,
It's
first,
really
So
not.
what
first,
would you
let's
eat that
hear.
wouldn't die?
What's the
if that's
difference?
the argument.
What's your first modern and then Wolfie? I want to hear you say it's stupid, right? Why
Steel
is it
Man
stupid?
had the best shit to come out his mouth, so don't forget him too. Go ahead.
No, absolutely not. He's a lecturer on this one. Go ahead, modern.
No,
Why
I'm
you
just
think it's
saying
stupid?
to make them the equivalent is just. I think that's silly. There's no one who agrees that that's a different thing to kill a plant.
Different
than killing an
consciousness.
animal. Yeah,
No,
obviously,
say
but if
why,
you're not
pimp.
killing one of them,
Sentient though.
Tell me why.
So if you're not killing one of them, what are you eating? Is my question.
But can we talk about the consciousness of a plant compared to an animal?
It's got to go there.
Is it?
You play music,
Does it
they
have a
grow very
consciousness?
well.
Yeah.
You play
Does it have a
music, they
consciousness?
grow.
Right.
So
right.
I'd argue more of a stillness. But I
Okay.
wouldn't say
That
I
would be
wouldn't
a
say that
higher
it's consciousness. But I also wouldn't say that animals are conscious in the same way that probably many of you would.
I like this
What?
dude.
I told you would. Yeah. But okay.
Well, so I actually
Okay.
addressed
So
that
it's a
argument.
It did?
You know, I addressed that argument with my
You did.
fruitarian point. With hold on, he's getting missile alert here.
Another
Somebody
one.
getting the amber or something,
Getting
storm or something.
Well,
Dude,
so
those
that was
things,
my point
they
with the
make them
fruit.
sound so scary too. You're like,
I
dumb
know.
down.
It should be.
Guys. Yeah.
Go ahead, Steel Man. I'm safe, guys.
So we got to come at this from the basis, which is that nature was built to be in a cycle of symbiosis where everything helps each other. That's how infinite goes on for infinite in a healthy
Logical.
ecosystem. And so when you eat a root, for example, you kill the plant, right? You take the root, you kill the plant. And that's why they say like potatoes have too much starch and all that stuff. You have to they're not healthy for humans. What is healthy for humans? What God told us in the Garden of Eden, I give you all seed-bearing plants, which is all fruits. And we've used, we've like cucumbers, tomatoes,
Apples,
peppers. Those are all
vegetables.
exactly. A lot of times people think that peppers and stuff are not fruits. Yes, they are fruits. It's a seed. It's a fruit if it's a seed-bearing plant. And God tells you specifically, I give you all seed-bearing plants. Why is that important to note? Because it's not unethical to eat a seed-bearing plant because they drop their fruits. That's how they spread their fruits. That's how the ecosystem thrives. But when you're not eating seed-bearing plants, if you eat, for example, potatoes or onions or something, and you're killing that plant, then yes, that can become so-called unethical from that sense. That's why we're supposed to be fruitarians.
I like that argument. I really
But it's
do.
still silly I don't know, dude. It's just a hypothetical until you're doing it. I could say that's the ideal way to eat.
Well, at
But
the end of the
who's
day,
practicing it?
we're all doing that. Hypothetical, bro. We don't know if we're supposed to eat meat or if we're supposed to. Fruit is great.
Right.
Did Jesus
I
eat
love fruit.
meat? I don't want to change it, but
that was the whole point of the movie, Joe. Right, guys?
well,
All right.
they said he didn't. To my knowledge, he did, and I looked it up, and it certainly looks like he did.
Yeah.
Where did you find it said he did?
The fish in your movie, it said he definitely did not eat the fish because if you take this word, it really means this and that. But the other
No, it's
stories
fish.
say they ate fish, and they say he ate the
Yeah, fish is
Passover
meat.
meals, which consist of lamb.
Well, it said he had the Passover meal, but it's been recorded by some eyewitnesses that they didn't actually have that, and he didn't do that for that. And the fish thing, here's what's interesting.
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Well, the fish
What-
thing's interesting because at one passage in the Bible, it's like Jesus is talking about the fish and the loaves. Then there's another part where he's talking and he's retelling the story, and he doesn't even bring up the fish. He just says, "Remember when I multiplied the loaves?" And it's like, why doesn't he bring the fish
Can't
up
we
again?
say though that if he is getting all these fish for all these people to eat, can't we say that he's fucking complicit and that it's okay, right? We can get that one out the way, right? What up, Guru?
Yeah, sure. But if he's retelling the story at a different time and then he doesn't bring that part of it up again, then it makes you wonder, did man doctor in part of it or what? Because I would think he would want to bring up both parts again when he retells the story. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, but you make a good point. But then Joe, I would assume we're going to say like that's a theory. However, we're just dealing with what the actual book says.
Well,
Yes,
that is what
either
that,
one
I'm not dealing with a theory. I'm dealing
He's
with the
talking
book
about. He is saying that the second time he left it out, that means something, and one could argue that the first time he put it in, that means something. Our arguments would be at a stalemate. And the other one, Passover, they made that very special. He knew that would last fucking thousands of years, motherfuckers. We talking about that shit. Maybe he knew,
but that's Old Testament.
Yes, but actually, it can't be Old Testament because it's Jesus at the Passover.
No. Yeah. No, it started. I'm saying it started in the Old Testament.
Yes, I agree. I agree. But the Passover meal, if Jesus chose that shit at a certain time and all of that shit, and why would he choose that particular meal that they ate? It was leavened bread, lamb, whatever. Why would he choose that meal? Because it's going to last for thousands of years, right? If he didn't want you eating meat and leavened bread, he wouldn't have chose that meal, or he'd put it specifically. We're just going to leave this on the table, symbolic, and don't touch it. He'd had to be explicit. Otherwise, he knows that it makes motherfuckers think this is what you're supposed to eat. That shit's obvious, at least in my eyes. I don't mean
it's like saying you're going to have a turkey dinner, Thanksgiving dinner, and not have a.
And then 2,000 years later, someone say, "Well, he didn't really eat the turkey." You know, what are you going to believe?
He could still be doing some of the tradition without, like, I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look into that for us and see what's up with that whole.
I got tacos during Thanksgiving instead of turkey.
I love tacos.
I mean, I did look that up, Joe, when I saw you mention that in the comments a couple hours back, and anyone can look this up. It says that there's actually, and I don't want to like go into all the detail. It might be nuanced, but it says that the people were arguing that they weren't eating the Passover, that they weren't eating the Passover dinner. Yeah, that they were actually just eating a meal that day, and then he was sacrificed during Passover, but he didn't actually have Passover dinner. That was what our debate was.
I know that's what his movie said. I caught that part of it. They were saying something similar, but that would be, in my estimation, speculation and cope after the fact, trying to justify some shit.
Okay, since it's unclear, let's just say we're at a stalemate. Well, let me ask you this: do you think that Jesus would slaughter a lamb?
God, no.
Well, then
I
you have your answer.
I don't. Yes, I think though that
Wolfie says yes.
Yeah, because that's what they did. That's what they did.
Yeah, but he was anti-Jewish establishment.
Here's another thing I've thought of that I don't have an answer for is like him helping Peter fish. Like, why would he help them gather a bunch of fish?
True.
He allows going to take them. They're going to.
Let me argue for Stillman a little bit. He still has an argument here.
It's logical too.
Back in the times, the Old Testament, they talked about things that we think are crazy, slavery and beating and killing and murder. But that was for people of a different time. Then Jesus comes along and he changes things, and they're still eating meat and fish and shit. But it doesn't mean that he wasn't wise enough to know that as time progressed, you were supposed to get out of that shit the same way. He's just addressing the people of that time. There's an argument.
Okay, so what I agree with you. Where I'm going with that is though is that it doesn't say that he explicitly or even implicitly say that he ate meat. He might have sat at the table with them, right? Just like he sat at the table with the prostitutes and the tax collectors, but he didn't necessarily participate in what they were doing, right?
There's an argument there too.
I think in the end we weren't there, so we can go back and forth and
This is
stuff
good.
like that.
This is what we're
I got
supposed
a
to do.
question though. I got a
But
yeah,
listen,
right. Go ahead.
oh, my
What you
bad.
got?
Go ahead, bro.
No, please go. No, please, man.
Well, I was gonna say, all right, what if we had all the veggies? Who would eat all the veggies? The animals. And if we didn't kill any animals, there would be so many animals.
That's true too, man. Some of these
I'm
animals,
just
the way
common
rabbits
sense. Yeah, this is
breed,
just
wouldn't it
common
just for
sense.
us to kill and eat or something? Or the fucking some of that shit does seem
I don't know.
logical,
Maybe we're
man.
just supposed to ride them like horse. I don't know, dude. I'm with you guys. I grew up eating meat. And I'm a hypocrite. Dude, I could not shoot an animal, so I'm a hypocrite for that, and I admit that right now. But if I had to kill one, I would. If I had to. But we have
Yeah,
grocery stores,
survival,
right?
yeah, for sure. But if you're a
And
boot, the guy says
some
crazy
people
in
might
the
think weird.
no. It's most people actually they think you weird if you didn't do it. Maybe people up
So I
here
live
would
it.
think we're yeah.
No,
Most
yeah,
people
most
would.
people do it for survival.
Yeah. Not
Yeah,
that Buddhist guy
well,
in the
dude,
movie though.
imagine.
Remember he said if he was starving he wouldn't eat a rabbit.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean,
die.
I've seen, so I've taken it to that extent on, you know, like a sacred substance, where I came to realize that life is all equal, that nobody chooses to be born in what body we're born in, and like bugs and creatures and animals, they all just happen to be born in what body they're born in, and our life isn't necessarily more valuable. We just, of course, every life wants to kind of perceive itself that way, just as like a fallback programming. But where I'm going with this is people think, oh, well, I guess I'm justified in killing this animal for my survival. But really, when you realize that life is life, you're just as justified in feeding yourself to that animal than you are taking that animal life. And it's only the ego that actually stops us from realizing that that's kind of the reality of it, you know?
It's survival too, to be fair.
It
Yeah.
is survival. And
Have you guys
I
ever
would
checked?
say this.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I would say this. I think a lot of people forget that we live in the devil's realm. He is the god of this world, and this is just the way it is, bro. It's kill to be killed. That's it, bro. You got to survive, and I don't think God's gonna hold us against.
Yeah,
You know,
Cause it's the time.
He will only hold it against you if you just use that as a cope or excuse. You know,
And
I
still-
don't think you're doing that.
Killing
but-
animals for the fun of it. No, I would never do that, bro. I save more freaking insects. You know what I mean? Like, it's amazing. Like, I grow
When you do it
gardens.
for pleasure,
You know what's
You know?
interesting?
doing it for the fun of it.
You know what's interesting? I have a good friend that I met through the fact that my wife's best friend in high school is Jason. Rest in peace. He died a couple years ago. And when we went to go visit him and his wife and his family in Jersey, he took us to his dad's house, and his dad has his mansion in Jersey. And we went to the basement, and the whole floor is animals taxidermy. You know, like bears and mooses, and this is what they do. They hunt these animals. They don't eat them.
White people.
Yeah, they're white people. Yeah.
I've
For
had that
sure.
experience.
There was even one majestic creature that was 6'7", and it looked like Joe Cool. But that's another story.
Oh my god!
No,
Still, man. Before we get too far,
I'm not done yet. I just want
Okay.
to say this real quick. And like, so he hunted these animals and whatnot, right? And he ended up passing away suddenly on a very horrible death from asbestos poisoning.
And you think they're related?
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, man.
You really think
You know what I mean? I
they're
don't
related?
know.
I can hear it in you.
Karma or whatever, bro.
Karma.
Where Machine? You left. Machine, come back up. I saw you. So go ahead, Joe. You're about to say.
Still,
Rest in
man,
peace.
I agree with
I was gonna
everything
say
you
rest
said,
in peace to
except
your boy,
Thank you, brother.
Jason. Rest in peace, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
except for one thing. Still, man, you say no one gets to choose body they're in. I'm not
See you,
so
Marty.
sure about that. There are a lot of life after death stories that resemble the stories that we're talking about when you take these trips. I mean, they're incredibly similar. Duke, someone just came out with a good one. I can't think of the name of the college just recently within the last year, and they only took 400 of them that they could prove where the person damn near they had to have proof before they'd even consider them. Like for one of them, the guy left his body, went into the room next door, saw a letter, read the letter, and when the doctors brought him back, he explained what the lady was doing in the room next door, what was on the letter, and all of that. So you had to hide
Yeah.
high shit in order to get in there. Well, one of these people also said that he got to choose which family, and he chose which family he wanted to go to and all of that stuff. Yeah,
that sounds
Yeah,
very
but
cool.
listen, man, I would say this: when you didn't die though, you went through a life. You died for a few, maybe minutes, maybe even 10 minutes. I think that's a different stop because God brings them back every time. But I think death, like when you die, will pass away. I would say I don't like death
I
because
don't
we live
think
in a
death
meat
is a
suit.
thing. It's just a word that we
Yeah,
put
me
on it.
neither.
It probably wouldn't be a
Me
thing.
neither.
Whatever you call it, you're not
Absolutely.
here anymore.
I just think
Most
that's
likely.
a different. It's like stopping at a gas station, and
Yes,
I know that's probably the worst analogy ever.
it's not
But like,
horrible to me.
So I know,
he passed away for a little bit. God showed him
Uh-huh.
what was up, and then sent him back. But nobody can explain really what happens when you really go. Like that's.
Well,
but you're right, dude. I've watched these. They all say the same thing, dude. They never want to come back. They want to stay.
Thanks, Markella.
It's amazing.
I had
But
near
it's
death,
not. I think it's
and
incredible.
they
But yeah.
asked me if I wanted to stay or go. I wanted to stay, and they told me it wasn't time. I had to come back over here.
I know.
I remember you, Dennison, talking about that. That shit was funny.
I got a buddy that's from the Netherlands that I used to chat with. He's a farmer, and he swears up and down. And he went into detail. And I don't remember everything he said, but he swears up and down that his son and he had a reverse role in another life, where he was the son and his son was the dad. And they both swear up and down about it. And I find that completely like wild. I'm like, man, that's crazy, bro.
How did they come to that determination?
They both had some kind of deep visions and then talked to each other about it. And then they came to this realization, I guess, that they thought that they must have been playing reverse roles. So I don't know.
I just wanted to make that kind of clear on what I meant by that was like back to the animal thing though. What I meant is like a lot of times like I think people are afraid of spiders and stuff. I used to be, and then I had these experiences where I realized that these are just creatures that even though they're ugly to us, they inherently kind of like look like that because they're spiders, so we're afraid of them. But they're actually like just creatures that were born into these bodies that God created for them, and that they're not like trying to be ugly or scary looking. They're
or mean or whatever. We don't think we're bad people and we kill animals. They're killing to eat. It don't mean to scare your grown ass. I'm only this big.
If a spider was as big as us, it'd be over for humans.
Right.
It is programming.
It's programming. Whoever
Scared of
said
spiders
that.
with all the movies,
It's too many
I love
movies
spiders.
with
They're cool.
this is how we react when you see a mouth. You go eek and you jump on a chair.
Yeah, and then I try to remind myself, and then I have to remind myself, wait, this whole entire house used to be a whole bunch of bugs that used to live here in nature with trees, like you mentioned, all that stuff in the ground. But we had to displace all of them, right? So if you find a bug in your house, so instead of killing these bugs, if you find one in your house or something, we realize, wait a second, we're actually the one trespassing on their territory. The least we could do was set them outside,
Yeah, I take the time to
man.
do
How
that.
about this one?
Put them outside.
Are you gonna do it to this one?
I put them in my garden, bro. That's what I do.
Look how big that is. You do?
Is that a real bug? Is that real?
Yeah. Look at that.
Man, that's what shotguns are
I don't know
for.
about that, bro.
No, but that's my point. That's my point.
I'm back to killing
point.
animals now. I immediately went to one. I want to kill it. I want to
It's
kill
moving.
it.
You see that?
I see that. Oh.
You want to kill that?
Joe's like, I was having second thoughts.
I was having
second,
but now I'm sure. I'm supposed to kill it now.
Have y'all
You're not
ever
supposed
seen
to eat
this?
bugs.
I found this to be interesting
You know how
as
many
well.
beads I saved from in swimming pools, bro? That's so cool, dude. They look at you and then they fly away. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's cool. That's wisdom, the bees. What were you gonna say, Rex?
I find this to be interesting and thought provoking. Proverbs 23:20 says, "Be not amongst wine bibbers, among riotous eaters of flesh." And I've kind of pondered that, like riotous eaters of flesh. What is that? What's up with that? Like,
what was the first one
like
you said?
babies.
They eat
Like
a lot
the
of barbecue
foreskin
stuff.
these people put on their faces.
Wine.
Wine
Wine.
bibbers, wine bibbers, and riotous eaters of flesh. Yeah.
What? Hold on, before you hold on, guys. Who's trying to talk? Wine bibbers. Can we assume that that's someone alcoholic or something?
Yeah, like a wino.
Or
Yeah.
Test
Somebody
Okay,
that's
so
hitting the sauce.
if we take that, we know that all these biblical motherfuckers drank wine. There's even great argument that Jesus drank it because he fucking made some too. So what I would take out of that, he's saying it's okay to drink wine, just not be drunk. So now when you go to the second one, the food one, I wouldn't say that he's saying don't eat food. I'd say it's okay to eat food, don't be a glutton.
Yeah, but it's interesting. It
Moderation,
says
baby.
riotous, almost like it associates the consumption of large amounts of meat making a person more animalistic. Maybe
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
If that's the case in the Buddhist, under the Buddhist lit, you'll be born as an animal if you're a ravenous
I am an
meat
animal.
eater.
So
There you
there's
go.
lots of different sects. There are lots of different sects of Buddhism, by the way, and it's kind of been misinterpreted
For
tonight,
sure.
so I should clarify that. Yeah,
Oh, excuse
they
me.
don't all believe the same thing. Well, I just wanted to clarify that because there are a lot of sects who don't necessarily agree with it. But
For sure.
also, and I think Jesus took the Nazarene vow, or at least there would be evidence to suggest that he didn't drink or consume meat, which is one of the reasons why they depict him with long hair, because he didn't cut his hair either, part of
Can
the
I ask you
Nazarene
a
vow.
question?
Yeah, I want
Why
to
do
hear
you
about
keep
that
calling him
Nazarene vow
Jesus?
shit too.
What's that?
Why do you keep
Vegan?
calling him Jesus?
As
Oh,
opposed to
because
Jay wasn't
Yeshua.
even invented then.
For example, the
His
reason
name's
I would say,
Joshua.
yeah, because that to me is idolatry,
Alcott.
and to debate whether his name was Yeshua, Yahweh, all that stuff, that to me is idolatry. Or
No, I
what
get
that
what
really
you're saying.
stems
No.
and what
I
that
was
really stems
asking.
from, though.
Well, he's
Okay, yeah,
answering. Let him.
I'm sorry.
and where the knowing, the importance of knowing the exact name of the prophets and gods dates back to when these were encrypted names for the sacred substances, the sacred plants that they were using. So once you had to know the name of the sacred prophets or the sacred god to know what substances you were looking for. So it doesn't matter what you call him. We know who he is and what we're talking about now.
Yeah.
No, absolutely, and he goes by many
which
names.
is the sacred
Absolutely.
mushroom.
I just asked a question. That's all.
It's
But
like
and
when,
I was just sorry.
And
I
that
was
was
just
a
throwing the
great
mushroom thing
answer.
back there.
By the way.
I was just gonna say, it's like when you say sovereign citizen. Someone always feel compelled to say it's an oxymoron. Can't be sovereign and a citizen. Everybody knows it is just a descriptor, but someone must say that. It's like you with the why do you call them people do that with Jesus? The J wasn't invented. We all know that, right? Everybody knows that. So someone has to say it though every time.
Yeah. Maybe he thought
No,
nobody
I just wanted
people
to
didn't
hear
know.
his opinion.
Oh,
Sorry.
Fair enough. Good faith question.
Yeah.
Nonsense. I hold my opinion.
Yo, you think it was a flex by Wolfie, huh?
I think it was a instinctive reaction that we have. We all got to learn to tamp them down. I think it was just an instinctive, reflexive reaction, and he knew better because he immediately was like, "I was just asking." He caught himself.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
This has been a really
was.
good exchange, everybody. This
Yeah,
has
for
like
sure.
really been peaceful exchange,
But
and I
no,
think this is what it should look like on the Panelverse, man.
Yeah.
This is
Hell
what
yeah.
it should be.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, everything it is perfect. Everything just more donations. That's about it.
Yeah.
I've
I
never
was
seen
gonna
that
mention-
clip you played, NPC, where that last clip. I know that dude begged a lot. He stole a lot of money,
man.
but I never saw that particular one. He outside the school. I'm gonna need some money right now. Hurry up.
Donations. 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 Gifts. Gifts. Gifts.
If he trolling
Never
and
get
having
enough.
fun is one thing, but he doesn't look like it. It looks like he's
It
serious.
looks pretty serious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Dr. Umar.
Hey, someone's got an echo. See if you got your YouTube on, and if not, maybe you can hit your echo cancellation. Or you could hit their
I
cancellation.
think he got it. What's the matter? You talking about spiders? He said, "No, spiders have no right to exist. Period. It's not just their look; it's their behavior. There's nothing else in the world that bothers me, except stink bugs and possibly the eyebrow centipedes."
No.
Okay.
This is
We
really
need
this
spiders.
is really important.
Yeah.
I want to point out the importance of this because it's something that people think that we can laugh about. But when you but the point of this panel tonight is that it's not actually a laughing matter, and that's the mentality that we all choose to take on different species, and we accept it, and we let each other get away with it, and we should be holding each other accountable and saying, hold on a second, those are living creatures, and if we're going to come at this with a biblical perspective and whatnot, I mean, those are creatures of God. That's part of nature. The planet, they were probably here before humans or whatever. Like, we have no right over these creatures, and to sit here and do this ethnocentric thing where we say we're greater than centipedes, we're greater than spiders and all that stuff. It's like
he said that, bro.
Yeah,
he
you
said
sure
that.
we're not?
I pick up spiders and put them outside, bro. I love
Okay,
spiders.
I wasn't
I'm just letting you know.
Didn't God say we had dominion over the animals and every creepy crawly thing in the field? Didn't he put us over them as well?
But but they're good though. Spiders are cool though.
Yeah, not like
I'm not
that.
saying they're not. He's saying that we don't have anything over them. I don't know.
but
We
like,
might.
No,
hold on
we're
a second.
bigger and smarter than them. That's all.
You're still trying to land steal, man. Go ahead.
Well, just
Now
that the
you're
movie
playing.
mentioned, and when you get into the Hebrew midrashes, they'll tell you that the word dominion was actually referring to we're supposed to be stewards of, basically.
That would still put us in charge. I think that would still make us.
But I'm saying when you're in
higher.
dominion of your household, right? So you don't go slaughter your family, right? You take care of them.
I'm not saying I wasn't arguing the slaughtering part of it. Just that one phrase when you was like, "We're not greater."
Yeah. I can't make a joke out of slaughtering your family. I was about to say.
My mistake. I didn't mean to even say it.
No, but you're right. I'm glad you said something because you're keeping us honest, or meaning have integrity.
I love it. Yeah.
You're right. I still like to laugh a
we
little
need-
bit, but you're absolutely right though. Yes.
We need spiders. We need mosquitoes. We need bees. We need everything, because if you take one of them out of the loop, everything gets messed up.
Are the
I love
bees
spiders
dying?
because-
Yeah. Are the bees
Well,
dying?
I don't think so. I see them all the time.
Allegedly,
that's what the news wants you to believe.
Everybody was right.
I don't see too many
Do you
like
know,
I used
do
to.
you know the most dangerous spider that I know of is the
It's
daddy
in our-
longlegs.
Daddy longlegs?
Really?
It's one of they could kill us, but they're not big enough to pierce our skin. They can kill anything else.
Really?
And
We
one of
should
the
look into
venomous
that.
poisonous spiders is a daddy longleg, and people don't know that.
Look into that, because I've heard
Oh.
that repeated over and over, and I looked into it, and it was only
Scotty
because.
saved-
Go ahead.
So, sorry about that, Joe. Scotty saved everybody. Good, thank you, Scotty, for that. Yeah, I get that
NPC.
that vegan
I look at.
fried chicken now.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I look at that shit differently. NPC looking at. I think I was Dion back in the day.
It was
Now
Dion.
when I see people like that, I see clowns.
Thank you, Scotty.
If at one time I thought that was the shit, I'm telling you, Joe, that is just clowning
It's
and
corny, huh?
insecurity at its maximum. Yeah.
And he was a Christian at the time. This whole time, like he was always talking Christian this, Christian that. Do you think he's taking the sacred sacrament of mushrooms? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Wait, what are you guys talking about? How did I miss that? I was listening to the
that
song.
guy. No, yeah, that's the thing. That was Deion Sanders, who was a big time athlete and like rapper, I guess, trying to rap. And he was saying, I think Joe's saying like how worldly he was. It's cringy.
Last time me and NPC was like, he was the man, he was the shit,
the man.
and he still was the man. But
He
looking at
still
him like
is.
that, all I see, it
Right.
still is the man. But looking at him right there, all I see is, look at me. I need your validation. I see weird shit now when I saw that clip.
Yeah.
He's always been that way, dude. He's just a weirdo.
I agree. He's always
There was a
needed
joke
other
now.
people. Maybe he's a narcissist, man, because narcissists get their validation outside of themselves, as opposed to the cats on here who look within.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that
But
dude's
supposedly
killing
now he's helping young men supposedly live their
Yeah,
dreams.
yeah, the
He's
football.
killing.
The coach.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
doing well.
He's doing good. Yeah.
And he's a lot more calm and all of that. He's not as fucking look at me as he used to be.
So here's the reason why Was again mentioned that, and why this is important to address this, because it's how we end up raising our children, right? So how we see the world is how we're going to teach our children to see the world. We need to teach at least this is how I feel for me, teach my children not to destroy plants, not to kill bugs, to actually have respect for nature, not to leave trash in nature, things like that. And then if we can raise a generation of children to respect life, then we can start stopping wars and start solving world problems from the
Oh
ground up.
shit! Well, yeah, Jack, the fucking
Where,
Jack,
where are you located?
Jack
Are you
Tao
in
kind of had it
Vancouver?
wrong the whole time. You need to stop killing bugs, and
No,
that's how
it's
you
not
bring
even
about
that
world
though. You could take
peace.
that. You could take what he said about killing bugs and say, stop being a bully. Kids are gonna not do
No,
that,
I
but there's always
understood the
that one
logic.
kid that's gonna instigate, the one that's gonna squish the bug. There's always gonna. You cannot stop. You can't stop it.
And
We
you
can
can't really
try
control
to
that
make our
clown
kids
either,
not
right?
do these things, but they're gonna get influenced by Disney, what they see on TV, music videos, Nicki Minaj. They're gonna shake their ass. I'm just telling you, it's it's just facts. There's no way you can stop that. But yes, you could raise your kids to be the best, but they're gonna get influenced no matter what.
Yeah.
And trust me, you know how I know? Because I used to be that kid. You know what I mean?
We
Just,
all
it is
want
what it is.
attention and some type of notoriety. All it takes is for one girl to notice that her cleavage got more attention than me, or her dress was shorter and they got more attention than me, and they're off to the races being whores.
Right. And this is one thing I would say back to this is the devil's realm.
God says
That's
that the devil was cast down here with a full third of
And
the
I'm not
heavenly
saying don't think
hosts.
positive. Don't think positive and live right. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, just focus on yourself and what you can change. You can't change anybody else. It's a fact.
Right. And when you bring up,
Can I argue whether that's a fact? True enough,
Well,
you can't.
you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean.
I
dude.
do.
Yes,
You
if
can't,
someone's close to
especially
you,
until
can
it's their
probably
time.
influence.
You
I
niggas
understand
all have influenced
I'll
me
take
at
that.
some point. If someone will say something wise every day when I'm on a panel, and I'd be like, man, I owe that nigga money, man. I'd, buy him a drink and give him a reach around. I'd be so happy. You motherfuckers make me so much better, bro.
Joe Cool's up here talking about reach arounds now.
That's all
I'll take
niggas heard.
I can't believe you said that.
No, but don't. I'm not saying think bad. I'm just saying think
Feels a lot.
realistic.
I'm glad you feel comfortable.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Reach around.
Yeah. Hey, Dan, you were asking somebody where they're from or something?
I was
Where they
asking the
located
seal
at?
man where he's living, and I'm curious.
He lives in a mushroom.
Okay.
Just kidding. Go ahead, seal man.
I'd say Washington State. I don't know why I thought that. Go ahead.
I mean,
seal
really,
man.
you don't have to be specific. I'm just wondering, is it the U.S.?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
are you in like a house, apartment? Do you have a backyard? Like, what are you dealing with? I'm just talking about as far as growing food goes. Like, I'm curious, like, because I want to
Yeah, it's a
I
good
want to know more
question.
about this stuff.
Oh no, I wish I was like, actually, that'd be cool to like go live with the Amish or something, but that's not what I'm doing or anything. I'm just I'm just like in an apartment area for right now. But I mean, I've traveled a bunch of different areas. Like this isn't like some permanent.
Not even a yurt. Not even a yurt, bro. I'm so disappointed.
Is that like a hut?
But I did want to. So the propaganda thing you mentioned, though, how we're propagandized to be desensitized, and I wanted to really talk about that real quick because of that our generation is being propagandized so heavily that the violence in films has been so accepted, right? That people are having these debates about whether or not we should have OnlyFans. But everyone seems totally okay. Yeah, which is literally just consenting adults doing basically what you consider nice things.
That's when Joe left my panel. He said he was going to come back, and he never did. Just to debate about OnlyFans or something like that. I'll never forget that. Go ahead, still man.
I forgot already. I guess I'll never forget either. You keep reminding me.
I mean, the fact that there's these debates going on about whether or not adults doing nice consensual things should be legal or not to watch or make, but we're not debating whether or not people should be allowed to have these action violent films, and that's saying very little about how violent they are. And we just literally, if you the majority of them, but let's just say half of them, or even a great percentage of them, all of that stuff should be banned before any of the nice things that adults are doing.
You say ban
Hold
and
on, so
shit.
you say that violence in movies is worse than OnlyFans? Is that your take?
Yeah, but still, man, listen.
He did.
If,
So hold
if you
on,
ban
dude.
that,
Go ahead. Dude, it just
if you
asked him a
ban that,
question. Go ahead.
oh, go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry, bro. I might be on a delay.
I think you got to delay because dude asked him a full question before you started.
Sorry, I kind of missed
the question that I
And
asked.
what I was gonna
You
ask
did.
is,
You asked him, was he saying that violence somehow, how did
Yeah,
you
I
make
was
that
asking.
leap
Yeah.
to OnlyFans? And
Well, no.
then,
Do you think that's worse? Is what I was asking. Do you think
Yeah, exactly. I'm
OnlyFans
saying that
is
is
better?
I'm saying that violence is much worse than making love. That unaliving someone is much worse than making love or anything like that.
OnlyFans is
And that,
making love.
well, I'm saying that the fact
Know
that
what he
even
means.
making love, you could even say making love, for example, that's still banned. And I'm saying our mentality and our society's mindset is so twisted that that's a perfect example. People can unalive each other all day long on television, and that's not banned, but people can make love on television. And you wonder what the problem is with society?
I would argue that neither one should be banned necessarily, but I would say that violence in movies is a much more. I mean, yeah, it's got kind of out of hand, and I would say that it's not good for our society. But at the same time, just the whole concept of OnlyFans. I mean, I would definitely, I would much rather if it was up to me and it was my children, I would much rather them see violence in movies and participate in the OnlyFans. And I don't know
Yeah,
about you and y'all's kids, but
I
no,
agree with that.
Well, I mean,
For me personally,
I'm not.
yeah,
yeah. I guess
I
I'd
would
rather not both
also,
really, but yeah, violence is yeah.
I'd
Yeah,
also,
I'm talking about
I
adult
wouldn't ban
violence.
anything, but what's worse to me are these Tyler Perry type shit, especially anything black motherfuckers make. All where you're
Mhm.
taught to overreact to every little thing. Every time motherfuckers say something, you're supposed to go tell 12 of your girlfriends and all that. That's the shit that poison motherfuckers and make them believe a violent movie is real and shit. That type of programming, I think, is worse than a Tarantino film or whatever.
Well, what I mean is we're
you're
desensitizing.
all right, but it's right and wrong. You need to teach your kids from right from wrong. That's it. No matter, you can't stop movies. You cannot stop people from killing each other. You cannot stop seeing provocative things. It's gonna happen.
That's a good
When
argument too.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
No, it's not a bad
I'm
argument.
not saying it's right.
You'd have to
I'm
go
not.
Amish. I think still, man, that was the first shit out of his mouth. Maybe you got to go Amish. The
yeah,
only way
Amish
to
don't even
accomplish
want you.
Wolfie, what you're talking about, is to just cut you and your society off from everything else. And when they see an airplane, you smack them and say, "Stop asking questions." That's the only way you can pull this off.
Well, I mean, I'm touching on
But
what the video was saying about slaughterhouses, which is that if you have a society that accepts violence against living beings, whether that's humans or animals, then it's going to spread and it's going to be a problem. And when we
That's
have violence in
interesting.
movies, these violence in movies are desensitizing us to life and the sanctity of life and the whole meat industry.
I
I
like
think
it.
everything is.
Mhm.
Everything is in this
That's
society.
true.
That's why it's hard to pick a favorite. You know, I think we all have our things that we're more passionate about than others. And for you, I think
Yeah.
it's clear that it's the meat eating thing is your big. That's where your heart is. And I mean, for me, it's kind of where we're headed as far as the lack
The,
of privacy and our
well,
complete
if we're all
addiction
in
to this
agreement,
technology. But we all have similar views, and we know the world is wicked and it's toxic.
Hmm.
But I don't think it's like necessary to kind of say that it's because of this or that. I think it's the system is broken in every piece. So I don't know if
what
it's
did
that's
we
necessary.
do?
backwards.
We all believe that it's broken. I think we all agree with you, Modern. So,
Yeah.
what is the solution? I'm not going Amish. Fuck that. What do we do, man?
It's Yeshua.
Is it okay?
Just
That's
Jesus
your.
is
Yeshua?
the
That's
solution, bro.
yeah, that's
Yeshua
your. That's how.
HaMashiach. Just kidding.
It's what that's your particular way, which is good. But I think it's like we all have to find our purpose and and
No,
and
absolutely, dude. I think we're all
and
on different paths. You
use
gotta
that
find
mode.
your way to
Some people might be
whatever it is.
diet. Some people might
So
be raising your child. Go ahead.
Wolfie's saying we should all eat shrooms, and I agree with him.
Yeah, they see I did that, man. That's pretty slick right
Did
there.
you just say we should all eat shrooms?
Because
Is that what you said?
yeah, because you already established like by repetition and with receipts saying that when we talk about Yeshua, we're talking about the shroom, the golden cap to be exact, right, Steelman? Yeah. See, you
I'm gonna
already
go
programmed me
chase
in a
some
way.
NPC. I'm gonna
Oh
go
yeah,
chase some
I
police
love
for a
eating.
little
I don't
while. I'll
mind.
be
I'm
back
just
if
saying.
you're still here.
All right,
But,
all right,
Salute, Joe.
OG. Thanks for having us.
all right,
We love you, dog.
all
Talk
right.
to you soon.
Salute,
Peace.
Joe. Stay vigilant, bro.
Be
Later,
safe.
bro.
Yeah, be
Give
safe,
him
definitely.
hell. Give him hell.
But
Yeah.
I was just what I was saying. I don't mind shrooms and stuff. I was just saying like I wouldn't like go to God like praying on some shrooms and stuff.
Okay, but
Thanks,
my thing, I think I asked you earlier. I tried to. What is Yeshua to you then? Okay, to you, Wolfie, because you said that for you, the way to start making the world a better place is Yeshua. What does that look like?
Well,
like
it starts
like an
within,
example.
bro.
Okay,
The way, the truth, and the light, bro. It starts within.
being like
It's not
more,
that hard.
yeah, being
Treat
more
people.
introspective.
I want to say
Could it be
treat
like being?
people.
You're saying it. Go ahead. Treat people what?
I was gonna say I would like to say treat people the way you would want to be treated, but that's not. I wouldn't call that actually true.
I think with us it's good because I think all of us, for the most part, are good people. And we mean well, but some psychopath
Absolutely.
like that wouldn't be good. But we get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, it's man. You know how many people I've been so nice to people and help people, and you just get stabbed right in the back.
Oh
Never
yeah.
give up though. Still
Or
here, and I always treat
or
those
even
people
not
with
even that.
respect.
Not even that brutal, but getting stabbed in the back. But sometimes, at least for some of us, like being very kind to people and stuff, and not even getting acknowledged.
Always.
Sometimes that could be tough too. And maybe that's an
Yeah.
ego thing too. But here's the
It
thing I
is
want to
the-
ask you
the
guys
ego.
before I shut it down. I was gonna say before we have a real missile drill, knock on wood.
I hope not.
Do you think how many of us here on the panel keep this level of consciousness out in the real world? Because I'm pretty buzzing right now. You know what I mean? Because
Good
you guys
question.
are bringing so much to the table right now. That's like. But are you guys able to continue this, or does it
Not
like
with
fade away
immediate,
after a time?
not with
Go ahead.
many people. No, I don't think that I do,
Right.
and I think that's the biggest challenge in life. Is a lot
Mhm.
of people don't want to hear it.
Mhm.
That's where the sickness is really embedded. I mean, you think just the meat is a problem. I mean, it's a day to day. It's a
Yeah.
From the moment people wake up, from the moment they go to sleep, the way that they carry themselves in this world, in my world, it's very different than the way that I seek to. And when it's so many against one, trying to kind of push your message out there often leads to people. I don't know if they ever think of you as kind of crazy, or they think that maybe you're
Mhm.
kind of focusing on the negative too much, and you just kind of got to let it roll. And oh, don't worry about that. If you think about that, it'll make you depressed. But I'd argue that it's the truth, and the truth is more important than pretending that everything is fine. So that's my biggest struggle is doing it in my real life.
Right.
Bam, bro. He just
Righteous.
said that.
That's righteous. Yeah.
Bro, that's facts, bro. Wow. I don't think I could even say it better, bro.
That was
Like,
good. Yeah.
yeah, it's really good because that's
I've-
almost what I was gonna say, but he just said it way better. But
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Yeah, I have a feeling with Steelman, and I'm assuming like he probably is in that state of being how he's in here, like a high level of consciousness. But with that said, you're saying you're living in an apartment, so I see like you're like an urban shaman, for example. Are you still able to hold that, which that level, even dealing with people who are quote unquote normies?
Yeah, so all right, I will explain that a little bit. So during one of my original experiences decades ago, I realized that I couldn't live that certain way if I had a regular job, and I haven't worked a regular job in a couple decades, which kind of like
That's a big tail right there. That's a big point to it right there. Go ahead, keep going.
yeah, so that's allowed me to, and I've done some online stuff through like Amazon and stuff like that. But it's like home based at least, and and so like you said, that's sort of a transition, and then but again, I've dedicated to where I said I just can't do it anymore. I can't enter the workforce. So I've traveled, and I have been homeless and like lived on the beaches of Miami and stuff like that. But God has always come through and taken care of me, and they've always been experiences. Yeah, it's actually been always been a good time, always been a learning experience, always been steps closer and closer to the, my relationship with God and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the big city. Like we went and visited the big city last week, and oh my gosh, I call it the big shitty now. It's like dog crap on the sidewalk everywhere and all that stuff. It's like,
well, even that I get anxious now. I never used to happen to me that much, but I get kind of anxious in the city around all the people. Shit. Even though I like quote unquote meeting new people and stuff, it's just a weird vibe. It's a weird vibe.
Yeah, and then Walmart and see those people there. That's a trip, dude. Just the regular Walmart crew, man.
Oh, the sideshow.
That's real society.
Yeah.
You should come out here, man. You see a bunch of
Well, I mean,
needles and everywhere.
Oh man.
yes, I was going to say there's a total level of isolation. Well, I just want to clarify that there is a little level of isolation that kind of has to occur because, I used to be super friendly and I'd let people come in. I'd leave my doors open and just be like, come in, take whatever you want, do whatever you want. My house is your house. You know, this is God's house, basically. It's anyone's house. It's not my house, you know, because it's God's house. And people ended up like, but then I had children and people would take advantage of me to the point where we would become unhealthy from, you know, my children to be around that. Yeah. So I said, and I realized that I can't allow that. And I isolated myself to this point where I mean, like you realize that people are pretty much typically, you know, if you get too close, it's always the person that's closest to you that will rob from you, steal from you, hurt you and whatnot. You got to be careful about who you get close to. Yeah. And when you're trying to raise 2 children and whatnot, and then when you see society and how it is and what they accept and all the problems with it and the homeschool, the public schooling, and like we're talking about the doctors and the home. And I say doctors are like car salesmen. They're just trying to sell their products now. They're trying to overcharge the insurance companies. They're not in touch with the healing process. I mean, maybe there are. I don't even speak for all of them,
they're
but
almost the opposite of that. They're like the opposite of healers in many ways, like the way they
Exactly.
handle things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see that.
Exactly. So I've had to stay away from all of those things and learn how to do all that stuff, right? Be my own doctor for my children, be their own educator. And at that point, you become sort of your own little Amish society within your own household because you have to just do what's right. You know what I mean? That's all it really comes down to.
Yeah. I used to hear it as my uncle, my big homie used to call it doing for self. You're doing for yourself and you're you and yours, like, and just being self-sufficient. And which in a way you would think like the isolation that could be lonely, but you're probably so busy all the time, you know. This is why it's good to come in these panels sometimes and knock, you know, chop it up with us and check in, knowing that you're not alone. Because I think all of us maybe are on our own stage of being self-sufficient. That's a goal maybe for a lot of us, and it's good to see people like you that are pretty far along, Steelman, and then there's, you know, Modern and Rags and Wolfie, like, and Joe. Like, we're all trying to get better. I think that's one of the top priorities in my life, is trying to be better. You know.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why I really like the panel. Yeah, I mean, I hardly ever got on panels. I haven't gotten on a panel in like a month or feel like or more, because I wasn't trying to throw my pearls before swine, and that's what I felt like I was doing on the panels. You know.
Yeah, I've seen you get lost sometimes. Our types can get lost in the sauce, which is maybe it's God willing that God did it like that to show us, like, you know, just relax. You'll find your people that you need to be around here, you know, when the time is right. But
I didn't even know panels existed until like.
Yeah, nothing's by accident, bro.
Now you're a member. Like, you're like, this is a panel
it's
chat.
such a cool thing, man. I mean, it's
fun
because you can listen to, you know, people that talk, and that's great and everything. You can learn a lot, but just kind of being involved with it is so much more real. And especially, you know, talking about all the things we have in common. And it's hard, man. It's hard to find people in the real world who have anything in common. You know, you kind of got to keep them at an arm's length, especially when you have kids and you take them to the playground and, you know, you let them hang out with the other kids. And I mean, my kid's super social. I don't know about y'all's, but we have to take her places. And she just loves everyone, dude. And I'm worried for when she gets older that she's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be hard to reel her in.
It's okay. She's got you, man. And to remind her about that stuff.
As it gets, right?
You'll be good. Yeah, it's good. You're good, bro. You're good, man.
Modern man.
What's up, Resla? Man, you would have liked this one. This is a high power talk, man. We're about to shut it down. Now, Resla, he definitely has a higher level of dialogues compared to a lot of people in the panelverse. He's pretty thoughtful. I'll say that. He has a lot of knowledge too, and but because dude, I went on somebody else, Orthodox guy. Remember, I think he said he was cringe the other day, Modern Man. But I went on his panel this morning, and it was,
dude.
of course,
I
get you. I'm friendly with them. I like him, but I can understand.
No, it's all good.
I can understand.
You got to be friendly with most people. You do a good job at that.
Yeah, thank you. So I went on this panel, and they were talking the drama, the resto chesto, this and that. But it was interesting. The talk ended up happening right when I got on. They were talking about like abortion and like more specifically medically induced stuff. And I have experience with that, unfortunately, with my passing my daughter. So it's crazy how the panel can go from talking about panel versus drama, like locale stuff, to something that's so traumatic and transformative, and then back to talking about like Israel or in Iran, and then back to talking about, you know, should you eat meat? And so it's an interesting experience, and just all that to say that I think even though there's not a lot of people in the flesh that I feel connected with, in a sense, it's nice to know that there are people when I hop on the computer for a couple hours that I can talk to. So yeah, I'm really not alone and shit. So I just wanted to put that out there. And thank you
Yeah, it's
guys
good
for
to chat with y'all.
coming on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you have your show back, and I'll check you out next time. And
Yeah,
I wanted
I like
to
how
say
he said
modern
that.
man.
He said, "Give your show back," because you were the star tonight for sure. You're for sure.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
Yeah, I appreciate this. Has been a wonderful time. And
Yeah.
hey, Modern Man, are you on Discord? Do you get on there?
I don't too often, but maybe I should.
Yeah, get on there. We got some chats going on there, and I got
Sure,
a
yeah.
server on there. NPC's got one on there. We're on there. So if you should definitely think about getting on there and
Yeah.
hit one of us up. And Steel Man, get at me because I want to swap recipes, man, and I want to pick your brain on some healthier options moving forward, my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
And yeah, and Wolfie, you too, man. You're always welcome.
Yeah, Wolfie,
in
get
the
on there too,
Discord.
man. Yeah.
Wolfie's great. Wolfie's
Yeah, I like
great,
Wolfie.
man.
Yeah.
He's a G for sure.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you guys, man. And I'm humble, and I appreciate you letting me up here. NBC, the
Oh,
gang,
you're always welcome.
the gang.
Yes,
The
sir.
game.
I like everybody's. I like everybody's sort of views, man. And I'm glad that nobody got mad and tried to come after everybody. You know what I mean? It's good to have a civil conversation and just spit what we believe in, and I love it. You know. So
Yeah.
I thank you guys.
Yeah,
I
100%.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's my Discord in the chat, in the general chat. Everybody come up. You can get a tryout. We just talk about, you know, have fun, talk about awareness, consciousness, you know, and we like to meme and stuff too in chat.
Yeah.
But yeah, so everyone's welcome. And yeah, tomorrow, you know, I don't know what the topic is, but it's definitely going to be something interesting. At least I'm interested in it. Hopefully you will be too.
So real quick before you jump off, have you ever seen the movie? There's Baraka and then there's Samsara.
That's the name of the movie?
There's two different movies. One's Baraka and one's Samsara.
Sounds familiar.
Never heard of it? Okay, well, so it's interesting because there's no words in this movie, but it's just like it's a reflection on 22 different countries and their cultures, and so there's no.
Oh, that like a visual stunning documentary?
It's
yeah, I think I've seen it. I've used some of that footage in some of my music videos.
Yeah,
I know what
man,
you're talking about. Yeah,
it's
dope.
really good stuff, and I think it'd be perfect because there's no word, so you know you could commentate.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
let's
that
do
would be
that
cool.
tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be
Let's
cool.
do that tomorrow.
That'd be
That's
awesome.
great. Okay, we got it. That's what we're doing tomorrow. And thanks for
Word.
that. And I'll hit you up in the fucking the email. I'm bad. I didn't even.
Oh, it's all good. I mean, I don't know if you knew what to do with that thing I sent you because I mean,
Yeah.
it's easy, but a lot of people just don't know how to turn it into a program.
No, I definitely want to do that because when you said the topic generation later, that's perfect. That is
I do a bunch of stuff like that. If anyone's interested, you know, I can make y'all quick little programs and just fun ideas. You know, I love doing stuff like that. Like the other day, I was trying to do a stream, but like I said, I'm trying to bring my channel back from the dead because it's just I've been using it so long. So I was trying to do a stream where I made a whole trivia program with topics that I find interesting. A lot of stuff going on in the world right now, and you know, we just didn't get enough people for it to be live. But the thing was, the winner gets $25, and then I would donate $25 to their you know, cause of their choice, whether it be, you know, homeless shelter, whether it be buy diapers for something, you know what I mean? Just something like where I'm not asking for anyone's money. I'm just trying to do something good for the community and then just kind of stir up engagement as well. So,
no, I like that, man. I like that. Yeah, that would be fun too, because a lot of times we switch topics pretty quick here too. Even though we try to stay on topic, something like that is fun. So yeah, you guys. Hopefully,
I'll jump into Discord.
God willing, I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, and appreciate you guys.
All right, man, take it easy.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
100.
and thank
much
you.
love.
Much love. Thank
for
you,
sure.
Raggamuffin.
Yeah,
See you,
thank
Steel
you,
Man.
man.
Wolfie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad YouTube allowed us to put this through. I really didn't know what was going to happen, so that's actually really cool. It was a success.
It was great, and maybe like one of these days we can have those guys come on because I'm definitely starting to inch towards that other paradigm with the meat stuff, and I
Yeah.
appreciate you your help and
Yeah, for sure, man.
introducing that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I want to try to get a hold of Kip or Cam, and they seem to be hard to get a hold of. So I joined their community online on their website, but I made a couple posts, and it seems like it's hard to get a hold of somebody. So I don't know. So we'll have to look further into that.
Well, we shall see.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll see you in the Discord, bro.
100.
Yeah. Much love, Rags.
Much love, brother.
Peace. Yeah. So this has been a Christspiracy, decoding it with the legend Raggamuffin, and yeah, let me know what you think in the comments. Do you think Jesus would eat meat? Do you eat meat? Do you think that if you eat meat, you can't be strong? Or let me know what you think. Are you willing to maybe try something new with your diet or way of life? That's better. Die. We don't want to die anytime soon, though. All right. So shout out to everyone. Thank you for keeping me safe. I was freaked out of my mind. I might have to clip that when those missile drills were going off. Shout out to the great Markella. You eating fish right now? Eating fish right now. Wiccan, my sister Wiccan. I love you, ladies, and appreciate you, gentlemen and scholars out there. Oh, I didn't even see Drew. Good to see you. It's only gay if you kiss. And what's the matter? You come back, bro. You were tearing it up, man. Don't worry. We won't have any spiders. No arachnophobia. New guru in the building. Always lighting it up. And Chambers of Logic, sub up to his channel, the Great Steel Man. I mean, yeah, man. He basically was riding shotgun with us right there, and giving us good wisdom and whatnot. Shout out to Machine Wise in the building, Palomino in the building, everyone in the building. We'll go with Scotty B. Yes, shout out to you. Black Widows do suck. The ones with 8 legs and 2 with the super sticker. I like that. Scotty B pimping 818, the 818. Shout out to all you guys. And I mean, we know all this. We know a lot of knowledge and stuff, but don't let it go to your head, okay? Respect. Be kind to someone. Much love. NPC the game live. I love you, Ben. Talk to you later, guys.